Okay, we're live.
Good afternoon. This is the Oakland Unified School District Board of Education. Today is September 9th, 2020. It is a very eerie day. Can we have an attendance roll call, please?
Yes, on the attendance roll call, Student Director Pal, Student Director Ramos, Director Ng,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Present.
Director Yee,
Here.
Director Torres,
Present.
Director Harris,
Here.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Here.
and President London.
Here.
Quorum is present.
Thank you. At this time, the Board of Education is going to recess into closed session until 5:30. While we're in closed session, we will discuss labor matters, legal matters. That's it, labor matters and legal matters. We will return to this Zoom station, 5:30. Thank you very much. We are now in recess. Can we have an attendance roll call, please?
For the attendance roll call, Student Director Pal, Student Director Ramos,
Here.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Here.
Director Ng, Director Ng, Director Harris, Director Torres,
Present.
Director Yee,
Here.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Here.
I'm going back, Director Harris, Director Ng, President London.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. Thank you for joining us today for our regular board meeting. I want to acknowledge that today is eerie and weird and unsettling. And I just want to name that for everybody. I also want to acknowledge, as some of you may know, that we have recently lost a number of members of our community, students and former students, to car accidents, gun violence, and other causes. And this is just awful. Words can't express, how awful these tragedies are. And on behalf of the school board, and all of the employees of the school district, I want to express our condolences to the families and the communities that have been impacted by this senseless loss of life. May their memories be a blessing. And I would like to, in the honor of these, unfortunately, many people, start the meeting today with a moment of silence, if we could. Thank you. We are continuing our practice of using Zoom webinar to host our board meetings, and we are continuing to offer interpreting services via Zoom. So I would like to ask that everyone, if you do have your hand raised, could you please lower it right now so that we can see who is present, who needs interpretation. And I need to make sure that there are no hands raised. Great, there are no hands raised. So at this point, I'm going to ask David Copenhagen to ask if Spanish interpretation is needed for the start of the meeting. Go ahead, please.
Bienvenidos. Esta junta cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla y busque el icono de interpretación. Es el que tiene una imagen de un globo terráqueo. Seleccione esta imagen y debería desplegarse una lista con idiomas. Seleccione español. Deberá escuchar al intérprete alto y claro y quizás escuche el inglés a un volumen inferior. Si por alguna razón el audio en ambos idiomas está al mismo nivel, desconéctese y luego vuelva a ingresar a la junta. Para saber si hay asistentes a la Junta que necesitan interpretación al español, necesitamos que usted levante la mano o escriba en el chat que necesita interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación al español de esta manera, no se prestará el servicio durante ese asunto que se está cubriendo en la agenda. Para hacer comentarios públicos, participe como el resto de los interlocutores. Levante su mano para pedir la palabra. Hable fuerte y claro y haga una pausa después de cada oración para que podamos traducir consecutivamente. Muchas gracias.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，而家係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。
Miss Ho, if you could wait one minute, I apologize. Madam President, I don't see any Spanish hands raised, so there's no Spanish translation needed at this time.
Great. Thank you. And now, Ms. Angel Ho, if you could please make a similar announcement in Cantonese, we would appreciate it.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你去你嘅熒屏嘅右下角，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊呢個符號嘅時候呢，你就可以有一啲嘅選擇。咁你選擇中文嘅時候呢，你就會可以得到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。多謝。I'm done, President London.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. No Cantonese translation is needed at this time.
Great. Thank you. And our process tonight is going to be that at the beginning of each item, and I know our staff will remind me, to ask in Spanish and in Cantonese that those who need interpreting to raise their hand before each item so that we know that interpretation is requested. If no hands are raised at the beginning of an item for a particular language, then no interpretation will be provided for that item. If no interpretation has been requested for an item by 8 p.m., no interpretation will be provided for the rest of the meeting. As a reminder, we will do our best to take precautions during this meeting. Of course, regardless of what platform we are using, we cannot anticipate what a speaker says, just like with an in-person meeting. If a member of the public says or shows something inappropriate, I will do my best to immediately have it addressed, but please know that doing so is not immediate as mics and videos are controlled by staff. Now for the usual basic instructions regarding how we are going to be using Zoom today and involving members of the community. All board members and the superintendent will be on video throughout the board meeting, including our student director, Ms. Ramos. We're delighted to have you with us this evening. Some staff members are also present. Depending on the screen view, you may even see staff names. Staff will only be on video if they are presenting or responding to board questions. Members of the community will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. There are multiple ways that you can make public comment during the meeting. If you have joined via computer, you can raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand feature. If you have joined via phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. Ms. Floyd, one of our staff people, will call each member of the public who has raised their hand either by name or, for those who have called in, by the last 3 digits of their phone number. Ms. Floyd will then unmute the person and that person may give public comment. After the time has elapsed, Ms. Floyd will remute and move on to the next person. E-comments will also be available during the meeting. To make an e-comment, please go to ousd.org, and scroll down to the Legislative Information Center, upcoming events and live meeting video, and click on the e-comment link to submit comments on an agenda item for a meeting in progress. To make public comment in Spanish or Cantonese, please follow these instructions as well. Before starting your public comment, however, please state in Spanish or Cantonese that you would like translation. We will then need to get the translator ready for consecutive translation. Please say one sentence or phrase at a time and then wait for it to be translated into English. The speaker will, of course, be given extra time. I'm now going to go to item G on our agenda, which is the President's Statement of Reportable Action taken in closed session and any votes that were taken. We do this just to be very transparent. On labor matters, item C1, the board discussed this matter. On legal matters, item C2, number 201706, conference with legal counsel. The board approved a settlement in this matter. Was a unanimous vote. On item C3, 16-0645, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, the board received a report. We discussed this matter and we provided direction. On item C4, number 192423, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, the board approved unanimously a settlement. Item C5, number 201760, conference with legal counsel. Again, the board unanimously approved a settlement. Same for item C6, number 201639. Actually, C6 through C9 were all settlements that were approved unanimously. So that is the end of the closed session report out. And we will now, if I can move my cursor, move into our oath of office. We solemnly affirm that we will, this is item H, we will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, and the Charter of the City of Oakland, and will perform the duties of a school board director to the best of our ability. We also have our meeting norms there. We honor the time, act as a collective body, check for understanding, share divergent views, celebrate successes and each other's contributions, presume positive intent, and no personal attacks. And with that, we're at a very exciting item, item I, special orders of the day. This is always one of the highlights of our calendars when we get to recognize our teachers of the year. And in the time that I have been on the board, I think we've gone from having one teacher of the year to having 3, which is super exciting. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent and probably our director of human resources, Tara Gard, to present to us the teachers of the year and welcome them and give them an opportunity to say a few words. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Board President, and good evening, everyone. At this time, I will have our Deputy Chief of Talent, Ms. Tara Gard. She will be providing the presentation for us. These wonderful teachers this evening. Ms. Tara.
All right. Good morning. Sorry, good evening. Superintendent and board. I'm honored to recognize our 3 2020-2021 Teachers of the Year. Annually, the district identifies and honors OUSD teachers by naming Teachers of the Year. Teachers are nominated by their principals and peers. They follow a rigorous vetting process that includes letters of recommendation, written essays, and classroom observations. Our Teachers of the Year team was so inspired by these incredible teachers. You can move the slide, please. Since these 3 teachers have been named Teachers of the Year, we were not able to meet in person, given the time that we're in right now. But we were able to arrange a surprise celebration with our superintendent over Zoom. And another time we had a tea time with our teachers, their families, and Mayor Libby Shaft, and also our superintendent. And we've been trying to find ways to celebrate our teachers. And I'm happy today to have the board recognizing them also for all the great work that they've done. Next slide. Our Teachers of the Year are known as particularly outstanding candidates chosen from among a competitive group of high caliber instructors district-wide. As I talk about each teacher, I'd like to share a quote that we received from either a student or a former student about our teachers. So the first teacher I know is here online, Phoebe Diamond, and she is a 3rd grade teacher at Chabot Elementary School. And then we have a quote from one of her students, Beatrice, and Beatrice shared, in quotes, "Miss Diamond should get this award because she is the best teacher ever. She teaches math in a fun but different way. For example, she makes word problems for the names of the kids in our class. Also, the word problems are very funny. She is very funny. Like the time she showed us the wiggle pants dance. Another time, a student in our class sang, "Meow, meow, I'm a cow," and Miss Diamond made up movements to go along with the song. Her writing examples are amazing. To summarize, Miss Diamond is funny, she makes everyone feel equal, and she loves teaching kids. So, Miss Diamond, thank you for everything you do for our students and families. Our next slide here is Jane Kim. Jane is a ninth grade biology teacher, 11th grade physiology, and advanced placement AP biology teacher at Fremont High School. Now we have a former student, Rosa, who wrote a quote about Miss Kim. And what Rosa said is, a major part of why I genuinely enjoy Miss Kim's class is because she always found ways to teach content that was not only interesting, but also relevant. One of my favorite memories was the time she was able to take us to Joaquin Miller Park to do research on habitat restoration. We were able to do hands-on activities that involved active learning about invasive species here in Oakland. Her way of teaching is incredible because she's able to teach content effectively, even when outside of the classroom. So Ms. Kim, we thank you also for everything you do for our students and families. And then finally, we have Nathan Jackson. Mr. Jackson is a PE teacher at Urban Promise Academy. And we have a quote from one of his students, Alex. And what Alex said is, although he's strict in his own way, he makes sure every kid in his class is doing their best. For example, there was a kid who really didn't do his work during PE. He would talk back to the teacher, go with his friends so he could think he was cool. He was doing what Mr. Jackson calls being AOP, annoying on purpose. But Mr. Jackson didn't give up. Turns out now he tries his best during class and makes sure he's not AOP when he's with Mr. Jackson. And Mr. Jackson, we thank you for everything you do for our students and families. I ask that all of you take some time to read through the board resolution. There's so much I could say about each one of these teachers. Probably take us our entire board meeting tonight. But we wanted to give them all a virtual applause and recognize them here at our board meeting tonight. So thank you. And some of the teachers, I'm sorry, President London.
I was just going to say, I think some of them are here. So if we could close the presentation, and Tara, Ms. Gard, if you could introduce the teachers who are with us, and we could give them a few minutes to say what they want to say. And I just, again, really want to thank you all. And I'm going to take the liberty of introducing Miss Diamond, because while my children were never in her class, if you were a parent at Chabot Elementary School, as I was many years ago, you know Miss Diamond. And even when your kids are no longer at the school, you see Miss Diamond because she shows up at the kids' piano recitals when the kids are graduating from high school. That's how she is. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Miss Diamond, and welcome and congratulations and thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. London. You look very different without a hard hat, by the way. The last time I saw you was our last school board meeting, our last PTA meeting at Chabot. Dr. Trammell, members of the school board, and all members of the Oakland Unified School District community, thank you. I'm honored and I'm humbled to have received this award. And no matter what I have heard from others about Oakland, no matter where I've been, I've always said with pride that I work in Oakland and I live in Oakland, and I have by choice and continue to, and that I work in Oakland Unified with the best teachers ever. I have had the incredible honor and gift of working with Gary Yee's wife, Caroline, who taught me more than I can even put into words. I had Yolanda Peaks as my first principal at Brookfield Elementary when I was in the urban intern program through Cal State Hayward. I've had Denise Sadler as both my principal as well as the aunt of one of my former students. And I've had the delight of eating dinner with Dr. Trammell at one of her former students' houses, which is where I first met her. Oakland Unified gets talked trash about in many different places. And what people who don't know Oakland Unified don't know is how hard the teachers work and how they give and they give and they give. And even when the teachers are at odds with the school board and perhaps the district as a large entity, they still give. And so for everybody out there who's a teacher, remember, hold your head up. Tell people you work for Oakland Unified. And for all the kids who are out there, when people ask you where you went to school, tell them Oakland Unified and say it with pride, because you have nothing to not be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Miss Diamond.
Thank you.
Miss Kim, welcome.
Hi, everyone. It's hard to follow up from someone who's such a veteran teacher already in the district, but I did want to take a moment to say my own words of thanks. This is my 13th year in the district, and it's a crazy year to be starting off in this way. I almost didn't want to say anything tonight because I've been on Zoom for so many hours at a time every day with my students. I was like, I can just get my name heard and take the break. But I was thinking about it and realized that there are too many people I need to thank in order to feel like I fully appreciated this award, because it's not an honor that I earned on my own. I think a lot of people think that teaching is a solo profession, that it's an island. You do it on your own, you make your own lesson plans, but really it's such a collaborative practice. And I wanted to make sure that I took a moment to thank everyone who supported me throughout these years. And so first, I do have my own little list over here. I want to make sure I thank those who hired me at College Preparatory and Architecture Academy back when it was still the Fremont Federation of High Schools, during the small school movement. Thank my hive mind of colleagues who were part of the original Teacher Innovation Seminar at Fremont when I first started. They were a team of teachers that truly supported me throughout my first few years of teaching, the most challenging years of my life. I would not be here without them. To all the science department members I've collaborated with throughout the years, all my mentors at both the site and the district level. There are so many of you, and I thank you because I am the teacher I am today because of your support and your camaraderie, and I feel so lucky to have so many colleagues that I can now call my friends and chosen family. Just moving forward to my students, both current and former, know that you are at the core of all the work that I do. You inspire and challenge me daily, and it's because of you that I push myself and my practice as an educator every day. So thank you, thank you, thank you, a million times thank you. Even today with all of my classes on Zoom, the students are the best part of my job, and I hope to continue working with you in the many years ahead in this profession. And of course, I have to thank my family. Just thank you for your never-ending support. I know they're watching this call right now. I don't know where I would be, but your reminders to eat, drink water, to sleep, and from my sister to take my vacations so that I'm taking care of myself, maintaining my own self-care so that I'm able to sustain my time within this district, with our Oakland community, and with Fremont High School. It's just, I mean, it's a true honor. It's truly such an honor to be named Teacher of the Year, and along with such fantastic colleagues. And I will be ever grateful to all the teachers and colleagues, mentors, and students who have gotten me to the point I am at today. And just thank you again so much for this recognition. Much love, and go Tigers, because Fremont High got to represent. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Gard, is there more?
Mr. Jackson, I don't believe I see him on here. I just want to maybe call. Yeah, I don't see him on. So we will share with him your appreciation from the board directly.
And one of our former teachers of the year from a prior year has written in to congratulate you and say how, I think it's Precious James, how thrilled she is to be standing in company with you. Usually when we are able to be meeting in person, we give you a big framed resolution, and I'm sure that will follow. I'm sorry we can't be together tonight, but doing this is having you here with us and recognizing you, for me personally, is really helping me shake off what has been a very unsettling day. So thank you very much and congratulations. And just for those who aren't familiar with the Teacher of the Year process, these 3 individuals will be forwarded to the county level. It's kind of like a beauty pageant, except it's for really great teachers. And there will be a county Teacher of the Year, and then there's a statewide competition, and then a national competition as well. But we are super excited about you, and thank you very much for helping our students every day and our families.
And President London, Ish from OEA may have called in. He wanted to say thank you, and not sure if they can see him at all on the call.
Mr. Almendarez, if you are here and you wanted to say something, you or Mr. Brown, if you could
he
raise
has
your
his hand.
his hand is raised.
President.
Great. Okay, so why don't Miss Floyd? Why don't we go to public comment now, and let's start with Mr. Armendariz, and then we'll go
London,
to the others.
may I make a quick comment?
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Director Torres, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to say congratulations to the 3 teachers, and it was very touching to hear Miss Golden. I think it was Golden, and ultimately, I only have a few months left. But in the vein of teachers and what we're seeing and how they're stepping up with COVID, I just want to say that I hope that we can always have the same strong sentiment and feeling of love for all of our teachers. These 3, of course, shine exceptionally. And I know my teachers at Fremont and UPA, but ultimately, I hope the district can continually lift up all teachers with the same love that we're seeing for these 3. Thank you.
Great. And I think Student Director Ramos also wanted to offer some comments.
Thank you, President London. There's not enough words to say how thankful I am on behalf of the students. I know you have changed so many students' lives, and all the work that you have done. I've seen so many teachers that just do it, 24/7, who are like up to their computers 24/7 and just answering emails and everything. There's not enough love that I can send to all of you to just say I'm so thankful. And I'm very inspired to be one day and hopefully to come back to OUSD and teach in 5 years, hopefully. So we'll see that happening. But I'm thankful, and just a lot of love just throughout this whole situation that's going on. A lot of love. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go to public comment now, please, Ms. Floyd?
Okay, Ishmael Armendariz.
Great, and why don't we give each speaker 2 minutes? Go ahead, Mr. Armendariz.
Hello, Oakland school board directors and of our own Teachers of the Year. First off, President Brown was not able to come here because he had a prior commitment, but he does send his regards and thanks. But I'm honored to get an opportunity to thank this outstanding group of teachers. And even though we can never really thank teachers enough, tonight is our chance to offer you an appreciation for the difference you make in the lives of our students and our community. The influence of a good teacher can never be erased. So we would like to thank you on behalf of the 3,000 members of the Oakland Education Association, your colleagues. We appreciate you and thank you for your service. And we hope to honor you throughout the coming weeks. So once again, thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, I thank these teachers for standing up and representing all the teachers. As you know, there are many great teachers in Oakland, and you are part of the leadership by how you performed, and thank you for your hard work and your contribution to your students.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Can we call the next speaker?
Our next speaker is Maria Figueroa.
Ms. Figueroa, are you available? Are there other speakers, Ms. Floyd? Can we come back to Ms. Figueroa?
Okay. Yes, we have another speaker, Sabrina Moore.
Hi, this is actually Precious James, and I want to tell Ms. Diamond, when your announcement came for Teacher of the Year, I want to read what your person said because it moved me, right? Because we always talk about high expectations, and your person said, Ms. Diamond is known for having high expectations for every child and for having an unshakable belief that every child can master the standards. She does everything in her power to ensure all of her students succeed. If I had a child, they would be in your classroom because like me, I believe all students can. Ms. Kim, when I read yours, I said, you mean in high school. I do so many things for my school and it doesn't matter because what we do is worth it. Thank you both for your service. Thank you so very much. I'm proud to be in the company of you.
Thank you so much, Ms. James.
We
Ms.
want to go
Floyd,
back to Maria Figueroa.
yes, Maria Figueroa, we'd love to hear from you right now.
Perhaps we have lost her, President London.
All right. Is there anybody else?
No, that was our last speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, and congratulations again to our Teachers of the Year. Thank you, Ms. Gard, for your work in overseeing the process. And Ms. Kim, we'll give you a break from Zoom. Go rest your eyes. Thank you all very much. We're going to move on now with our agenda. The next item is item J, which is modifications to.
Madam President, we
yes.
vote on the recognition.
Oh, I need a motion. Is there a motion to approve the Teachers of the Year? Moved by Director Yee.
Second.
Seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, on the roll call. Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes, thank you for your service.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Harris.
Yes.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Yee. Director Yee. Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes, and Director Yi was waving enthusiastically, Mr. Rakestraw, so I believe that was a yes on his part.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, and now we will move on, and we again thank and congratulate our Teachers of the Year. Thank you very much. So we're now on item J, which is modifications to the agenda. Colleagues, do we have any modifications to the agenda? I'm not seeing or hearing any, so we will keep
Madam
going.
President, I have
Oh, go ahead.
one
Okay, Mr. Rakestraw.
We're removing from tonight's consent agenda item P.-37, also known as item 20.-0913. This is the minutes of the March 4th, 2020 meeting. We will bring the item back next meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will go to item K, which is the report of our student board member. We're going to turn it over now to you, Ms. Ramos. Director
President,
Ramos.
thank you. President London and board, this week there was supposed to be no report just because of a lot of things that are going on, and we're supposed to bring a big report next meeting. But just because of the circumstances that we're living in and that every student is going through, I just wanted to say a little report back on how students are feeling. Dear community, families, and board members and superintendent, this couple of weeks have been very hard. As said, we have lost many students in our lives, and we have lost a lot of students in our community. Just going through East Oakland and just driving through East Oakland, we see this is just becoming normal to see the balloons, the pictures of the lives that we have lost. And it's very hard to see that as a student growing up in Oakland and seeing how that affects us and makes us seem like as we lose a friend, as we lose a student, as we lose a family member, is just becoming normalized. And it's very hard to see that. There's just not enough words to say that to the families. I myself am mourning for former OUSD students who are now full-grown adults, but were lost to gun violence. So it's very hard, and we extend our love to all the families that have been impacted by this and all the students. And there's a lot of resources at schools, and there should be counselors at schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Ramos. We appreciate your wisdom. And again, we extend our sadnesses, and may all these folks, may their memories be a blessing for all of us. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go now to the President's report. And tonight for the President's report, I want to share with you all a news item that Director Hinton Hodge called to my attention. I'm going to ask KDOL if they could cue it up. And this should also be a happy moment in an otherwise pretty glum day. And so when you're ready, KDOL, run the tape. I'm sure they're queuing it up right now. I see KDOL Studio. Looks like they're at McClymonds. Oh, we're getting close. Share your screen. I can't be telling KDOL what to do because they're the experts on this. They know this better than the rest of us. Oh no, okay. It looks like the TV station took down the video. All right, that is so unfortunate. Director Hinton Hodge, I'm going to turn to you and ask you if you could just give like a 1-minute overview of the video. My recollection is it was a kind of a day in the life. What was it like going back to school and distance learning for students at McClymonds? Did I have that right?
Yeah. Yes. I think I was, I mean, this is a little bit to Director Ramos's report. You know, the things have just been really hard, and I think sometimes we just are in a space of like everything's really hard, and yet like there's these, you know, as I'm sure again Director Ramos or you know Teacher Diamond or Teacher Kim, you know, you're having like these bright moments, and even in the struggle, right, and learning something new. And so the story it spoke to the engineering department at McClymonds and people really kind of organizing themselves around the distant learning, making some, you know, breakthroughs, students struggling, you know, still like, like, you know, it's new. Even for the story also surfaced around DT, Dr. Taylor, who has been with McClymonds for 51 years. She was a student there, came back and taught there, and has taught ever since, right, throughout her life. And so, you know, for you know, elder for me in this community has just been dedicated and been through so many, you know, so much, right, and seen so much at a time such as this to take on like a new, you know, a new part of her craft, right, a new way to do her craft, right, and then Miss Piper and Mr. Evans. So it was one of those moments of like, we're getting through it and we're doing the work. And so it's also a testament to Principal Taylor, who's there, and then, you know, up the line to superintendent. So it was just nice to see. It was on ABC 7 News.
Yeah. So we're apparently ABC has taken down the video, but I'm going to ask our staff if maybe they can follow up with ABC and see if perhaps they can make it available for us to link to on our website.
And I know.
Oh wait,
there it goes.
are y'all showing it now? I don't know what's going on here.
Oh. And I would say we should probably capture snippets of everybody, you know, across the district where it's like struggle, but it's happening, right?
Let's see. Wait, is there audio, KDOL? We see video, but not audio. All right, I think we're going to have to move on from here. So KDOL, thank you. Oh, all right. Got it? Okay, KDOL, we're go.
That's a good teaser.
All right, so KDOL, I'm going to just ask if you and Mr. Sasaki can try to coordinate with ABC and see if maybe we can get this up on our website so that everyone can see it at their own time. At this point, we're going to move on now to item M, which is the superintendent's report, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent.
Thank you, Board President. Yeah, it'll be great to get the video up because it is inspiring, just amidst all the struggle and craziness, just all the bright spots and just the heroic creativity of so many people across the district. So good evening, everyone, and I hope everyone is doing their best to stay healthy and take care of yourself and your family during these times. I was just chatting with Director Ramos that stress is real, and you know, sometimes you don't realize the impact that all of this is having on you physically and psychologically. And so it is so important for all of us to take time to take care of ourselves, but also to reach out and connect with others just during this just great ongoing isolation. So I am keeping, when I say my prayers at night, I pray for myself, I pray for my family, and I pray for the entire community, because we all just need to be covered during this time. All right, so next slide, please. So this marks, actually, I can't believe we have been at this craziness for 4 weeks. It feels like, someone was saying dog years, this feels like 4 decades. So I'm just gonna provide just more highlights around what it's been like to have remote school, virtual school for over 30,000 students for 4 weeks. I'm gonna share some highlights. I'll turn it over to my team to provide some more information about where we are with enrollment, attendance. There were questions around what our district-wide strategy is and plan for attendance. We'll go into that. Technology distribution, and where we are with some innovative approaches to support vulnerable students and families, both with food insecurity and launching a small pilot of in-person learning hubs in some of our communities. Next slide, please. So the weight of the enormous challenges we are all facing right now is too great for one individual or organization to solve alone. Whether we're talking about COVID-19, systemic racial injustice, economic inequality, which is actually getting worse and not better, or global warming, right? We all are just taking in just the craziness of our air and environment at the present moment. The only path forward is collective action and deep partnership. At this particular moment, we must remain laser focused on our mission, which is to create a full service community district in partnership with families, students, community-based organizations, governmental agencies, philanthropy, and business partners to disrupt current conditions and create the new ones necessary for our students and families to thrive, and continue to harness adaptive leadership, compassion, creativity, and grace for one another. Next slide, please. So in the spirit of recognizing teachers, as I state every week, we are not there yet as a district in terms of providing the quality learning environment for all our students. And we're not there yet as a city for providing what we need for all students and families. And we certainly aren't there yet as a nation for just making democracy and equity real for every citizen across the nation. However, in the midst of the struggles, we must recognize and celebrate the progress being made and the people that are making a difference for students and families. I think it's important to do that to instill hope, or else you feel hopeless and you stop trying to actually disrupt what we're all so passionate about. So this week, I'd like to appreciate some of our school staff and central office staff that have been working tirelessly to create anew, to adapt, and to be creative to figure out how we do this thing called school in just the most extenuating circumstances. So I'd first like to give a shout out to the principals and leadership teams at Madison Primary Academy, led by Sabrina Bree-Moore, Monarch Aspire, led by Amber Saberton, and Acorn Woodland, led by Julissa Lambert Yank. These school sites have put aside the politics of district and charter schools and are working collaboratively to design anti-racist learning cultures to support strong instructional programs for their students. All 3 principals are participating in a partnership with the Anti-Racist Collective to learn how to develop true anti-racist school cultures and teams to better support students and families. Also, a special shout out to the Madison Park Academy High School leadership team, Counselor Yanira Velasquez, Pathway Coach Annie Hatch, and Middle School Counselor Lane Hamilton for supporting Madison's Special Education Department. They've redesigned schedules for their students and paraprofessionals to increase support for special education students in remote learning. One of the women behind the scenes, Miss Diane Brenham, who actually supports all schools in creating master schedules, She provides support for Aries. And during the summer, literally worked with sites one-on-one to figure out how to make, in particular, secondary schedules work for remote learning. And so Diane is actually known by a lot of school staff for her patience, her kindness, her wealth of knowledge, and just dedication. She's worked in the district for many years, and we certainly appreciate all the extra time she spent to make sure that schedules could be as flexible as possible during this time. And finally, our Office of Equity, our interpreters and our translators, many of you are benefiting from their work right now. They have always gone above and beyond to help us and push us as a district to continue to increase family access to programs, services, and community resources. They work long hours, tirelessly, always with a smile on their face, to interpret community meetings while translating important documents and facilitating family visits, and right now, a lot of that virtually. So again—
Excuse me, Superintendent. You're reminding me that I forgot to ask if we need translation right now. So could we just take a pause to ask the translators to see if anybody needs translation? If we could call Mr. Copenhagen and Ms. Ho, please.
Esta junta cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, busque el icono de interpretación. Es el que tiene una imagen de un globo terráqueo. Haga clic en él y debería desplegarse una lista con idiomas. Seleccione el español. Para saber si hay asistentes en esta junta que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que usted levante la mano o escriba en el chat que necesita interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación al español, no se prestará este servicio durante este punto de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你係需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你去你嘅電腦嘅螢屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。咁你點擊之後呢，你就可以選擇中文作為我哋嘅語言。如果你需要呢個中文翻譯、廣東話翻譯嘅，麻煩你喺螢屏上邊舉起你嘅手。多謝。I'm done. President London.
Madam President, no Spanish or Cantonese translation is needed for this item.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Superintendent. Please continue.
No problem. That was important. So just ending some of the highlights and appreciations. Just again, thank you to all of the staff for your tireless work. And as I was saying, the point of these highlights is not to sugarcoat at all of the challenges that we still need to tackle. It is instead to just highlight many people in the field that are working tirelessly to make a difference for our students and families. So I'll now pass it over to our Executive Director of Enrollment, Ms. Sonali Maraka. And after that, we will hear from our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Sandra Aguilera, and then our Chief of Staff, Curtis Saricki, and our Chief of Systems and Services Officers, Preston Thomas, who will take us through the rest of the report. Thank you. Ms. Sonali.
Thank you, Superintendent, and good evening to our board and community. If we could go to the next slide, that would be great. Oh, one more. Thank you. So as we've been providing in the past several board meetings, we wanted to provide an enrollment update. So here is an overview of our recent enrollment numbers. You can see from August 28th for incoming grades as well as overall. There's also a comparison to our enrollment from day 9, which was when we last shared an update. So as you'll see here, relative to that last date update, we were up just slightly, about 40 children. I also wanted to provide a comparison to our enrollment projections. So looking at all students, including our special day class students, which aren't in these numbers here, we are currently about 400 students below our projection. So our enrollment projection was for Census Day, which is in early October. So it's about a month out. So between now and then, I just want to note that it's possible our enrollment will go up a bit or down, depending on sort of what decisions families are making in the next few weeks during what we know is a very unusual time. So, you know, the number will definitely shift a little bit. We're not entirely sure which direction it will go, but either way, we sort of anticipate that we will not be meeting our enrollment projection this year, as is, you know, true at many other districts we've been talking to. In terms of our Student Welcome Center, we are now responding to families who reach out within, mostly within 24 hours, if not that, within 48 hours. And we also have staff answering calls live. And then the other point I wanted to share is we just got a first look at charter school enrollment. So looking at OUSD authorized charter schools, their enrollment compared to last year is about stable, but they've also seen declines in all their incoming grades. In particular, kindergarten enrollment at OUSD authorized charter schools is down about 15% based on kind of our first look at enrollment. And sort of by comparison at OUSD district schools, kindergarten enrollment is down about 10% relative to last year. So that is our enrollment update for today. And now I will turn it over to our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Aguilera, to discuss attendance.
Thank you so much, Sonali. On the previous slide, please. I think we went a little too far. The other direction. Go. No, the other direction. Sorry. It's the preliminary attendance results. There we go. All right, so we wanted to provide the community and our board directors an update from the last time that we presented on our percentage rates in terms of attendance. You can see that we have increased our attendance rate. I previously focused in on unhoused students, especially in the TK through 5th grade range. The rate was about 64%, so you can see that there has been a slight increase, well, it's a great increase of 10%, but still below where we want our students to be attending. So we still have the focus on our unhoused youth and our foster students, especially in 9th grade through 12th grade. And then you can see any subgroup that has dipped below 80% is where we have our focus. I'll be going into further details about how we focus in on particular students at school sites. Next slide, please. All right, so in terms of ensuring that we're taking attendance accurately, we wanted to list out what our attendance specialists, so these are our attendance specialists that are working at school sites. Their daily responsibility is to monitor attendance and to remind our teachers to complete classroom attendance. We also want to make sure that we're not missing any attendance data for students in Aries. And every day that a student is absent, there is a call made to the family to verify the absence. Just in terms of the adjustments this year, we did need to update our coding system because our new legislation is asking that we code our attendance differently, so that way we know when students are attending and during which time, if it is in distance learning or in person, and hopefully we do in-person instruction later on this year. So there is a dashboard that is kept where we can see this level of data by school site, so that way we are monitoring. One important distinction from last year is that we did extend the window up until 6:30 p.m. Where teachers can submit data or submit the attendance for particular students. That is because students may attend in different ways. So it could be that a student wasn't on a Zoom call during the day, but then logged in a different way or made contact with the teacher in a different way. So the teacher would have to go back and update their attendance. So that is allowable on the same day until 6:30 p.m. After that, there is a specific step that the teacher would need to take to clear that absence. So that way we have accurate data. In terms of the support for attendance specialists, we have professional development. We have professional development, especially for newer attendance specialists. We have a mentor program where more experienced clerical staff are supporting our newer staff. And there's a partnership with our community school managers, to name a few. Next slide, please. There were specific questions from the last time, and if you click on, we don't need to actually click on this link, but where it says OUSD attendance plan, distance learning, there is a 3-step plan that we're asking for all all school sites to follow, and that is how to intervene when a student is absent. The legislation states that we intervene when it's 3 absences in one single week, but we just feel like that's too many absences in a week. And so we are still monitoring anytime that there are 3 absences, period, and we're implementing specific interventions. So daily, we did review that in the previous slide, what is happening. When there are 3 absences overall, we really call upon the school site attendance team to implement the interventions that are named in the attendance plan. Students are also added to an intervention watch list that allows for school sites to easily see the students that they need to make different types of contact with. And the students are identifiable for the school sites. There's different ways that interventions are happening. There's also a central office monitoring. We have network attendance liaisons. We have the Office of Equity's Family Navigators and the network soups and partners, all intervening when a school site is showing lower rates of attendance. And as special, just September is Attendance Awareness Month. And so to really heighten that awareness, there is a partnership between the district and the city. It's a citywide attendance campaign to promote and recognize positive attendance. There is a traveling trophy that's being passed around, and it is given by a special guest, a special MVP, and different organizations throughout our city are stepping up and helping to connect our efforts to the school sites where they're showing lots of growth, and they're recognized especially for that. Later on, if there are more questions, with us tonight is Arshelia White, who supports our attendance specialist through professional development, and also Misha Karigasha, who is our coordinator for our attendance department. I will now hand it off to Curtis to lead the next section.
Thank you. And we can go to the slide with the learning hubs. Good evening, directors, superintendent. Just want to provide an update on a body of work that we're doing to increase the social, emotional, and academic supports that we're providing to students and their families during distance learning. I think there's one more slide that's labeled that one. Thank you. To give you an overview of some of the program strategies that we're working on, you can go back to the previous slide. That was perfect. And the goal for this, we all know, and I think, we've heard it from some of our teachers earlier, from our student director, Ramos and others, that this is a very challenging time for educators and students. And we want to do everything we possibly can to alleviate some of the stressors, but also to provide some much needed support to students to be able to safely and productively engage in their distance learning, as well as get some of the additional supports that they need, socially, physical movement, and other enrichment activities. And we're looking at a host of ways to provide this, starting with tutoring, partnering with community-based organizations and other organizations to work with students in stable pods. And we will be piloting with the city, kicking off on Monday, 3 full-day learning hubs. The full day will take another week or 2 to kick in, but we're going to definitely start with the full afternoon program and then work in the day portion of that. We will reach between 150 and 200 kids across the pods and learning hubs during this initial phase. And this is really being data driven. It's very, very clear that the demand is going to outstrip our capacity for the need. But we are going to be focused on that slide that Dr. Aguilera shared around the attendance and really looking at a focus on our homeless students, our foster students, newcomers, and then other referrals from our coordination of services teams to fill the spots at these hubs and pods. These will be 2 adults to 12 to 14 kids, which is the maximum allowed by state guidance, to be able to participate with a stable group of adults and kids over time. And we are and will continue to work with a whole host of partners, as I mentioned. In addition to the city site, we're working with some after-school providers. We're going to launch a 6-hour-a-day learning hub with Friends of Peralta Hacienda Historic Park for a program to match up in the Fruitvale. The sites that we're going to work on with the city will be at the Infirmary in West Oakland, Carmen Flores in the Fruitvale, and Jenkins Center in East Oakland adjacent to Brookfield Elementary. We're also in the beginning conversations with the Oakland Housing Authority around the partnership we've had for almost a decade around working with families that live in public housing around chronic absence to provide some in-person supports at some of their sites. So I'm really excited about this opportunity we have to partner in all kinds of ways, from providing lunch to tech support to programming, and to also bring out the best that our partners can bring to our students. And as we learn from these initial experiences, the hope is to grow and expand these opportunities for students over the course of the year. And we'll continue to report back to you on how they go and how the learning happens for these initial offerings. And I will pass it along to Preston Thomas.
All right, great. Thank you, Curtis. Thank you. Good evening, directors, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, community. If we can move to the next slide, this is a great segue because we will be providing food at these learning hubs as well. So really excited to be able to support that. A huge appreciation to start off with the board, the community, and many folks that advocated for changes in the federal regulations. And we are now, as you can see in the slide, we're back under the seamless supper, which essentially means that any child under the age of 18 can come to our food distribution sites and they can pick up food. So we're super excited that that advocacy at not just a local level, but also on a national level has changed those regulations. So one of the things that, it happened like in the last week and even in the first day of food distribution, we saw about 1,500 more students that came to get served. One of the bigger challenges actually is many of our families are lifting up the fact that they're supporting their children doing distance learning. And so we're having to rethink our delivery model. And so one of the things that we are currently piloting is a home delivery model that we will deliver the food to the families. We'll bring you the food so that you can focus on the learning. We piloted this at Acorn Woodland and Encompass, and part of the reason why we selected those schools is because the students are tightly clustered around those schools. So it made home delivery, as we work out kind of the kinks of that system, it made it much more efficient for us. And so in the first week, we piloted to about 200 students and we served them about 3,500 meals. This next Thursday is our second round with those schools. And we're going to hit about 450 students tomorrow. And in the home delivery, we're actually able to deliver 5 days worth of meals, about 18 meals per family. So really excited to launch that. If you can move forward to the next 2 slides, actually, we're going to give a quick update on technology. One of the pieces that, wanted to highlight for the board is a couple of things. Is we've been really deeply focused on getting every student online for distance learning. And, we're in, as the devices come out through the Oakland Undivided campaign, we're distributing those out to the family school by school. And really there's some challenges there around just supporting the site to come in and safely distribute devices to the community. And they are doing it at kind of relative to not disturb the overall learning that students are doing and keeping kids online. We are building some dashboards, and in the next slide in a second, I'll walk through kind of what you can expect. Like, really excited that on Tuesday, we were finally able to link the Oakland Undivided Tech Check survey with OUSD student demographic data. So next, at the next board meeting, I'll be able to kind of highlight some of the information that board members have been asking about in terms of disaggregating the data and who's engaging, so that we can really drill down and make sure that we're getting every student a device and filling out that tech check survey. So another piece that we've kind of transitioned into is really supporting the technology that our staff has. And one of the things I'm really excited, it was when we developed this slide last week for submission, we had ordered the hotspots, and I'm glad to kind of announce that the hotspots for our educators have arrived as of Tuesday. So we're working through a process to make sure we have about 5 to 10% of both teachers and paraeducators that are struggling to have a stable internet connection, and we're going to be able to get hotspots into their hands to make sure that they can get online. We're also right now testing an upgrade in terms of devices. We've distributed out Chromebooks to teachers, but we're looking at a PC platform to be able to get upgraded devices, because there's such a robust need for technology into the hands of our educators and teachers. And so if we go forward to the next slide, I wanted to highlight what the future dashboard that I'll be previewing or showing with you next week. And as Ms. Diamond was talking about, just the amazing efforts of folks on the ground, particularly given the environment right now. And I really want to highlight Hoover Elementary, who's done an amazing job. Lizette Aberhoff and Katie Kane are the distance learning leads at the school. They have 100% of their kids that have filled out the Tech Check survey, just an amazing outreach campaign. And if you look at the slide there, you could see that we're really mapping out the needs in the community. And one of the things that you'll notice on that slide is about 70% of the students don't have a Chromebook or computer. And without the support of Oakland Unified School District checking out devices to them, without the Oakland Undivided campaign, those students wouldn't be able to get online. And so, you can also see from this slide that 47% are either don't have internet at home or are underconnected. And so we're definitely addressing those issues. And so you could see kind of below a little snapshot of what it looks school-wide in terms of who's been checked out a device and how we're tracking that. Just to lift up, like, one of the big issues that we're having is, that it's kind of across the city, is that, many families will have a hotspot, but we're still struggling with some of the connectivity and really getting to the fine grain now, where we're realizing, like, families that are in large apartment complexes that live in a basement unit are really struggling to get online, and we're trying to strategize around ways to get them online. And then there are also some amazing benefits that are coming from our ability to get students online and with a device and with a hotspot. One of the principals was sharing with me a story about a family that had an emergency in Texas and was able to essentially move with their hotspot and their Chromebook for a few weeks to go to Texas, and hasn't missed an online session with their teacher. So, a lot of good news. We're definitely starting to drill down and kind of work out some of the issues that families are individually having. And I think that's our update for tonight. So I'll turn it back over to you, Superintendent Johnson-Trammell, and we can answer questions if the board so asks.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. That does conclude our update. And Board President London, I'll turn it over to you should there be any questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, do you have any clarifying questions for the superintendent or her staff? Director Harris, were you indicating you had a question?
just
go ahead, please. Let's do 3 minutes for board members, please.
Sure. Thank you, President London. Just briefly, I appreciate the report, very thorough. And just going back to the piece that Ms. Aguilera covered, one question there is, so you have the attendance measures, the follow-up measures outlined. There's coordination, it sounds like, between central office and the school site in terms of pursuing those students. Where are you in that process? Have you seen that in implementation? Have you seen a school site aggressively pursue some of those high school students? I see the high school still sagging in the area between about 70% and 80% across the different demographics. So have you had a chance to actually implement that, or is that something you're looking to bring more data back next time? That's one. And then just wanted to appreciate just how you, Superintendent, have shared the information around the challenges of getting everybody online. And I appreciate that. It sounds like next meeting, you'll be able to have and identify exactly who those students are and take additional measures to get to them. And hey, I appreciate too the launch of the pilot at Acorn and Encompass. There is a severe need, and the pivot to home delivery sounds like it's a big win particularly for those families. So I'm interested to see that roll out. But anyway, all that to say, I don't think there was any questions there other than the one to Dr. Aguilera. Have you seen that the program in implementation? Just where are you, and what do you hope happens there?
So thank you for the question, Director Harris. We had 12 schools that we were monitoring more closely, and we did take an additional look, and there are now 8. There were not secondary schools that came off of that watch list, unfortunately. So that is still the area of focus. And I don't know if our coordinator for attendance would like to add more. Last night I was, going through this data again with our network superintendents who supervise like the areas, and the high school team updated me that our network liaisons who work with Misha in improving attendance are working closely with a couple of the school sites, and not to just like go through all of them, but we have a lot of cleanup that we still need to do at 2 larger high schools, so both at Fremont and Castlemont. Those are the schools that we are more directly supporting to address their data. So we can continue to update the board on our progress, but we have had 4 schools come off of the list so far.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Yee, I believe you wanted to offer some comments and questions.
I just had 2. One, Ms. Aguilera, could you talk a little bit, or maybe it's Mr. Thomas, about the site-based support for the technology? I know that there are now technology leads at the schools, and how are they chosen, and how are they trained, and so forth. And the second is whenever we get this report, I like going to the Family Central, which is I guess the web center for a lot of the work that is described here. And I wondered if you have been having any feedback on it, and is going to continue to develop and be an ongoing communication strategy. So those are the 2. One, the site-based support, and secondly, just a summary of the Family Central, any feedback you're getting from that.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy to jump in around the distance learning leads. Many people have a staff member that is, many of the school sites have a staff member that is really just strong at technology, and they have, the principal selected that individual to move forward. We created an extended contract. They have a lot of talents, and they are actually working as a unit. Every day there's a new strand that kind of comes out in their listserv where they're updating new strategies to be able to kind of address some of the needs of families. An example is just how to best, ensure that students are getting access with their hotspots. And there's a whole list of tips that they all came up, and we captured that in a document. We are providing them training ongoing. There's 2 sessions tomorrow, one tomorrow and one on Thursday, that they can, join in and share some of the best practices, but also learn about the direction that we're providing around a couple of key areas. And so they've been instrumental in leading this, because the staff on this, if you think of it in terms of cascading out, they are also supporting the other teachers in that school to develop best practices. In terms of the second question was around Family Central.
Right. Maybe some comments about the content of distance learning. I mean, since this is one of the resources that I think the district has spent quite a bit of time and energy developing, and is it being used? And are you getting any feedback from them about it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of it is, you know, I would say it falls into two categories. One would definitely be like problem solving and solving some of the dilemmas that each individual school site is having in terms of engaging in distance learning. And the other one is just really highlighting best practices. I think the one of the last conversations that we were in, there was one of the distance learning leads was sharing a toolkit that they had developed at their school site. And that one of the topics was around how to like record different portions of lessons so that students would be able to access them asynchronously. So there's a lot of different areas in which they're supporting, and some of it is just coming up real time in terms of supporting the broader community of schools as they, you know, are kind of learning how to do distance learning. I mean, we're still in the first month of this, or just finishing the first month of this. So there's a lot of learnings that are happening across the district.
Great. Student Director Ramos, did you have questions or comments?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you for the report. I think these questions are probably for Sonali, and I'm not sure, maybe you, Dr. Aguilera. So I'm relieved to see that the attendance rate is going up. That's really good news. But I'm alarmed to see that the numbers don't seem to be moving. And so I have a couple questions about that. One is, I believe that's not going to affect us for budgetary purposes for this year. But if it doesn't move by the 20-day count, then we need to start thinking about what that means for next year's budget, and whether we think some of those students will come back next year or when we're back on sites. I guess my question is, the students who are leaving, where's the analysis about who those students are, who those 400 students are? Because anecdotally, what I'm hearing is that middle class and you know, wealth families with some wealth are sort of, you know, opting out of the system, and they're forming learning pods, the private, you know, and hiring tutors and all that stuff. If that's true, then I wonder if that's changing our free and reduced lunch percentage. And if that's true, is that changing the amount of supplemental and concentration dollars we're going to get? And so is the loss of enrollment actually going to be a wash? So I'd like to know more about that. Who are the students who are leaving? You know, demographically, how is our free and reduced lunch percentage changing? And then what are sort of the implications of that for the budget? So those may not be questions that you guys can answer sort of off the top of your head, but those are some things that I'd like to know more about.
Yeah, it's we don't yet have an answer around how our free reduced price lunch percentage might be changing, but that's something we can start to look into. Certainly, in terms of the most notable areas where we're down on enrollment, I would say it's kindergarten, and that is true across the board, not just at any one kind of school. That is true for our flatland schools, hill schools, for everyone, and seems to be a trend sort of across the state that we've been seeing. And with newcomers is the other place where we are seeing a decline compared to what we expected and projected. We, in kind of close conversations with our Office of English Language Learners, we believe a lot of that has to do with politically what's going on at the border. And so those are, you know, obviously things we couldn't have anticipated. And so that's kind of the other place where we are certainly down on enrollment. I would say anecdotally, the families we're hearing the most from are the ones that are the more affluent families who have chosen to homeschool or, you know, keep their kids in preschool for another year or something like that in order to perhaps have more opportunities to have in-person learning. And so one thing we've been talking about with our communications team is, you know, if and when we go back to some form of hybrid learning or go into hybrid learning, you know, what is our messaging at that point to try to bring more families into the district? And we have gotten messages into our enrollment inbox asking about, you know, what if we want to come in January? What's the process to join mid-semester or at the second semester? And so we've definitely been tracking those families. And so we would hope certainly to try to bring in some more families when we return to at least some form of in-person learning.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Ng, and then Director Hinton Hodge.
Thanks so much for the update. I just had a few questions, just piggybacking on some of the questions already asked by some of the board members. Since we were just talking about enrollment, I was curious about the net. I know that we are down from the projected, but if if you could remind us, I believe that we are already projecting a decrease for this year. And so what the net enrollment loss from last year to this year would be total?
It's about 700 students.
Okay. And then what is our plan, just in already thinking about, I know that the window usually opens in October or early November, right, for the 2021 year. So are we still anticipating, I know that the update was more on this, our current enrollment, but just thinking out ahead for next year, are we anticipating having the same timeline for enrollment for next year, and or are we making different types of plans in terms of outreach for enrollment for next year, just already thinking about hopefully at least stabilizing an enrollment for next year, if not growing?
Our timeline for the application process is largely the same. It's starting a little bit later. It will be starting November 16th and then going through early February. We have been thinking a lot about various pieces of the enrollment process, such as tours, for example. A lot of that obviously will need to change in terms of shape and format. In some ways, it could be an opportunity to think more equitably about how some of those activities are offered, actually. And so we're trying to be creative and thinking about what that could look like. And other sort of things about the timeline, though, the other big change we are looking to make that we think is possible, but we're discussing with our vendor, we think is very likely, is that we would be hoping to keep applications open online throughout the year. So right, in the past few years, what's happened is after February 7th, that big main on-time window, we have then moved to a system where families had to come either in person to the Welcome Center or reach out by phone in order to apply, which obviously for a lot of families, that was a burden. For some families, that certainly works better, but for some, that's a burden. And so we are hoping to open it up to have online applications after that point in time. And so we do think that would help facilitate kind of families who might be trying, even if they miss that initial timeline, they can still kind of get in immediately by applying online. So that is one change we've been contemplating.
Okay, thank you. I know that I'm at time. I just wanted to just appreciate the update, both on the learning hubs and technology, all very exciting work. And I had some questions about attendance that will be addressed offline because of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ng. We're going to go to Director Hinton Hodge and then Director Torres.
Thanks a lot for the work. I'm really excited about the racial disaggregated data that's gonna come out. And the dashboard things that like you've shared along the way, just really excited about, our own use of technology. As always, I'm always concerned when we, cut from the top and we don't necessarily have the supports around us, around our own infrastructure to do this type of work. And so I appreciate all the questions that everyone's having around like budget and cost and where the trade-offs are going to be. But I think that it's, again, going to look different around, there's not necessarily site-based driving things so much anymore. So, excited as the more to be more explicit around what those needs are. And it's my understanding that we're going to be kind of held harmless a bit in this next period of time. And so even with, enrollment declining and things like that, I would hope that we're paying attention to that part. If that grace is going to really be provided, I hope that it is, and I hope we fight for it. I had, did I lose my page? Sorry. I'm sorry. Is it that I can't read my writing? I think there was some pieces around the professional development. So I think even like where Director Yi was kind of asking around those questions, new work that's happening, attendance clerks and the professional development. So I guess it keeps going back to, do we have capacity and how are we building our capacity. And also within this, and this will come up later when we talk about the distance learning policy, but just in general, I had great concern about after school providers and kind of witnessing larger groups kind of stepping in and stepping up, but smaller groups that are more community based, maybe not having as much space, in particular African American providers. So just want to always, like, as we're doing this work, like, who are the folks that are doing translation? Who are the vendors? Those types of things. I'm hoping that we'll always kind of put that lens out there to make sure that we're generating support of folks that, are local and within the community in that particular kind of way. That my time's going to go up, and I do now see my notes, but I can, if there's another round, or I'll just hold it till later.
You might be able to do an
I
additional
know what it was.
round.
It's just we'll hear more about the Learning Hub, so I appreciate that work. But there is going to be an effort through Energy Converters and Educate 78 to support community folks, not really teachers, but students. I want to talk to ACC about this, like folks that are in the community that are creating hubs and pod environments, and there's an opportunity for mini grants.
Thank you. Director Torres.
Thank you. So I want to say, I want to ask a question about attendance. So ensuring accurate attendance, isn't it typical that when there are absences, we would send letters home? And I wonder how this might be different. I also know that going back to Antoine Wilson, who was a big proponent of working on attendance and improving our system, since we were getting constant $1 million dings on our budget for not keeping records and still using paper. We had already started the calls home, as I recall, because we once had a presentation by a woman who was leading that work at a school, and I even met with her and other people. So I just wonder how this might be different. Because I talked to teachers and principals who say they're calling for students who've been missing back to April. And so I just wonder how this might be different from your overall typical need to keep contact with parents via mail and inform them how important it is. And truancy is a really big problem. So I wasn't sure if it's majorly different, or you're just highlighting what already is in this slide number 8. And then in regard to the learning hubs, I know we've already seen this the last time we had a board meeting, and the last time you gave a presentation, Superintendent, that there were 3 hubs coming. And so we're still at 3, and we probably have a need of 30. So I guess I was wondering, one, do we have an idea of how many students we're going to need in hubs so we can then start building the hubs? And when I look at the 9th to 12th grade attendance being in those low numbers, 76, 74, 74, and 63 for Foster, seems like we would be focused there. And I didn't hear about how we're going to fill hubs, and shouldn't it be done in an equitable way? We use the word equity a lot. Can we get assurance that that's going to be done with principals sending students in those categories? When can we actually get a more updated report, basically? And so how many hubs will we need? How many pods will we need is what I'd be really like to get in the next superintendent report. I noticed you mentioned Peralta Hacienda, which I'm glad that you met with Holly Alonso, and I know Curtis is working his butt off on that. Carmen Flores was also mentioned last time at the superintendent's report. So IBESI and Spanish Speaking Citizens Foundation and Unity Council, there's a lot more. Spanish Speaking Citizens Foundation moved right into action to offer a learning hub because of their great internet, and because a renter inside the nonprofit left immediately after closure with COVID. And so they have already been serving like 14 kids with computers and internet. So I just want to know when we can potentially see that this is all continuing to grow, so we could see the reverse happen with regard to attendance and the numbers go up. And then lastly, since my time is up, I was wondering about who might be collecting data of students who are in the workforce, so that maybe they're not attending their regular Zoom because they have to work and help support their siblings and the family, especially newcomers unhoused who are trying to become stable. could we be giving alternative time of day where they can take their classes and still count towards attendance? Because I have kids at Fremont that graduate every year, but they held down 2 jobs as a waiter, as an Uber driver, or, you know, whatever, Grubhub. So I'm just wondering where we could infuse data around attendance and the likelihood kids are working and they will do their work because they're eager to graduate and move out of poverty, but they can't be at school the regular hours. Because I have a feeling there's a number there because of COVID, right? Their parents have lost a job.
Director Torres,
Thank
thank you. Mr. Sricky, I don't know if you wanted to provide a response. I see you've come back on screen.
Yeah, I just a couple of points in response to Director Torres. We are prioritizing the kids that the attendance data is revealing need the support the most. So homeless students, foster youth, newcomers, and other students coming through our cost process. At the city sites, we're also, in addition to our McKinney-Vento families, we're also looking at families that are accessing the family front door, which are very, very high, probably some of the highest need families in all of Oakland. We actually have about 7 non-OUSD sites that are in the works right now with legal agreements in process, program planning. The hubs with the city are happening. As I said, they're starting on Monday. And we're also in communication with a number of other CBOs and partners to continue to work. I think the ultimate number, I mean, there are probably thousands of kids that need a hub. And so, I mean, we're going to try to do the best we can with the resources that we have and leverage what the CBOs can bring to the table, the city and OUSD. We're definitely going to make some investments to realize some of these sites. And, you know, we're exploring the possible use of our schools for CBOs to be able to support a pod if they don't have their own facility. And there's other CBOs that started to do other types of in-person work as well that we want to either augment, continue to partner, help them expand. And so we're in the process of having those conversations as well. So appreciate all the comments.
So Mr. Sawicki,
yeah.
Quick question while you're answering, and I appreciate that. It seems as though with regard to COVID and learning online, and kids are kind of, you know, able to also gauge if they can do work at their own pace, maybe faster, maybe slower. I wonder if some of these hubs or pods or whatever we want to call them, I know there's a mention about tutors, and I also was hoping we were going to get some student data that were focused and targeting for those volunteers who are going to step to do virtual tutoring. Are we also able to say different programs for different folks? Like some students might want to just do come in and do a 2-hour check-in because at home they don't have the quiet and the calm environment. And then other students are like, I really just need to be here for 5 hours to do all my classes. Do we know we're going to have a hybrid of some sort to just meet the students where they are and really be equitable?
We have, yes. There is the full day hub that we're going to do at the city where there'll be a whole morning program where we will not obviously be replacing teacher instruction, but we can provide a safe, supervised, conducive environment for kids to engage in their distance learning with their teachers. Students can get homework help as well as enrichment. There's other programs like some of the partnership we're beginning to work on with OHA that will be an afternoon program with professional tutoring and other types of academic and enrichment support. So there's going to be multiple models, and it's really, again, matching both the needs of the kids with the capacities of some of our partners and what the needs are for different schools and communities. So yeah, there will be different models, not just a one size fits.
It does sound like there will be more to come on this. Mr. Karagaka, I see you've shown up here. Did you want to add something to this conversation?
Good evening, Director.
And maybe introduce yourself because I'm not sure everybody knows you.
No problem. Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Jonathan Trammell. My name is Misha Kadigasha, the Coordinator for Attendance and Discipline. Just a question or trying to respond to Director Torres' questions about attendance and interventions. Yes, the phone calls and emails, the daily ones, those are for any moment that there's an absence. However, what I think is different in what we're building out is that once a student has 3 absences, they are entered into this dashboard so that the attendance teams that meet weekly can have by name the student and how many absences they have. we are expecting that if a student has 6 absences in a short time period, that an intervention is implemented. One very popular intervention that folks or school sites are doing now is around mentors, because a lot of the staff, for example, after school staff are actually working during the day. Our Office of Equity Family Navigators, other members on the attendance teams can all take on kind of virtual mentors for groups of kids. And that's been a kind of a big one that's come up during distance learning, as well as parent consults. Some school sites are even doing in-person home visits, like standing on the doorstep. Some are doing virtual. So there's a variety of interventions that are being implemented that are newer, especially now when we're moving to distance learning. They're all being documented on this dashboard, which is new for us, so that we can if a person has an intervention for a certain amount of absences.
Great, thank you. So colleagues, you've asked the questions that I would have asked, so I don't have much to add. It sounds like you're doing, continuing to balance a tremendous amount of work with constantly changing inputs, and that we will look forward to hearing more in the coming weeks. And if there's nothing else, I'd like to move on now. Great, thank you. So our next item is item N. This is comment by our collective bargaining unit. Before we do that, I do need to stop and ask if there's a need for translation. If the translators could make their announcements, please. Start with Mr. Copenhagen.
Buenas tardes. Esta junta cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, busque el icono de interpretación, es el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo. Seleccione esta imagen y debería desplegarse una lista de idiomas. Seleccione el idioma español. Para saber si hay asistentes a la junta que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que usted levante la mano o escriba en el chat que necesita interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación al español, no se prestará este servicio durante este punto de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
And Madam President, no Spanish translation is needed for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Ho?
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你去你熒屏嘅右下角，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊之後，你係可以選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。麻煩你，如果你需要廣東話翻譯嘅，可唔可以舉一舉手，等我哋知道？多謝。I'm good, President London.
Thank you.
And Madam President, no Cantonese translation needed for this item.
Great, thank you. So we're now on item N, which is comment by our collective bargaining units. If any of the leaders of our collective bargaining units are present and would like to offer comment, please raise your hand by pressing the raise your hand button or *9 on your phone. And I'm going to go to Ms. Floyd. Ms. Floyd, do we have any collective bargaining unit leaders who want to speak?
I don't, I'm sorry, I don't I see 2 hands raised, but I'm not sure they're representing any bargaining units. Should I call them?
The 2 individuals who have, why don't you, it would be easier if they would just lower their hands if they are not leaders of collective bargaining units. They're not names I recognize. Why don't you call the names and we'll work it out as you call them.
Okay, we have Maria Figueroa.
Okay, why don't we go to the next one, please?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Figueroa. Are you affiliated with? Are you a leader of one of our unions?
I'm a home care worker for the union. I'm
Okay,
a home care worker because I
okay,
work from the home support savings, but I'm a
Okay.
leader for negotiations from the
Okay.
SEIU 2015.
Okay,
but
this
I
is
work-
not this is not, unless your union president has asked you to speak now, this is
Oh.
not the point in the agenda where you
Oh, okay.
speak.
All
The
right.
next item will be all of everything we've talked about to date. And then shortly after that, we'll come to public comment on items not on the agenda. Okay?
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Floyd, can you call the other hand that might be up?
It's a call-in speaker, area code 510. The last three numbers are 619. I think not, President London.
Okay, so we will now go to public comment item O, public comment on everything that we've discussed so far this evening. So while the interpreters are making their announcement, I will ask anybody who wants to offer public comment on anything that we have discussed so far to please raise your hand. And if the interpreters want to make your announcements, let's start with Ms. Ho. Let's just mix it up.
I'm sorry, President Lennon. It'll be a little confusing if everyone's raising their hands to speak and indicating
right.
the
Excuse
language.
me.
So if
Excuse
everyone
me.
could actually lower their hands, and then we can
My
ask
bad. I apologize. I got too excited about being able to multitask.
I apologize, President Lennon. Okay,
That's all right.
Ms. Ho, please proceed.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你去你嘅熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊之後，你係可以選擇中文，咁你就會得到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要翻譯嘅話，麻煩你喺熒屏上邊舉起你嘅手。多謝。I'm done. President London.
Thank you.
Madam President, no Cantonese translation is needed for this item.
And Mr. Copenhagen.
Buenas noches. Esta junta cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, busque el icono de interpretación. Es el que tiene una imagen de un globo terráqueo. Seleccione esta imagen y debería desplegarse una lista con idiomas. Seleccione español. Para saber si hay asistentes que necesitan interpretación al español, necesitamos que usted levante la mano o escriba en el chat que necesita interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento, no se prestará servicio durante este punto de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
And it appears, no Spanish interpreting necessary for this item, Madam President.
Thank you, General Counsel. So now I apologize for my eagerness earlier. If you would like to offer comments on any of the items that we have discussed so far this evening, starting with the Teacher of the Year up through the Superintendent Report, now would be the time to raise your hand. And I will ask Ms. Floyd to call on those people who have raised their hands.
First,
why don't we,
item is a call-in speaker.
2 minutes, please. Go ahead, Ms. Floyd.
The telephone number is area code 510. The last three numbers are 176.
Hello. Do we need to give instructions on how to unmute from a phone? Or I assume you've unmuted them, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, I have.
Can you call that name again, that number again?
Yes, area code 510, and the last three numbers are 176. Perhaps we can come back, President London.
That would be fine. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, I'd like to comment on the interpretation. You have interpretations going on. but then you leave out people that are mono English speakers. You leave out people that are mono English speakers. So why can't you run in English what's being spoken in another language across the screen? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, next speaker is Mark Airgood.
Yes, hi. This is Mark Airgood. I'm a special education teacher and part of the Equal Opportunity Now, by any means necessary Civil Rights Caucus. I'm speaking, I want to oppose the face-to-face interactions and instructions that were alluded to in the learning hubs and pods, starting with, it sounds like 200 kids around Oakland. We cannot have compromise on the protection of the young people and the communities in the middle of this COVID-19 pandemic. It's already, this pandemic is taking an especially harsh toll on the Black and Latino communities, and the many of the sites that you named as being, you know, where this is starting, the pilot, are in neighborhoods across East Oakland and the Fruitvale that are already spiking with positivity rates for the virus of near 10%, which is higher than Florida and just about where New York City was at the height of the pandemic. It's just not safe to bring together groups of children and staff in those situations. Everywhere that's done so, summer camps, recreation programs, schools, the result has been a rapid rise in COVID-19 infections and deaths. And it means that right now the highest rate of growth of the infection is among younger people. We cannot allow this to be done in Oakland and endanger the community of Oakland. We have to stick to the virtual instruction and not try and race out of the pandemic too fast.
Thank you, Mr. Airgood. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Carol Delton.
Hello, it's Carol Delton speaking. I would like to speak on the superintendent's report and especially focus on the enrollment and attendance data. It was really good to hear that families are being responded to much faster now when they have inquiries at the enrollment office, and I certainly hope that trend continues. And also to hear about the forethought on welcoming students back to the district mid-year as perhaps the format of classes may change at that point, or next year, if that's what it takes. A concern that I have ongoing is why the special day class students are not included from the beginning. And a colleague in the CAC also raised the question about students who are OUSD students who are placed in placements either outside the district geographically or in specialized placements. They are still OUSD students and they should all be represented in the enrollment count. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, just a reminder that we're almost 2 hours into the meeting and it has not been dominated by the participation of the public. And that's later on in the agenda, you're going to assert that. Also, someone just called me that was trying to get in. I don't know what the problem is when you use your telephone, could you kind of give directions because the person was trying to get in, trying to use their telephone and couldn't get access. As it relates to the superintendent's report, the 81 no home computers or connections, the 202 students with no access to computers, and the 71 situations where shared computers are the situation. In the discussion, did we give any indication how these problems are going to be resolved so that we can have more participation based on these problematic issues? Thank you.
Next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I share many of the concerns that the previous speakers mentioned. And I really think at this point, as a policy and as a philosophy, the school board should have made serious efforts to improve the ways the community can engage and participate in these public meetings. We've had a very difficult 12 months in even being allowed access to school board meetings. We had the police attack the community. We had a series of meetings held behind closed doors upstairs. And now we have these Zoom calls where it's obvious that there's a lack of participation. And when we hear a superintendent's report stating how many families still don't have reliable access to the internet and devices, we know that those same families don't have access to these very meetings. And there's been no effort made to remedy that situation. And now we have items coming up on this agenda tonight that should have required engagement, that the community was promised there'd be engagement around, like the distance learning policy, and there's been none. And so I'm also very concerned about the attendance numbers. I find some of them a little hard to believe, honestly, but to see that still high school students, especially Black and Brown high school students, are only attending school at under 80%, that is hugely troubling. And there's still been no affirmative measures made to go and find those students, to do the outreach to see what families need. And when we know that they need hotspots and devices, those still haven't been provided. We're now a month into the school year, and this is a huge failure of leadership. And so instead of discussing how you want to onboard future school board members, we would appreciate the current leadership to do their job and provide leadership for our school district, which has now been closed for over 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Angelica Hunko.
Good evening, board members, district staff, community. My name is Angelica Hunko. I'm a parent in NOUSD, and I'm also with Public Advocates. I'm sharing these comments more from my perspective as a parent in an elementary school community. I've been to the work that our district interpreters are doing, and I especially want to recognize Ms. Ho, who provided support to the Cleveland community to have a meeting of Cantonese speaking families. So we are now having monthly principal office hours with the principal or coffee with the principal in Cantonese that's being supported especially by bilingual parent volunteers. And I would love to be able to hear more about how other school communities are really navigating the language access issues that are so acute during this time. It just was really eye-opening and also inspiring to see how important it was for these families who had really not felt included in other kind of large meeting spaces to have a space to discuss what was happening and to understand what distance learning in language. And it was really so valuable. And at the same time, I feel like it shouldn't have been so logistically difficult to set that up and figure out how to do that. And we would love to be able to do that also for the Amharic families and the Vietnamese speaking families and the other language groups. And I know there's probably other school communities that are way ahead of that, that might have a lot of experience to be able to learn from. And so I just was hoping that even more support could be provided to kind of school leaders, equity family navigators around the best practices for interpretation. And I also wanted to flag one issue around Chromebooks not being able to access interpretation and what the workaround should be for those families. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to, we heard one of our earlier speakers say that someone was having trouble accessing the meeting by phone. I want to ask the general counsel if he can provide instruction to how someone can access the meeting by phone.
Thank you, Madam President. So when you join by phone, and the phone number to call is listed in the agenda, as it always is, to raise your hand, you would press *9. To lower your hand, you would press *9 again. When Ms. Floyd calls on a person who's calling in and unmutes them, they are automatically, I believe, unmuted. For some reason that the person is not, I believe *6 will unmute the phone so that you can speak. If for some reason you can't speak, but I do believe that as soon as Ms. Floyd unmutes you, you should be able to speak. Hopefully that is helpful, and if not, please let us know and we'll do our best to provide correct information.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, are there additional people wishing to provide public comment?
Yes, we have two phone-in listeners. The first one is area code 510. The last three numbers are 176.
So I believe, Madam President, that pressing *6 for the caller would allow them to unmute if they're listening and address the board.
Caller, you may try pressing *6 to unmute yourself. We cannot hear you.
Oh, there we go.
Hello, it's Ben Tapscott. I hope everyone's fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Mr. Tapscott. Good to hear you.
I'm just tuning in, and I did see, I thought, a chart that was showing 70% of the students don't have computers yet. I'm not sure if that was accurate. I caught the tail end, but I'm a little upset at what I'm hearing. We had 4 months after March, and here we are now 2.5 weeks into this semester, and I've been talking to teachers in District 7. They're saying that there are so many problems out here in East Oakland. They either have no signal or weak signal. They have not enough Chromebooks. They may have 3 children and only 1 or 2 Chromebooks, and I'm wondering why we can't get the equipment to our students. Also, I don't know if we have a tech support, repair, and replace Chromebooks that are not working. I've talked to districts surrounding us, and they're having middle school and high school students log in 30 minutes after school is supposed to start. And if they don't log in, they then do not be counted present. So I don't know what we're doing or how we're handling that. But I'm upset if we have not been able to get this equipment to children that really need it. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. Earlier in the meeting during the superintendent report, we had quite a detailed presentation on technology. We learned that I think the numbers you're referring to were the numbers that were the result of the survey from Hoover Elementary. Hoover was being lifted up as a school that had done an exemplary job of surveying every student. The numbers that you saw were the data for Hoover, and it has allowed our staff to go forward through the Oakland Undivided campaign to make sure that every student has a device and a hotspot. There was more detail in it. I don't want to repeat what we covered already in quite a bit of detail, but I would encourage you when the video goes up to watch, because I think we are exactly addressing the items that you've raised. Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is a call-in listener, area code 510. The last 3 numbers are 619.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Okay,
Yes,
this is Tanya Kapner. I'm with the Equal Opportunity Now by Any Means Necessary Teachers Caucus and an Oakland Education Association site rep. And I want to say I'm very concerned about the discussion earlier about the face-to-face learning and discussing using schools for groups of students over this next time. It is not safe during this COVID-19 pandemic. I think it's so important for us as a community to be proud of the fact that, you know, we are saving lives by starting the school year in online learning. We see that all the places that face-to-face learning has been happening, that COVID is spiking even worse, and we are in a very desperate situation here in California, especially in East Oakland and Fruitvale. We saw that California did the right thing to save lives when we shut down earlier, and I'm very against Governor Newsom's proposals to try to, you know, twist arms for our most vulnerable students to be exposed in mass settings. We cannot let students with special education needs or English language learners be put into school sites. We have to stand together to, you know, fight for the mass COVID testing and vaccines and not to go back into the schools unsafe until this pandemic is over. We have to fight for the resources we need for our students with special needs. We have to fight for, you know, one-on-one for virtual learning. We have to fight for, you know, funding for parents to stay out of work so that people can stay home and be safe. We have to fight for translation students, for translation services for our students, instead of exposing our most vulnerable students, you know, by attempting to put them into mass settings like the learning pods discussion. We've got to get out there and get all the young people what they need to be safe at home so that we are not in a mass setting spreading COVID. And I think, you know, it's just so important that this community, Oakland, has stood up and said we are going to do online learning now until we are safe because we value the lives of our young people and we cannot expose our most vulnerable students. So I'm against any return to face-to-face learning, and I think Oakland needs to stand up for the resources we need.
Thank you. Ms. Floyd, are there any additional speakers?
That was our last speaker, President London.
Thank you. I believe at this time it's 7:38, so we need to go to public comment on items not on the agenda. Do we need to do a translation announcement first, General Counsel?
Yes, Madam President.
If we could have the translators make their announcement, please. And then let's start with the translators. Let's start with Spanish.
Mr. Copenhagen.
Buenas noches. Esta junta cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla y busque el icono de interpretación. Es el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo. Haga clic en él y debería desplegarse una lista con idiomas. Seleccione español. Para saber si hay asistentes en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que usted levante la mano o escriba en el chat que necesita interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación de esta manera, no se prestará servicio durante este punto de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請你去熒屏嘅右下方，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊之後，你就可以選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。麻煩你如果需要翻譯嘅話，喺你個熒屏嘅上邊咧係舉手。多謝。I'm okay, President London.
Thank you.
Madam President, neither Spanish nor Cantonese is needed for translation at this time.
Great. We're going to go now to public comment on items not on the agenda. If you wish to comment on an item not on the agenda, please raise your hand by pressing the raise your hand button or *9 on your phone. Ms. Floyd, if you can start calling speakers, please.
Yes, our first speaker is Asada Olabala.
excuse me, I have come before this body on numerous occasions and ask that you participate in supporting Proposition 16 on the ballot this November. I've got no response in terms of you actually doing that. Proposition 16 would end Proposition 209, and we would have a return to affirmative action. That would allow for African American students to be given the support that they need in the educational arena. Black students lag behind other racial and ethnic groups in California. Black students are most impacted in schools that have a historical low performance academic rate. Black students, it is shown that the research says that the benchmarks for Black students from preschool to college have been quite challenging throughout their educational careers. Students are we are calling on you as educators to take the lead and to develop specific goals for Black students and student achievement. Students who are Black in this state are getting inadequate services for their high school preparation. These students are Black students are more likely to be suspended and expelled. They have high dropout rates, and Black students are challenged with entering college. And once they get there, they are highly, highly likely to be not to graduate. This is an ongoing issue of having to come here. There's no other group that has to come to you and ask you over and over again, make sure that you do things for the Black students in this school district. It is time for me to stop talking and for you to do the work so I can shut up and leave this issue alone.
Our next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I strongly agree with Sister Asada, and I also support Prop 16. And it would be nice to see this board stand up and put a resolution of support together for Proposition 16. You know, many of the things that Sister Asada was just speaking about, we saw in the presentation already tonight, that students of color lag behind other students in OUSD. And the problems are particularly bad for African American students. And if any of you were involved in education back when 209 was passed, hopefully you were joining us out in the streets trying to stop this from being passed in the first place. But now we have a chance to correct that. And I kind of look at it kind of like how this board finally passed the George Floyd resolution. You know, it's not too late for some of you to correct your legacy on this board. As you are finally leaving this board, and we're going to have a new school board, hopefully some of you are looking back at your tenure and what's actually happened to us as a community while you've been in charge. You voted to close our schools. When you did it in 2012, it even led to a 17-day sit-in and occupation. This year, you had the police attack the community at a school board meeting. You again voted to close schools. You had a teacher strike. You have a revolving door of senior staff. You've allowed the school district to not manage its finances, and you even had a fiscal sponsorship relationship with the Oakland Public Education Fund. Now, it's not too late to fix your legacy, especially when it comes to addressing students of color and Black students in particular. But the clock is ticking because you're on your way out. So what kind of legacy are you going to leave behind? Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening again. Good evening again, everyone. I want to support the previous two speakers in asking that the board support Prop 16. But the item that I wanted to spend some time on is actually the committee structure that the board has and what members of the public need to feel supported in coming to committees and participating. Last board meeting, you had a chair of one of the committees come, and she discussed how difficult it was to get data, and she discussed how difficult it was to have the appropriate staff at the meetings who would actually know what was going on in the district that was within, in that case, a citizens committee, what they needed to do to distribute their funds. I've been spending time primarily with the audit committee, which is a citizens committee, and the budget and finance committee. With Ms. Grant Dawson's hiring, it is much better having a knowledgeable staff person there and available. However, what I've experienced over the last 2 years especially has been unanswered questions going on for months and months. In fact, being criticized for asking questions, trying to get answers, not having staff there, having staff leave after a presentation and not staying to hear what the public has to say. It's extremely important that staff listens to the input and the questions so that the whole district can communicate better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Hi, good evening, OUSD community, superintendent, board, and district leadership. David Castillo, OUSD parent. I believe this is the right time to speak on this. Don't know how much later I can stay up, but curious just to dive in a little bit, and maybe we'll hear from you later on the subject of distance learning and how discipline is happening or not happening and being reported under this new scenario. Thinking about the 15-year-old girl, African-American girl in Michigan who was incarcerated, months ago because she had violated her probation as a result of not completing some schoolwork. Thinking about a 12-year-old African-American boy who showed a toy gun in a virtual class and his teacher called the police on him. So while I hear the voices of labor and teachers talking about not wanting to come back, I also know that for many of our disenfranchised youth, school is the safest place for them, and so we need to follow the science on that. But more importantly and more specifically, what I'm trying to get to here is, and with my 20 years of experience in classrooms and schools, teachers often will ask students to step outside. You need to take a break, take a time out, go to a buddy room, whatever that is. That's an action. Student comes back. In this new world that we're living in, it's easy for a teacher to push a button and move a student to a waiting room or disconnect them from a Zoom call, and there's no follow-up with parents or families. So my question is, under this new way of learning, how is the district and district leadership and academic leadership tracking students that are being forced off of Zoom calls, forced into waiting rooms? How are we looking at that data? What are we doing to support students? How are we disaggregating and reporting that data publicly here in Oakland? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Claude Crudup.
Hello, everyone. Good to see all of you on the call.
Nice to hear you. It's been a long time.
Been a long time, and it's really good to see all of you guys working hard to make sure families and kids are doing okay in this crisis. I appreciate everything everyone has said tonight. I've been listening for about 20 minutes, and the comments have been excellent. I don't want to comment on Prop 16. I do want to comment on the last comment. My two boys, as you guys know, I'm an OUSD parent. I have two boys in the system, one in high school, one in elementary. They're struggling. They're really struggling with online learning. They're struggling with not being around their teachers, around the community, around their kids. And we're a fairly resourceful family. So, we do a lot of things to make sure they're okay, and they're still struggling. And I think that's something we really need to consider over the next few months, follow the science. I think you guys are doing great. I'm working in Marin right now, and I know they've made decisions about trying to go back to school over the next few weeks, and at least a hybrid situation. I work with some alternative schools that are taking in kids that have been released, like Street Academy and some of the other schools. And they are working to make sure those kids are back in school as quickly as possible. And I would say the same thing to you guys. Maybe everybody doesn't need to go back to school, but I agree with the last speaker. Like, we need to do some assessment about who needs to be back in a communal space more quickly, especially in West Oakland, East Oakland, Jody, not so much in your district, no offense, but in some of the other places, James, Jamoke, Shanti, you guys got to really make some decisions about where people need help in your districts and whether or not we need to open up spaces to make sure kids are okay. Even if that's done in social distancing with masks or however that's done. I'm in the street right now. People are really suffering. I was in East Oakland last weekend. It's not looking good. So just, I know you guys are on the ground. I know you're all real people, and I don't want to make this a national debate or about anybody in politics. I just want to make sure people are okay on the ground. And I know you guys are trying to do that. So please make sure.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you. And I would refer you to the superintendent's report. In the report earlier in the evening, we heard that the district is looking into how we can set up learning hubs and pods for many of the student populations that you named.
That would be excellent. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
The video should go up in the next day or two, and you can go back and watch that part of the presentation.
Anything you guys can help us to do with outreach to make sure that communities that need it know about those hubs is really, and not just through you, but through the community organization.
No, we'll come back to you, but we want to move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much for calling in. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Okay, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. Now, the Brown Act of Oakland government requires actually two things, but should be three. Now, the two things that it requires is that you get a chance to talk about anything that would have something to do with the school board. And the second one is that the public gets a chance to talk about the items you're considering, and then there's a third one, which is consent agenda. So there's like all kinds of decisions are made within the consent agenda based on one motion. And so that's the base for what's going to come up later in the agenda. And those are the elements that have to be considered if you're going to change any of your procedures. And then my final comment is that there are rules that are set up, but at your level, you have discretion. You can be more democratic or less democratic. And I would hope that you would be more democratic and not just follow the exact rules, but follow where you can involve the public. And that's what democracy is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Are there more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have one more speaker, Michael Loudon.
Hi. Hello?
Hi, you were fading a little bit,
Yes.
but I hear you now.
Sorry. Okay. Mike Loudon, OUSD parent. I just have to, so I am living through a pretty horrible period of time now where I've just lost my father to COVID-19, and he was surrounded by medical professionals when he both was infected and throughout his infection and when he succumbed. We do not have a great deal of medical professionals in OUSD, and I would suggest to you that that schools be the last thing that come where we're joining up kids. That we not get in a rush to put a bunch of kids in a room, because the only thing that will happen is it will be a stop and a start, and we're going to send eddies of infection throughout the community by doing this. Nobody will benefit from opening up schools or putting groups of kids together until we have something like herd immunity or an immunization. And I need the talk of this to stop. I don't want any more people to die. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loudon, and I'm very sorry for your loss. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is a phone-in listener, area code 510, and the last three numbers are 176.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's Ben Tapscott again. I just wanted to throw a few things out. Maybe you have them in place. I think we should have a chat helpline from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. in the evenings, Monday through Thursday. Maybe there could be some training that would be done on Saturday for parents. What is the plan for special needs students that don't even know how to turn on a computer? 1971, Wilson Rowell said that there is no greater challenge in the United States than to ensure students entering the fourth grade can read fluently and enthusiastically. And I would hope that we would not put any of our children in harm's way. There's probably, if they get sick, going to be a lawsuit for the district. And I would not feel comfortable with our kids going back in any schools this year. And that's my opinion. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. I would encourage you to remain at the meeting if you can for the discussion of the learning continuity and attendance plan, because in there there is discussion, or look at the document online because there's discussion about how we are providing resources at school sites through family equity navigators who are helping parents with many of the topics you have just identified. Are there any more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
No, President London, that was our last speaker.
Thank you. We're going to go now to adoption of the general consent report. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Yee. We need to say that there's translation available for this item. So if we could have the interpreters make their announcements, please, before we move into the comments on this item.
Mr. Copenhagen?
Yes. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de la pantalla, busque el icono de interpretación, es el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo, seleccione esta imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione español. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación de esta manera, no se prestará este servicio durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
And Madam President, no Spanish interpreting is necessary at this time. And Ms. Ho, you are next.
各位 Oakland 社區人士好，呢度係 Oakland 聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，請去你熒屏嘅右下角，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊之後，你又可以選擇中文，咁你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。麻煩你如果需要翻譯嘅話，屏上面舉手，等我哋知道。多謝。President London, I'm okay.
Thank you, Ms. Ho.
Madam President, no Cantonese interpreting is necessary for this item.
Okay, General Counsel, I note that it's 8 o'clock. I don't know if you're going to excuse the interpreters or.
Let's do one more item, and then we will do one more after the consent, and then the next one
Okay.
we will ask and
So-
then we'll excuse them.
We're at the general consent report. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any public comments on the general consent report, Ms. Floyd? If you wish to offer comment on the general consent report, please raise your hand by pushing the button at the bottom of your screen or pressing *9.
Yes, our first speaker is Carol Delton. Good evening, board members. I wanted to address a concern about item P7, which is 20-1640, and that's the personnel report. There are many positions on the hires that are people who started work a month ago. Obviously, you needed the teachers in place. The concern that I wanted to raise is that there's an administrative position on there that does not appear to have been hired in the, it's been called the Welcome Center, it's been called the Enrollment Center or Enrollment Office over the last few years. And I've been tracking the documents that have been made available to the public about the staffing of that central office department and the various size of departments. And then of course, your resolution last spring about all of the departments and the positions which would either be hired on or not hired on for the coming year. And my concern is that as a public entity, the board approved a plan and that the business be done in public. I know that there have been concerns in the past where, for example, the board authorized a plan that was coming from the district, from the superintendent, with a plan for how you would be adjusting the administrative numbers and so on. And then that wasn't necessarily carried out. So I know that last year there was a resolution and it was very public about positions that came back, and I believe that that is the way that it should be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I'm going to start off addressing item P6, which is relative to the Sankofa Portable Classroom Project, where you need additional spending. I just want to reflect on the concept that Sankofa should have not been considered for taking in the Kaiser community because they were not, classroom size was not adequate. We have spent over $350,000 related to these portables, and then we had to add restrooms, we had to add technology, sewer, fencing, additional heating, and this was not a well-proposed item to move the children from Kaiser to Sankofa based on the fact that the classroom size was not sufficient. The next item is item P7, personnel report. Of the 110 new hires, 83 are language-related teachers. You only have 3 social workers, 3 psychologists, 3 speech therapists, 2 counselors, 2 nurses. There's not a balance of hiring here. I know we need to accommodate our English learners, but we need a lot of help with social workers, psychologists, and counselors and nurses. And we don't reflect that in this item. I'm very satisfied with items P16, P18, and P19 because they address our early education programs. And the monies that are being generated for that will take care of preschool kids as well. And Ms. London, we can use that money to renovate the school, Piedmont Elementary School, for childhood development. Please spend some more time on these items instead of rubber stamping them.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have one more speaker, Jim Mordecai.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning,
Mordecai.
Yeah, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. I don't want to waste the time of searching out, but basically it's Measure N, and in Measure N there's about 230,000 that goes to one of the charter schools, and what I want to
Mr. Mordecai, I believe your audio just went out. Did you accidentally hit mute?
it just said unmuted and I didn't do anything. I just got rid of it. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about Measure N money going to a charter
Right,
school.
right. So one of the items in the agenda, in the consent agenda, is about Measure N. And I just wanted to make the point that even as an opponent of Measure N, because charter schools were involved and were taxing the local property tax, I was opposed to it. But the implementation is correct. The implementation I support because it says that they're going to hold them responsible for the money and they're following up. So I think this is a practice which is to be respected and hopefully duplicated in other areas of the district. Looking after the money and following up that it's spent correctly in a very strict, good oversight. So anyhow, somebody who is an opponent is praising the implementation that I see so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. We really appreciate that. Are there any more comments, Ms. Floyd?
No, President London, that was our last speaker.
Great. Let's call the roll, please.
The roll call to adopt consent, general consent report number 1. Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Director Torres. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Yee. Yes. Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Once again, Director Torres. Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
President London.
Yes.
First consent report is adopted.
Thank you, colleagues. We go now to the second consent report at the bottom of page 30. These are all items that are funded through measures B and J general obligation bond. Is there a motion to approve?
Move adoption.
Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Vice President Gonzalez. Are there any speakers on this item, Ms. Floyd? If you wish to offer comment, please raise your hand.
President London, we don't have any speakers on this consent report.
Great. Can we call the roll, please?
Yes, and can I ask for a repeat of who moved and seconded?
Harris and Gonzalez.
On the motion to adopt the general consent report on measures B and J general obligation bonds, Student Director Ramos.
Yes.
Okay, Director Torres. All right, Director Ng.
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Yes. Director Yee. Yes. Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Second consent report is adopted.
Great. The next item is going to be a public hearing on our 2020-2021 learning continuity and attendance plan. We will shortly learn how this is the document that we will adopt this year in lieu of our local control and accountability plan. They're both called the LCAP. But before we do that, we want to do a final check around translation. If we could ask Ms. Ho and Mr. Copenhagen to ask again if there's anyone who would like translation, that would be great.
Buenas noches. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación simultánea. Para escuchar en vivo la interpretación, vaya a los controles en la parte inferior de su pantalla y busque el icono de interpretación. Es el que tiene la imagen de un globo terráqueo. Seleccione esta imagen y se desplegará una lista de idiomas. Seleccione español. Para saber si hay personas en la reunión que necesitan interpretación, necesitamos que levanten la mano o escriban en el chat que necesitan interpretación. Si nadie pide interpretación en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante esta parte de la agenda. Muchas gracias.
And Madam President, no one has indicated the need for Spanish translation at this time, and so both Spanish translators are released for the remainder of the evening, and there will be no more Spanish interpreting available.
Thank you, Ms. Ho.
各位歐倫社區人士你好，呢度係歐倫聯合校區教育委員會會議。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你去熒屏嘅右下角，你會見到一個地球形狀嘅符號。你點擊之後，你可以選擇中文，然後你就會聽到我哋嘅廣東話翻譯。假如你需要廣東話翻譯，麻煩你舉一舉喺呢個熒屏上邊舉一舉手，等我哋知道。如果冇人士係需要翻譯嘅話，傳譯員會係離開。多謝。Director President London, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no hands raised, Madam President, there will be no need for Cantonese interpreting for the remainder of the evening. Thank you both to the interpreters and have a good evening.
Thank you. And I will now turn this over to the superintendent and to chief academic officer. Welcome and thank you.
You need to formally open the hearing.
Oh, I formally open this public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Rakestraw. What would we do without you?
Thank you, Board President London. At this time, we will have the first reading of our learning continuity and attendance plan, and the presentation will be given by our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Sandra Aguilera.
Great, thank you, Superintendent and President London. Good evening, Board, directors, students, families, community, and staff. This evening, we're here to present the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. Our goal is to provide an overview and collect feedback for inclusion in the final version that we will be back here for adoption on September 23rd. Next slide, please. The LCP, I know it might be confusing. We're calling it the LCP, not to confuse it with the other acronym for LCAP, but the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan covers in-person instruction and distance learning, addressing specific needs of specific groups of students in our district, addressing unfinished learning that's resulted in school closures, supporting mental and social emotional health for both our students and staff, access to food, and increasing and improving services for foster youth, low-income students, and our language learners. Next slide, please. We wanted to laser in on the learning loss mitigation funds. You can see in the middle, that's a large portion. It's $39.1 million that are included in the LCP. Of which 36.5 million has an expiration date of December 30th. So the turnaround time for spending these funds is quite quick. Funds that will continue on until 2022 are both the what's called the GEARS funds, which is about 2.4 million, and ESSER funds, which is about $4.5 million. Next slide, please. We are also providing just an overall breakdown because it can get a little lost in the overall plan, the funds that we are addressing. We still must include how we're spending supplemental and concentration funds, how we're spending federal title in our CSI funds, and just reviewed is the addition of the learning loss mitigation and emergency relief funds. Next slide, please. We wanted to highlight the timeline. You can see that when we started drafting, it was a pretty tight timeline from when the CDE, the California Department of Education, released the template. Our teams began to write. However, we're planning throughout the summer. So much of what you will see is from the COVID Action 19 team that was doing much of the planning throughout the summer. We're focused in right now on the feedback. So we did provide and post an earlier version of what you're seeing this evening, so that way communities can start providing this feedback. We have collected a lot of feedback, which we are incorporating into the next versions of this plan. We have a PSAC meeting coming up next week, and then this public hearing is this evening, and then we'll have the final vote come September 23rd. Next slide, please. There are 3 sections of this, this plan. So the first is a review. So it's looking at the past of what we did for stakeholder engagement. The second is the continuity of learning. It's a bulk of the plan. It describes how we're addressing learning this year. And then the third section are the increased and improved services. This section is very similar to the LCAP and will provide a look at how we're spending supplemental and concentration funds. Next slide, please. We received a question around what are other districts doing with their learning loss mitigation funds. So we wanted to give you a glimpse as to how other districts are spending their funds. You can see a lot has been spent throughout our neighboring districts on Chromebooks, PPE, and you can also see supplemental curriculum like the distance learning software and Zoom upgrades. So very similar items that we are also including in our LCP. The next slide will summarize the actions that we are taking. Next slide, please. So stakeholder engagement, just as a summary. We wanted to ensure that there was a description of what we did to create the plans and receive feedback so far. So we just included a description of the town halls that we conducted, the surveys that were done electronically and by paper, by phone, and the student input that was received through the All City Council. One of the main feedback areas that we received is the need for an on-site staff person to be identified as the main person for communicating to the larger school community. So this person is responsible for taking back information that's being presented at a district level and providing it to the rest of the school site. Next slide, please. In terms of overall stakeholder feedback, you can see that we collected major themes. The focus on distance learning to start off the year, expanding technology access for students and staff, providing professional learning, providing PPE, identifying point people on campus for school sites to have assistance in family navigation or communication, safety, and distance learning. And of course, to ensure that the needs of our most vulnerable students are being addressed, which we will focus in just a few slides. Next slide, please. So the continuity of learning, there are major sections that we are addressing. Basically, what you'll see in the plan is a description of in-person learning and a focus in on distance learning, how we are going to address unfinished learning, mental health, and community and student engagement. And then we round out the section with nutrition. Next slide, please. So we wanted to come more into focus on how we are serving special populations. So we did pull out the descriptions that our teams have created around serving special education students and English language learners. You can see from special education that there is a focus in on the plans for students that have IEPs and how that it will be adjusted for the distance learning context. So that is really the focus that we are seeing there. We also have assistive technology needs that are a little different than what we're providing our general education students. So that you will see some line items that address those areas specifically. For language learners, it's really about ensuring that students still have access to quality language development instruction. So there is guidance on how to provide that in this setting, and how to still provide integrated and designated language development for our students. Next slide, please. We also focused in on foster youth and unhoused students. So for foster youth, the best way to describe this is the intense case management that we are aiming to implement, and sharing the best practices during convenings that are largely held by the county office. They do really support the work that is happening in the foster youth world. In addition to that, we also have our focus in on unhoused students through the McKinney-Vento monitoring of enrollment, how to access technology, providing tutoring, and engaging families through yet again another county offered program that is connecting families to housing. Next slide, please. We do also have a description around how we're serving Black students. So we definitely have a focus on anti-racism collaborative in our district. This aims to provide specific professional development district-wide to all of our staff, not just our school site staff, but our entire staff, to ensure that we're leading the work in changing the way that we are treating our African American students. This is largely led by a racial justice, equity, and healing committee that has formed and are leading professional development for multiple layers of our district. Next slide, please. For our newcomer students, we are continuing programs like our Young Hawks program for monitoring and supporting, especially at the secondary level, around our unaccompanied minors through distance learning. And we're continuing the supports that we had started in largely the sanctuary work around court advocacy, leading academic intervention for students, and then providing culturally relevant curriculum. And lastly, our celebrations that we are continuing even through COVID-19 for our Latino, our Middle Eastern, and Pacific Islander students. You can see the description of continuing those honor rolls and making sure that we're promoting the success of our students, especially when they're reaching high expectations like A to G completion and graduation from high school. Next slide, please. Rounding out the section for our continuity of learning plan is a section around unfinished learning. We really started this conversation last year. At the end of the year, we provided a glimpse as to how to mitigate learning loss. And that's really done through both assessment and adjusting the grade level and subject area content. So there is a full description on how that is being done and provided for our school sites. We're also providing additional mental health access to both our staff and our students. And one key partnership that we continue is the work with the Collaborative for Academic, Social, Emotional Learning, CASEL. They did launch a roadmap that we've implemented at the school site level to lead how to properly and warmly engage our school community back into distance learning. Next slide, please. For the part 2 participation, the specific details on how we're outreaching to families, how we are monitoring missed days, similar to what was discussed earlier in the superintendent's report, the creation of dashboards, that way we can accurately monitor our data. And then lastly, the school nutrition information. I will highlight that this information has changed slightly since the publication of this plan that was posted because it was actually the day after new guidelines were released. So we will need to adjust this area in accordance to new guidelines. Next slide, please. For part 3, this can be described as what you would usually see in the LCAP. It is a description of how we are increasing and improving services to students, largely through a discussion of how we're using supplemental and concentration funds. Next slide, please. Well, just wanting to highlight that in the appendix, people can look through for different examples that exist of how we engage different communities. There's slide presentations there that can be referred to see what it looked like to engage with the CAC, or the Community Advisory Committee, that focuses on special education. How our DELs, our English language learners, were focused in on it, and the families were engaged around this topic to provide us feedback. And with that, we're open to answering questions from the group, really wanting to hear feedback on how on what improvements you would like to see to this plan, so that way we can incorporate your feedback and include in the final version.
Hello, sorry. What, Director Hitton Hodge, why don't you kick us off?
Great.
Why don't we
Thank
go
you.
with three minutes, and then if we need to do another round, we can. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks so much for the presentation. What a job. So I think, just, at the very high level is the work of really translating this. And I guess we're not crossing over into your line of management, but I would like to hear evaluation of this process, like how you might be incorporating ongoing assessment. And it's only for me from a very empathetic place around this is new learning for everyone. And so, the idea that we're not going to get it right? And I even think about, Director Ramos, right? As a student, right? There's going to be the student perception of how it's going. There's going to be a parent perception of how it's going. And so just multiple stakeholders. And so I'm just curious as to how you might embed that or create the listening sessions for you or the superintendent. So again, I don't want to get into, telling you, but I do think that we're in this critical moment when I think about the education of African-American children in particular inside the system. I keep hoping for, this new opportunity, right? So saying that to say, again, kind of a little bit crossing the line as we think about some of the race equity work, really trusting that this group is being developed. I think I got to go to one of their meetings, but it was just thinking about partnerships, thinking about even how in your safety plan, there's going to be a lot of work around anti-racism work and, implicit bias work. So just thinking about how even these funds can really go towards supporting that right now. Like if there is some hurry up and spend kind of resources, how do we make sure that affinity group is really sourced really well? I keep thinking about National Equity Project and the Black Teacher Project in particular, and knowing that we have a bit of an MOU. So wondering how that explicitly can be dealt with. And I don't have any time, but earlier one of the speakers, Mr. Castillo, talked about this discipline piece. And that too, we've heard the national stories, right? And we even saw tonight a teacher saying you have to have your camera on. Well, what if, a kid feels really uncomfortable with a camera? And so I just think that, again, back to we're learning as we go along and getting the feedback from students' comfort levels, the SEL stuff. How will you be listening and adjusting for that? And then the evaluation, right? And I'm sure that that's hooked up in the contract language as well. So again, how are we working with teachers or IAs or anyone about continual improvement for them in their practice as well? So thank you for the work.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. Colleagues, I think what I'd like to do is ask everyone to ask your questions and offer your comments, and then we'll let staff respond at once. Would anyone else like to ask questions? Go ahead, Director Harris.
Did you call? That was me?
That's you, Director Harris.
Okay.
You're the only one named Director Harris.
You cut out at the end. Yes, I actually would like to hear. I just wanted to second what Director Hinton Hodge was asking. Like, how are you gonna? First of all, I want to make sure that you're providing sufficient space from now until next meeting for families and community to communicate. but how are you going to synthesize it all? It's a significantly large sum of money that will be spent in a really short period. So I would love to hear just you kind of lean in and talk about that, and just preview Miss Lisa Grant Dawson and Director Gonzalez and Director Ng and myself tomorrow will dig into the number side of this and just be looking specifically at how much money is on the table and the buckets in which it's in and when it has to be spent by. So, that document is actually available on the BNF committee meeting, which is tomorrow. So wanted to highlight that for people. If you don't get enough
Budget and finance.
Budget and finance. Sorry, Budget and Finance Committee meeting. If you don't get enough the conversation tonight, I think it's a good idea for the community as a whole to really look at the total amount of money that's on the table and exactly how it's being spent. And we'll at least have a chance to preview that tomorrow as well, and you can ask questions. But definitely just want to second what Director Hinton Hodge asked and hear staff's feedback on that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Yee.
Thank you. And thank you for the report. I mentioned in an earlier conversation with Dr. Aguilera that the system being put in place is really seems very comprehensive and thorough. I'm mainly concerned as with the how can I say it, the potential that this year's graduating seniors may be at more serious risk of not meeting our graduation expectations, especially in terms of number of courses and so forth, because of the learning loss last semester, and also the complexity of distance learning and the limited number of social interactions, especially with their teachers on a day-to-day basis, especially in our high schools. And so I'd like to be able to suggest that we put as one of our targets as a critical group our high school seniors at risk of not graduating, or the other way of it, our high school seniors at risk of dropping out, and that we look at and that our comprehensive investments should help to mitigate that, but we may need some more specific and targeted investments, especially in this semester, so that students have the opportunity to make up and clarify some of the areas that they may have been able to be supported on if they were in class, but because of the distance learning and so forth, and the lack of personal interactions with the charismatic teachers that are at the schools and counselors and even classified staff, that without those kinds of urging, they may not be connected. So the students that are at risk of not graduating, I would put at the top of the priority list of students to be invested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yee. Let's go to Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you for the report. I was just looking at the appendices on the input from the CAC members and the commitments that have been made to them. And I'm wondering when we can get a detailed report on, is this stuff actually happening? So, for example, our students who need assistive technology, what percentage of students have received their assistive technology? What percentage of IEP meetings we're supposed to have completed by this point have been completed? Are students getting the small group time that was recommended that they receive? I'm just curious about all of these things, because just anecdotally, I'm just hearing that special education families are just not experiencing the supports that they need. And so I'd really love to be able to dig in a little bit more on how it is that we're supporting special education families right now, and what percentage of these commitments have we actually been able to fulfill. So, I do encourage people to attend the Budget and Finance Committee meeting tomorrow night, where we can talk in more detail about the dollars.
Thank you, Director Ng.
there we go. Sorry. Trying to unmute and find my notes. So thank you all. And I actually, some of my questions have already been lifted up, particularly just to note a couple of them with the special ed, our special ed students. I wonder if there's, because I've gotten increased outreach from constituents around just, and I know that some of this has been addressed with the superintendent report and other areas about addressing some of the backlog of assessments in other areas. But I wonder if there's a particular place that we can be referring our special education families to get more pertinent information, because I know that Ms. Blake has been, working around the clock as well. But I just wonder if there's another portal, or if there's an area within Family Central that we can be referring special education families to, because I've certainly noticed an increase of outreach in that area. And also I'll save the budget and finance questions for tomorrow. There's a really great line item detailed spreadsheet that's attached that we can go through tomorrow. But I share the concern around student engagement that Director Yu was talking about. And I was curious because I didn't see it anywhere in our current plan, but I know that there was an idea that had been percolating up from the Measure N committee. It wasn't a formal recommendation, but I know that they had been discussing it in that venue around the idea of scholarships forced directly to support students. And I wonder about, I know that there was some additional research that staff was doing on that idea. I would like to better understand some of the analysis around that. At this point, I don't, it wouldn't necessarily need to be for the entire, the first quarter will have already have passed, but I wonder about as an incentive for second semester. We know that our youth are struggling. We have heard that firsthand, not just by our student director, but also obviously in some of the losses that we acknowledged in the beginning of this meeting. And so I would like to see what supports we can be providing directly to students, in addition to all, of course, surrounding them with other types of supports in adult allies and relationships as well. And on that note, I was curious about the Castle roadmap, what this looks like, what this actually looks like by grade span, and how we're monitoring this, like what this looks like for elementary, middle, and high school, and how we, what we're doing to monitor to make sure that this is happening at the schools. That is all I have for now. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I can't tell because my screen keeps acting up where all I could see is one person at a time. I'm not sure why. So I can't tell who was next.
You can go now, Director Torres. That's great.
Okay. So I was just going to ask in regard to the part one about stakeholder engagement. I was just wondering if, in regard to a stakeholder engagement process, would that include some kind of a rubric that would be given to families to rank how bad it is? Like, what are their top, how would they rank 5 things around their student, their child, and an order of importance? I wonder if we could get some kind of draft of something that we could see that staff is actually asking people, instead of having it just be a free-for-all that people just come and moan and groan about how hard it is. We know it's hard. What could we do to get ranking of some sort? And then also, I would wonder why we couldn't use our schools or even our school premises to have parents come for meetings, and especially the topics of students who are English learners, students who are newcomers, guardians for foster youth. Could we not have parent engagement, guardian engagement in person, where we place the chairs 6 to 8 feet apart, whether we're using the parking lot at the school, the field at the school, and we have some more tangible face-to-face? I will reiterate that when we had a meeting with regard to Curtis Zaricki, Raquel Jimenez, Daniel Guzman, people from the equity office and whatnot, we were talking about the big drop when school started. Culturally, this district has disrespected for many years, how certain people culturally want to go in person to do paperwork, want to go in person to do enrollment, want to go in person to do whatever. And they were met with a little 8.5 by 11 flyer on a door, probably in English, at Lakeside's campus. And so even our newcomer person was on the call, and this meeting, everyone agreed, Nicole Knight, that culturally speaking, people are not online of certain cultures. They go in person. They want a face-to-face friendly interaction around their student getting enrolled or changing schools or whatever. So I feel like these same parents would benefit from not a Zoom engagement, but some kind of use of our schools, because eventually we're going to go back. But I feel like just hosting Zoom meetings and paper surveys and all this stuff, I don't know that you're going to get a better outcome than if you just had nobody come who's in the dire need, who doesn't use Zoom, who doesn't speak English, who won't fill out the paper survey. They're not engaged. That's the whole point. So I feel like we need to be stretching ourselves to use our schools and the physical capacity to bring people in for stakeholder engagement. I think that's all, since my time is up. I just really think we need to stretch ourselves around meeting people where they are.
Did anybody else want to offer comments or questions right now before we have Dr. Aguilera and the superintendent respond?
Was this a little bit of a second round? I could just take a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
And really, and I apologize because it's probably just repetitive. It's around the SPED stuff. Like, I just think that one, again, if this notion of where we put our money, are there going to be trade-offs around these things? The disciplinary piece. Someone just showed me the Twitter thing of the 12-year-old kid that got criminalized by a teacher. And so all of those things get conflated in this. And, I just get deeply concerned that, like, there's this high level conversation that is happening. And, literally, like, is Blake maybe working really hard? I know she is, but I want to know how many people talked to how many families this week, and talked about adaptive devices, talked about, are there 10 people that do feel safe? Because some people don't feel safe going to schools, right? They're not going to do that. So I feel like that needs to be meatier and more information on how we get to that data. Thanks.
Thank you. And I just want to say that this has been a lot of work to put this document together so quickly. It's a one-time document. It's kind of wacky. But I did share with you, I think, in an email last night that I actually think there's great content in this document. And this document, I think, is much more accessible than other documents that we've provided, even though it's 85 pages. That's still shorter than the LCAP. And I think if there would be ways to turn it into like infographics or one-page fact sheets, there's so many nuggets in there. Like, here's how we're doing this thing. I don't even remember off the top of my head because there's so much in there, but it's such a meaty document. It would make a great graphic novel. Like, if we could present it as a graphic novel, it would be so much more accessible. I realize that's the big ask. So anyway, and then, you've heard a lot of the input from the colleagues, and I'm very comfortable with that. So before I end, I just want to ask Director Ramos, did you want to add anything or ask any questions here?
Just to add, thank you again for all your work that you're doing just during these times. I just feel like, everybody, just even adults, are just feeling it. That's just like, you just don't want to be in front of a screen the whole day. I don't really want to, there's a question about just student engagement. Of course, it's always going to be brought up since, all the work that we're doing is for students at the end of the day. And it's how are we going to just add student engagement on there? Or what are the plans for that?
Great. So if you want to respond, and then we'll go to the public.
Great. I'd also like to invite Diana Sherman, our LCAP coordinator, forward to help answer some of the questions, because she has been leading the bulk of this work with different groups, and she can definitely help add more texture to what I'll be providing as responses. So in terms of, I'm going to try to kind of couple these together, especially around the, like, how do you know that these actions are actually being implemented and working? I think that's the overall question that I'm sensing from our board directors. And one thing that was mentioned were listening sessions for our families and students. Those items are planned in terms of ongoing feedback for us to know how we're doing in distance learning, especially. I also think that we have a lot of ways to track data, and we have to identify the best way to bring that back forward for both public view and our board directors to see the level of data that we're tracking. It's down to the educational platforms. I was looking at how many hours or actually minutes are being spent per day on one of our platforms called ST Math. And so we do have very interesting and discrete levels of data that we can bring forward. It's just making it more manageable and, you know, not being overwhelmed by the amount of information that we're providing in terms of our evaluation of our services. So in terms of like the communication piece that was brought up, we are, once we hit September 23rd, our communications department is poised to help us identify the infographics and the visual ways to present this plan, including an executive summary, so that way people don't have to read through the 85 pages. One other item, you know, in terms of the feedback that we've been receiving, we received feedback from the Community Advisory Committee, and that's our special education focus. I do want to plug that there are opportunities this week coming up for us to collect more feedback. So that happens on Monday night. The CAC is meeting. They have already provided us written feedback and their questions. So we are, you know, prompted to answer their questions that they have, which include, they didn't ask around assistive technology in particular, but that is definitely something that we can address with specific information. But the notion of having small group instruction for special education, that was definitely a question. And why aren't we providing more in-person opportunities was also lifted up. So that I think we do need to further discuss because it's not a district alone decision. We do have to negotiate that with our labor partners if it is district staff. So it's just something to consider. And I don't always think that everybody knows because they hear about the waiver process and think, oh, district, you should be applying for these waivers, but you can't do it alone by a district. You do have to do that in partnership with our labor partners. In terms of the backlog of assessments, there is a plan that was presented to the CAC on how that will be addressed. There's an order of priority that is there that we presented and wanted feedback from the committee on what they thought around that, because it does give like a ranking of how we will go through with a priority to new cases, because we don't want students that are recently referred to not have services. I will also say around the student scholarship idea, the next step is to discuss with school site staff about the existing work that's happening through more like a work study scholarship, so that way there's not conflicting opportunities in competition with each other. Because school sites do use Measure N to pay for such work already to provide student scholarships. But we have been talking about identification of potentially 12th graders to Director Yee's point of identifying students that are very close on the cusp to reaching graduation. And if we could, and provide incentives for them to finish up their coursework so they can graduate. That's one of the discussions that we were having. Diana, would you like to add anything that I may be forgetting that was asked?
I was just going to kind of name one piece, and I think it is really one of the underpinnings of the plan, but just to really name that one of our kind of, I think, most highest priority investments has been to fund a 0.8 position for the Senior Director of School Operations, that's Salja Sharesh, who is helping to oversee all of this work and hold all of this work in conjunction with all the other departments that touch it and all the other staff who touch it. But that was a question that PSAC had kind of lifted up as well around how are we going to oversee work at this scale? And I think that's just also just really named that's one of the pieces in terms of who's going to provide that oversight and that accountability on whether things are happening or not. One of the roles that she is playing is to really monitor those investments as they change, as they shift.
Additionally, there was a question around continued evaluation, and that is under discussion right now. That is an item that you do have to agree to with the labor partners. And so that is still being discussed and under review. I also think, let's see, the opportunity that we have to address through the safety plan in, addressing the anti-racist culture that we want in our school district. We definitely see it as an opportunity and are making plans to implement some training opportunities. We actually have seen an uptick in our training attendance that we're offering, especially in this area. So we do want to make sure that we're providing quality and multiple opportunities for our staff to join these discussions and participate in this learning. I apologize if I've forgotten any of the questions that you've asked, but I can always, follow up with you through email or individually.
That's really great. At this point, why don't we hear from the community, and then if there's something that was overlooked, we can come back to that. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers on this item? We're going to give each speaker 2 minutes.
Yes, we do. So far, we have like about 5 speakers. First speaker is Claude Crudup.
Hi, and thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate it. Again, some of the board members know I've spoken to you guys over the last few years about remote learning, about programs that might have supported some things that are going on right now. I will just say, as someone who has a nonprofit who does digital learning, the first thing we tell our clients, and this is many companies I've worked for, is it does not replace community learning. It does not replace the in-person learning. So I just want you guys to consider that, especially for our most at-risk students. And as someone said earlier, start considering ways to use our spaces to check in with students and make sure they are okay. And that's all I will say. The remote learning is great. I am on board to help with it. But again, it is not a replacement. And Jamoke brought it up. For the special education students, there is no replacement for coming into a community that's been set up to help them learn. And the gap widened so much over the last 3 months. And now we're going to continue that gap for the next foreseeable future. I just want you guys to consider that. And please bring them back into spaces so we know they're okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is David Castillo.
Mr. Castillo, I'm sure you're there.
Hi, there you go. That's better. Good evening, OUSD, Superintendent Johnson Trammell, and OUSD community and board. A few points on the plan that was presented tonight, and thank you for the information. Mainly, regarding students with special needs, exceptional children, special education students. And understanding that these questions cannot be answered now, but questions that I want to make sure and ensure that go on the record is, under the current conditions of distance learning, how is student progress towards academic, social, emotional goals being tracked and recorded and presented to both students and families? So what tools, what assessment tools are we using? Second question is around the distance learning plans for each student with an IEP within OUSD, which is a legally mandated document. What percentage of those plans have been presented and agreed upon by families? We're 5 weeks in, and what I'm hearing in community is that there's a lot of confusion around the distance learning plans, and I think it would be helpful to have some data reported to the public regarding these plans. Number 3 is, how will minutes and services from the spring be made up? Services, academic services, social emotional services be made up that were not provided in the spring. And then lastly, general ed, again, going back to one of my earlier points, how are you tracking student engagement specifically around what historically would be students that are being asked to leave a classroom due to some kind of confusion or behavior issue? How are you tracking that in the Zoom environment? How is that being disaggregated? How is that being tracked? How is that being reported back into the public? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, I'd like to address how the discussion in the plan does not adequately accommodate the needs of African American students. The plan says that you have identified the services needed for newcomers: case management, court advocacy, academic intervention, culturally relevant curriculum. For Latinos, Middle Easterners, Pacific Islander students, you've identified that they need literacy intervention, family engagement support, graduation support. Now, for African Americans, you've identified that their needs will be recognized and prioritized for 30% or more of African American student populations. You've identified that you have an intention to focus on schools that have African American students related to male literacy. 30% of African Americans are going to be recognized and prioritized, and you haven't been able to identify, like you did with the other race and ethnic groups, the specific academic issues that they need to be focused on. It is sickening how you cannot address the needs of African American children in this school district, but you can do it for everybody else. So it's unacceptable, this plan, until you can create a list like you did for the other ethnic and race groups that say this is where we need to go in accommodating these African American students. And it's not 30%, because you say that you accommodate all students. How insulting, how disgraceful that you cannot identify the needs of African American students with this plan.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
I'm wondering why in 3.5 months we have to spend 36.9 million. Is it something we didn't do earlier and we're pressed with a deadline now to spend that money? I've watched this over the years where we get right down to deadlines and then we're trying to scramble to meet a certain date with a certain amount of money. Has anyone talked about the 5 million we're still spending for 1000 Broadway? I have heard from other districts that we're in for hard times next year, that the state is planning on deferred payments for 3 months. And I question why 3 months in a row. They're talking about February, March, and April of next year. And the following year, we will either even be in greater financial trouble. Have we asked for the state to relieve us of the loan payments that we have to make during the pandemic? And what about maybe special need teachers that would be willing to go in the homes and work with special needs students? What about Saturday makeup classes or summer makeup classes for students that are falling behind? These are just some ideas that I think we need to look at. And in our first grade, I understand many schools, elementary schools, have 2 grade levels, where other schools, maybe in the hills, they only have 1 grade per first grade. So we need to put more money on the front end, teaching our children how to read. I'm tired of seeing 12th graders graduating and unable to read after spending 12 years in our school system. So we need some equity and we need some justice.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. To answer your first question, the funds that we're talking about that we need to spend by the end of December are funds that we received from the federal government. We only, I think a few weeks ago, received the actual amount, and the federal government has set a deadline for us to spend those funds at the end of the year. So that is something that's driven by that. And some of the other things that you mentioned are actually named in the plan that we're discussing. I know Saturday school is for certain when it is safe to offer that type of service. Could we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Michael Loudon.
It is ironic to hear David Castillo, a charter school advocate, tell Oakland Unified School District to open their schools and to advocate for special needs students. Charter schools do not advocate for special needs students. Charter schools do their own thing with their SELPAs. We need to chart our own course as a school district without the influence of charter schools. Please, just this is no good.
Thank you, Mr. Loudon. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Angelica Hanco.
Good evening again. I wanted to just ask a little bit more or kind of echo the questions around the implementation and the support because there's a lot aspirationally that sounds good in the plan, a lot of investment in professional development, the emphasis on the social emotional learning roadmap at every school, relationship-centered schools, things that really many youth-led and parent-led organizations have stressed over time as being essential, even with not in this distance learning environment, but ever more important during a pandemic. And I guess what I wanted to hear more about as we move forward from this plan is what does this look like from the side? How as a family of an English learner or an elementary school student or a high school student, will you actually feel the impact of this plan? And what does this look like in terms of kind of the support structure in place at the district level, the network superintendents and how they're supporting principals, the kind of support that these folks who are now being named as distance learning leads, safety leads, equity family navigators, how that actually is going to look in practice, and really lifting up also the reminder to make sure that whatever that feedback loop does look like, that families and students, and especially the kind of vulnerable populations that are called out in this plan, that there is a real concrete way to make sure that we are getting that feedback and course correcting based on that, and that's happening at every school site. Thank you very much. I know this plan is a lot of work.
Thank you. And I just want to note in reference to the prior speaker, there was a little bit of a personal attack against an earlier speaker who is indeed a public school parent, an OUSD parent. Can we continue with public comment, please?
That was our last speaker, President London.
Great. Let's go back to Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I just want to kind of reiterate that I really want to understand what is happening for special education families, and particularly this question about compensatory education if students are not getting the prescribed services that are in their IEPs right now. Really want to understand how we're going to get students caught up, since they are, all students, right, are not getting the same education they were getting a year ago. But I really want to understand what we're doing around special education students. You know, what services are being delivered right now and which ones are not, and how are we going to make it up to families?
Director Hinton Hodge.
So I'll be the broken record too, with all the directors. I'm thinking of a mind shift in this, Dr. Aguilera, a little bit, and I'm sorry, the beautiful sister that I always see in these meetings who's carrying up, Diana Sherman. What if the question was really, how are the children? Like, what if you brought us the reports or the data that could special, 25 kids, 100 kids. Because what is beautiful is that I understand explicitly what adults are doing and how they're performing or not performing, but I really don't know how the children are. And I think that the parents tell you, I didn't get one-on-one, or I didn't get an IEP. And I think if there were a way for us to cut through our own stuff a little bit, and again, I can't direct you in this at all, but I'm wondering what does it look like across your system of people and all that said, I'm grabbing these 10 families and I'm going to see if they need a device. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to actually you know what I mean? I'm going to see it. And then I'm going to tell you that Shaniqua got this on this date and that type of thing. And it might feel like too much data or something, but I tell you, when we get those lawsuits, we get pretty detailed reports of where we got it right, where we didn't get it right. Again, a lot of adult information, but in between that is a story about what a child didn't get. And so I'm wondering if in this, and is there a way, would that question change how you grab some of that data? Because I think, Dr. Aguilera, your point is well taken, right? Like, I mean, you guys are doing this demographic work, disaggregating, you have dashboards. And so where is some of the personalization that could potentially happen in it? So it's just, and again, I feel like we're in a learning process around it, right? So maybe just more narrative, more storytelling. And to the president, thank you very much for, the virtual kind of like attack that happened on a parent of a child who has, needs. So like, we all get to speak, and ideology and politics really should, at this particular point, if we can't learn nothing else from this pandemic, we really are supposed to be kind of in this together, and our babies need us to be collectively thinking together. So we, anyway, so thank you for, Madam President, for that leadership.
Thank you. Colleagues, anything further before we move on from this item? This is a public hearing. Dr. Aguilera or Superintendent or Ms. Sherman, was there anything you wanted to add or leave us with?
No, I mean, the purpose of this conversation was to collect information and feedback so that we can take it, we're still in the process of synthesizing. It is very complex. I think to Director Hinton Hodges' point, there is constant learning. And I just want to underscore that this learning continuity and attendance plan is not just 2021. We will be in this COVID-like state until we have a vaccine and it is distributed into communities. So we need to be thinking a 2 to 3 year stretch. You know, we want to do our best with figuring out how best to spend some of these dollars this particular year. And also as we're learning and hearing from community, you know, what are we going to need from the next 2 years? And you can hear it in the community conversation, nervousness and uncertainty around in-person. And no, we need to have the kids back in person. We have to have those conversations with labor. There's a lot of understanding the guidelines around CDC when we're talking about bringing kids back. If we can go that route, now we're talking about in cohorts of 14. So that has financial implications that show up on these spreadsheets in terms of what does that mean in terms of what we have to be able to resource. Just this morning, we were talking across Alameda County around contact tracing and testing and an added responsibility that's going to be brought down on school districts. That's another cost that we have to anticipate. When we were talking about this planning, when the team started, you know, 5 to 6 weeks ago, that guidance wasn't clear. So the point around how we get better about feedback loops and that communication, that's going to be essential. So it's very helpful to hear pieces around how we're going to evaluate, you know, the needs of our special education students, being more specific around African-American students. And then on our end, as we receive clear guidance around what the state, what the Alameda Department of Health, oh yes, now districts, you must do this. We then have to think about what's going to be that cost and how do we make sure we build that in. So we will be aggregating all this information and bringing it back. So thank you.
Thank you. So this was a public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing. We will actually vote on this item on the 23rd because we have to adopt this before the end of the month. So thank you very much. We're going to move now to item T, new business. Oh, no. We have unfinished business. Item S, S1201597. This is our board policy on distance learning. Director Harris. Do you want to make a motion before we start the conversation?
Yes, I would move the adoption of the distance learning policy.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Moved by Director Harris, seconded by Director Hinton Hodge. Is there anything you want to add, Director Harris? We discussed this a couple weeks ago, but we're happy to hear anything else you want to share with us.
Yeah, just to frame it up, I first just want to acknowledge that this has been just an incredibly tough time, not only for our educators, chiefly teachers having to show up completely differently. Just have so much respect for every educator that I know, because I've seen teachers show up in a way that I always knew that they were really real frontline workers and real essential workers, just like doctors, and much more so than lawyers, not to offend any lawyers, but I really think they're the fabric of our community. And we're really just getting to see different looks at how teachers show up in the distance learning space and creating opportunities for students to engage in a way that's very different than, you know, say you're in 11th grade, then you've engaged in school for a long time. So just really want to appreciate that, and also appreciate the students who are showing up, whether it be student director Ramos, whether it be, you know, that kid who's at Fremont or Castlemont and is showing up because they want to get better. And it's just a difficult time. And, you know, really, you know, thank you, Claude, for joining us again. It's good to hear your voice and just speaking about just how difficult it is for some families. And even Mr. Tapscott talked about, you know, we got a lot of families that live in small spaces and that don't have the luxury of having, you know, a room for a kid and another room for a kid. And this is hard. So just acknowledging that And so this policy is, I just wrote a quick piece. To shift from in-person instruction to distance learning is something many educators never thought happen on a full-time basis. And yet we have witnessed that transition and continue to sit in a place where we don't fully know when in-person instruction will begin. This policy calls on us to build out the necessary infrastructure to equitably and effectively support and educate all OUSD students through distant learning practices, particularly our students in greatest need. And it absolutely cannot, replace in-person interaction, but do our damnedest and our best to make sure what we're doing on distance learning fills the need while we're in the middle of this pandemic crisis. And then ultimately, it calls for the superintendent to develop a distance learning master plan and regularly assess that plan and the students' access to technological devices and to their home internet. So, you read the policy. I think community has read it. And again, thank you to all of the educators that work for OUSD. Thank you to Director Hinton Hodge for help. Thank you to the superintendent, to President London, and everybody that contributed on the construction of this policy. So that's all I will say, and just a huge thanks to the community for your resilience to the students and educators. But I just present that policy for your adoption and consideration.
Thank you for your leadership on this. Colleagues, are there any questions for Director Harris?
Madam President, I'd like to propose an amendment amendment, some additional language for the policy. And as I talked to Director Harris about it, he might, he'll speak his opinion about it, and everyone should. I definitely am going down two tracks with this amendment. The simplistic track would be that in the master planning process and consideration, that there be a couple of added sentences and actions and activities. One would be that the superintendent or designee, again, that master planning group, will provide an equity audit of all the technology providers, all of the technology assistance that's being the TA that's done, who's delivering that, what companies are delivering that, an audit around the vendors, an audit even around the materials, and internet providers. So from big boys like Comcast to Sonic, right? Who are those folks? And then any other services and businesses that are generated, right, as a result of this. My concern is very much grounded in, being a part of a pandemic where we've been talking about Black Lives Matter and the need to uplift, Black lives, Black voices, but also, many folks of color who are often left out of economic opportunity. And so recognizing that, someone can gift the organization, $10 million, and we're like, okay, we're going out and buying devices, we're going to buy hotspots, but without a lens of equity, in my mind, to circulate that dollar back into community or back into smaller businesses or local businesses, we continue to perpetuate kind of institutional racism. And again, lack leveraging our system to actually do something, that could be economically profound in this particular moment of our pandemic. So it's a very clear.
So do you have some language that you're
proposing? I do. I have the language.
Specific...
I sent it on to the secretary as well as to Mr. Harris. And I would appreciate just having some time, Director London, to speak to this. So that is one part of it. There's also within the considerations, it says there's language that's very specific, ongoing costs given the need for regular replacement of devices. And so again, noting that we don't have a dollar sign, and I'm assuming the master plan is going to delineate how much money out of a budget is going to be, procured, and making sure that we can support these things. So again, this is not this is not out of the blue. This is about real resources are going to be identified and attached, and so that should be dealt with. The third element is about this training that we're going to do. So again, back to who's doing the training. If you're talking about working with particular families, I think Director Torres kind of eloquently talked about the way in which we needed to kind of like culturally appropriately engage, perhaps, around that technical assistance. And so for me, when I pull back the curtain inside this organization, I want to make sure that I'm seeing people that look like the students, be they the tech people, be they the custodian people, whoever it is, right? The teachers are really going to be able to connect on some level in that particular kind of way, right? And it's not always racially the same, but I do think we care a lot about whether or not someone can speak the language of the Arabic community to relay this important information, right? So there's got to be that distinction. That's quick and dirty, and I can give those 3 sentences. I have them available. The bigger issue that Director Harris pointed to me, and I've been talking about it, and I'm going to do it, is that I do think that we need to look at Board Policy 7115, which is actually that's where I'm actually pulling language in some ways from there that talks about it at the construction level, right? Inside of our capital programs. And so again, if we put meaning behind Black Lives Matter or Brown Lives Matter, right? Or we're going to interrupt racism and institutional racism, then these policies got to get a little bit cleaner, and our auditing of our behavior has got to get much better, right? So I will definitely hold that, but these 3 sentences or 3 asks, and Director Harris, I think it could kind of just go into the master planning piece, right? Of things that the whoever that body is exploring and operationalizes, correct? Would you say?
Yeah, and I was just going to ask you if you could either share your screen so that everybody could see like where you are proposing to put it, and just so they could see the sentences.
Dude, I'm on a different computer.
Oh,
I sent it
man.
to you. Could you share it for me?
I have it, but I don't know which sentences
Sure.
are the ones that.
Sure, there's a lot of preamble. It just talks about, the local policy 715. And so it goes, the superintendent designee, provide audit, a master plan calling for ongoing costs. Next sentence, calls for delivery of trainings for educators and delivery of services, vendors, and service providers should be aligned with 7115. Direct support for families addressing distance learning.
Okay, so let me see if I can. I don't know if I can share my screen, but let me see.
Okay, I sent it to Mr. Rickstra as well.
I have
so it. For Student Director Ramos, and I won't take too much more time so that there can be a little bit of debate, but we have a policy that requires that we hire 50% of the contractors, to, especially when it comes to building Fremont or any of our construction, 50% of those contractors must either be local in Oakland or small businesses or something that small local businesses in a part of an enterprise. So like apprenticeship type programs. The legally, you can't talk about a Black business or a brown business necessarily, but you can frame it around small, local, maybe even language it talks about maybe under disenfranchised or something like that. And also women are often in those categories. And so 50% is what we should be doing. So that is exactly what I'm asking when we talk about this technology work that we're about to do.
So I think the question is whether everyone can see the language. I don't know if anyone else received it who could share their screen. And then the question will be to you, Director Harris, as the maker of the motion, whether you will accept this amendment. Thank you to whoever just shared their screen.
Yeah, I just popped it up. I highlighted it here.
Okay.
In blue, and so that's what Director was referring to. so a lot of this is, Superintendent, you didn't have a chance to look at this, but this would obviously fall on you to implement. So I just want to give you a second to read that. And it sounds like the best place for this to go would be in the development of the master plan. So the equity, the ongoing cost. So yeah, that's what I have.
President London, are we going to have discussion on this proposed amendment?
The first question is whether the maker of the motion accepts the language. If he does, it goes into the motion overall. If he doesn't, then we vote on it separately. So it really starts with the maker of the motion.
Yeah, I mean, I would accept it. We have to do some cleanup, but yeah, in general, I think these are in line with the policy. But I obviously would love to hear from my colleagues.
So Director Harris, you want discussion before you decide whether you're going to accept this amendment?
No, I would accept them as friendly. But I'm now forgetting the procedure on how that will work.
The procedure is if you accept it,
right,
it goes into the motion. If you don't accept it, then we discuss the motion and vote on it. General Counsel, do I have that correct? I saw you pop in there for a minute.
Yeah, I will defer to Mr. Rickstra, but I believe that is correct. If Director Harris is accepting of this, or if the board does vote to incorporate this, then I will have a few comments at that point.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask General Counsel. It's just a matter of the tweaking of the language and the integration of the language. I forgot to thank you as well for editing, but I would call on you to assist in that. And yes, I would accept them, and as well as recommendations. That's what Director Hinaj and I didn't have a chance to talk about, was where appropriate, we would need to, some of this might be appropriate for Board Policy 7115 and may not be necessarily relevant here. So I'm looking for some guidance from you as well as my colleagues here, but I would on this face accept these as friendly amendments.
Okay. So so you've accepted them. Now we will go into discussion. So I see now Director Gonzalez. Go ahead. And then Director Yee. And let's try to do 2 minutes because, colleagues, we're going to need a motion to extend the meeting. We have a number of additional items tonight.
Yeah, so I don't want to belabor this because I want us to get to the closing of the books discussion. But to me, this is not the level of specificity we'd normally include in a board policy. So my main feedback is I believe this is something that should be addressed either through the administrative regs / implementation plan, or if you want to put it into 7115, but I don't. So usually our board policies are a little more high level than this level of detail. My other question is, we have deadlines according to which we must spend this, by which we must spend this money. So I just don't know if this kind of all the work that's going to be generated by this is going to allow us to get the dollars out the door according to the deadlines that we have. So those are my main comments.
Director Yee, go ahead.
I have just 2 questions. Are we talking about the proposed amendment or the overall policy right now?
Well, it's not clear to me if Director Harris has accepted this. So just offer your comments on the whole.
Yeah, and I apologize for not looking in more detail, Director Harris, but is there any notation as to the providing at cost or for free the technology to families? And is there any provision in here requiring the district to provide adequate centralized support to maintaining of this, or both of those come somewhere else, or is it here and I just missed it?
Let's see. So let me open up the policy. So yeah, so this is all based on our budget. So if we don't have the budget, we cannot do it, right? And so that's the first thing. So it's not saying that we do this and something else gets cut. If we have the budget, we have to respond to the need. And then your second question was what?
Well, I mean, the first one was really the the key. I did not understand this to be only during this period of time, but I thought this was a board policy going forward, that we established a prioritization of distance learning for the district and make it a part of the instructional methodology that the district will commit to. And is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then the second question becomes, if you make this a requirement, then just like you have to provide a textbook for every kid, if you have a social studies curriculum, then there has to be a requirement that you're providing the technology to every family. And so that has to be irrespective of whether the family can afford it or not. Right now we have, through Oakland United, we have a program for free technology, but are we going to provide free technology like we would a textbook to every student? Or is there some kind of bifurcation of that? And then the last question was whether this board policy requires any sort of centralized, centralized administration of the entire thing, so that it provides the, where it would sit in the organizational chart and how would it be funded. But the main thing is the distribution of resources. So that is the technology that you're recommending in this policy equivalent to a textbook? And if it is, then what is the budgetary requirement?
Okay, so are you reading the policy right now?
No, I'm trying to switch back and forth.
Consistent with our budget policies, the superintendent shall work with public agencies, public utilities, sponsors, and OUSD partners to ensure that all TK through 12th grade students possess sufficient technological device and internet connectivity that will allow them to connect with their instructor as a part of the delivery of everyday instruction and student-teacher interaction. Right. So it's asking the superintendent to leverage private resources as well as public resources to make sure that every student has it. So that would become on us, as it is now, to get every kid a device.
Well, right now we are not required to give every kid a device. What we are required is that every kid has a device, but many kids have their own devices. So my question for your board policy is the device and the technology equivalent to a textbook? Because that changes the budgetary requirements. You can't buy textbooks only for kids who need them. You buy them standardized across the district. So that's what that's my confusion.
If you're looking at the second paragraph, it's to ensure, so that we do a quality check and we say, okay, if you have a device and you say you don't need a device, then we don't give you a device. If you need a device, then our partner network is activated to get you a device. Just the same way it's happening at Sankofa right now. If a student says, I don't want a device because I have one, they still have the option of getting one. Is that what you're asking?
That is essentially what I'm asking, but I'm an old-fashioned person, Director Harris. When we have something, we don't ask people, we don't have the capacity to ask people their ability to pay for it. It's a free educational process. So if distance learning is the technology like a textbook, then it seems to me that we are required to budget for technology for every student, just like we do a textbook.
Well, that's not what this policy is calling for. It's asking us to evaluate the need and provide where there is a need.
And if we don't have the money for it, then
Well, I mean, so what are we doing right now? Right? We found the money for it, right? And so we've been living in a world where it's been okay for what seems like 60% of our students to not have a device or internet connectivity at home, and it's put them in, and that's been okay until this pandemic comes, and now students can't receive an education because we haven't made it as a city, as a school district, our responsibility to make sure they're connected, when we know every student of affluence across this city has connectivity. So it's a digital divide that we've sat silent on. So yeah, we're saying you have to find the money. It's not putting the district on the hook budgetarily and saying we're going to allocate X dollars, but it is putting our force of people and partners on the hook to say if a student has a need, we're going to make sure that need is met. I mean, this is to say that if we do this now,
I would just ask, if you don't mind, Director Harris, I would ask if this is an issue for anybody else or for our general counsel, because it seems to me that it's treading on establishing a textbook-like policy without the money to go along with providing a free and appropriate education. So if it doesn't bother,
are you asking for the general counsel to weigh in, Director Yee? Are you asking for the general?
If he is willing.
And also, could you clarify the new law, the governor's law on, I don't know if governor's, there's ed code, right? That we, in distance learning, we actually do have to provide or shall provide or something, right?
Right. It's kind of like the difference between shall provide and should provide. And that. And
let's let the general counsel answer.
I guess that's all I need.
Let him respond, please.
I think it would probably be most appropriate for me to provide the response in writing to the board, since there is some nuance. There's a number of different legal pieces at play, including some potential constitutional issues. So I'd prefer to do that, via an attorney-client communication. And that way I can properly and fully explain to the board the nuances to the question that was asked by Director.
This is not, Director Harris, this is not in any way to object to the intent. And this only came
I'm just saying,
because I was reviewing it now.
What was this last time? We sunshine this 2 weeks ago, and this wasn't an issue. So we could have addressed this over the last 2 weeks. But
I apologize.
If we are in a position as an agency to right the wrong where students don't have devices, and we can bring to bear the resources to get them devices so that they can learn, why wouldn't we do that? If you read the second paragraph, we're protected budgetarily. So I'm just trying to understand why this conversation didn't elevate or escalate last time. If this was a concern, we've been talking about this for 4 months. So that's my only issue is that this is kind of blindsided. Like, where's this coming from?
I have to tell you exactly where it's coming from. I listened to something today when they made the nuance between the language of shall and the language of should. And it suddenly triggered to me this one issue. That's all.
We had a request to call the question. Let's go there. Wait, we haven't taken public comment yet, Director Ng. I'm sorry, I need to go to public comment.
Right, and I still have something to say. I mean, I think I'm hearing the GOEP, and I think just to Director Harris, I've been talking about it. No, I did not bring this into it earlier. But I think also what has come up for me throughout this process is I've been watching where we put our attention, and so, where we put our money. So I don't think paying minority people or small businesses is a hindrance to doing business inside this district. And so even to what I was trying to do was to connect with the idea of, if we do have to go out and talk to Verizon, we also can go talk to ABC small local internet provider as well. So that's all this policy is saying, is look also internal to to the city, to look at whether or not we can generate those types of business.
Thank you. Let's call public comment now, please, Ms. Floyd.
Our first speaker is a call-in listener. Area code 347. Last three numbers are 230.
And if we could give each speaker 2 minutes, please. Director Harris, thank you. Okay. 347, last three digits 230. If you could unmute yourself. Let's come back to that person. Can you call the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Yes, thank you. I'm always very appreciative of an opportunity to engage in an equity component. And so the proposal to include an equity audit is much needed. As a matter of fact, it's a part of the city of Oakland's practice to have every agenda item have an equity statement, a racial equity statement related to that item. I'm also in agreement with board member Harris. The fact that you've gone into an extended discussion over something that's been on the agenda for 4 months, and it goes back to this proposal in the later on in the agenda, where we speak about the fact that the meetings are lengthy. And my proposal is the length of the meetings has nothing to do with the public as much as it has to do with the extended over engagement of the council members. So I think also that it is very, very important to realize that no matter what happens, you're going to probably have to engage in a prioritization of service or whatever you're doing, because we're not in a fiscal mode to accommodate every student. And you always end up the majority of the time coming up with a prioritization component rather than being able to give 100% of whatever you're talking about. But I support fully the equity audit presented by Ms. Hinton Hodge.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
We're going to go back to our call-in listener, area code 347. Last three numbers are 230. Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker, Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, I support the motion. It seems reasonable to make that apparent as to how the money is being spent. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Claude Crudup.
Hi.
Claude, we lost you. Mr. Crudup, we lost you.
Gary, just want to say, I'm really shocked to hear you say those things, even though I understand where you're coming from about the financial burden. There is no question that we need to understand what children have access to digital learning and what children do not. We had that obligation before this because the gap was widening in digital learning before COVID. So for the last decade, there's been a gap in digital learning in poor communities. This is a perfect opportunity to understand what kids don't have access to the resources that are pushing some kids ahead. And I can't, I'm Gary, I'm shocked. Like, I'm shocked to hear you say you don't want to assess, at least assess, even if we don't fund it, what kids are not keeping up to what we need to do to make sure they're learning in this format. There has been learning going on in this format long before COVID, which was adding to this divide. And we need to take advantage of this opportunity to make sure we understand what children do not have access and make sure that we put resources in that space, whatever resources we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Ben Tapscott.
I'm sitting here a little shocked and understanding discrimination still goes on. 47% of our students are Latinos. We know the Hill schools probably have everything they need and something. And for Gary to talk about whether or not a kid should have a learning tool is embarrassing to me. We should provide everything that every child has, that every child needs to have, and I support what Harris said in Jamoki. When it comes down to money, it looks like they run out when they get to minorities. The fact that every child in Oakland, and we're going to have distant learning for a while, they're going to need certain things. We're probably going to need, for elementary level, teachers going into the home teaching the elementary kids. They need to have the resources and the support that they need that they may or may not have at home. And if they don't receive those from the school district they live in, how will they be successful later on? So I'm not happy with what I'm hearing from Gary, and I think we need to call it what it is, and we need to provide everything that we can to our children when it comes to learning. Maybe we need to ask some of these computer companies to donate computers to our district so that they will ensure that all of our students have an equal opportunity to learning. I'm upset at you, Gary.
Excuse me, Mr. Tapscott, if you could please refer to him as Director Yee when we're in a board meeting, that would be preferable. Thank you. Are there more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
There are no additional speakers, President London.
President London, may I make a quick response?
I just want to go back, Director Yee, to the call-in person who was unable to access. Can you call that person one more time, please? Ms. Floyd, there was a call-in. There was a caller who was unable to access us earlier. Maybe we've lost Ms. Floyd. Okay, Director Yee, why don't you take a couple of minutes to respond, please?
Unfortunately, I must apologize, Director Harris, for raising this because I think it's completely misunderstood. My point was to change this to be a requirement. If distance learning is a requirement in the district, then district learning is, then the tools for distance learning become our responsibility, period. It's not whether we can raise the money from nonprofits or philanthropy or donations or anywhere else. It becomes our responsibility. And I am not interested myself in ever disputing the need for this once we determine distance learning is a board policy. Then it becomes my responsibility to ensure that we have distance learning tools for everyone. And so for people to believe that this is a way of me objecting to what you said, if everybody will listen to what the text is, I said that from the beginning, I've supported you on this. I just noticed the fact at the end that the way of funding the digital tools is left up to the superintendent going to sources other than the district to collect up the resources for it. So I was, if anything, making it, strengthening it to say it shall be our responsibility, not it should be our responsibility. And that was the comment. And I hope that you took it in that spirit. Not that I was opposed to it because of the cost, but that I would accept the cost of it if distance learning is as critical as it is, which is, I think I certainly believe. And so unfortunately, I think people are misunderstanding what my personal objection was, as I said, because it was similar, in my view, to providing books, which is something that we do as a part of free and equal education, and why I asked for the General Counsel to weigh in on that one piece of it, not the intent, not the commitment, only the funding of it.
So I would just like to make a suggestion, Director Harris. I think that my suggestion is that we table this to the 23rd so that we can work out the language that you want to incorporate, that's being recommended here to incorporate, and have a chance to make sure that all questions are vetted.
I'm personally fine with voting yes on it as it is, but I just wanted to raise something.
President London, I do believe that there's a real need for consultation with staff about whether the timeline actually works, right, for the changes that Director Hinton Hodge is proposing with when we have to get the funds out the door.
It's really not that complicated to look at whether or not the person is a local vendor or not. I don't understand why you have a resistance to asking that question. It's an equity question. Is this vendor local? Can we find a local vendor? If not, we don't, but we document it. It's an audit.
I'm going to put this to Director Harris if he wants to vote on this now, if he wants to call the question now, or if he wants to table it for 2 weeks. It's really up to you. It's your motion, and I don't want to stand in the way of you moving forward in the way that you anticipated. You're here. I'm turning to you.
Yeah, well, and first of all, Director, I appreciate it. I always appreciate the spirit of the debate that we have. And so I hear what you're saying. And I know you're on the side of kids having what they need. So that's not a question. And that I believe is a misunderstanding. The thing about the Director Hinton Hodge, the amendments, I don't know how we can adopt those because without a lot of wordsmithing right now. So either we need to take the 2 weeks to work those in, or we need to adopt and make a revision.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how people will vote on it. I mean, I'm sure they'll vote it down, but if you have, I mean, there's a sentence that says we are going to spend money. And I am saying, if we spend money, please ensure that you do that in an equitable fashion. And you have a policy that says, look locally, look at small, look at women.
May I offer an observation? We have coming to us at some point in the next couple of months an update to our purchasing policy. And it seems to me that this concept could be embedded there. So I just wanted to suggest that.
It also should come up in your training policy if you're going to train parents, right? I mean, I'm just saying across the board, we talk equity. So I mean, yeah, we can go through multiple iterations of other policies. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with, we just rework 715 and then 715 has this larger reach. So anytime anybody purchases something, a vendor or whatever, anytime someone does professional development, you need to be asking that question. So, I mean, we could go that. I mean, I can't imagine people wanting to do that if they don't even want to add to the technology piece. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's so much money about to flow through this community around technology. And people, I mean, literally, we know cases where there are small vendors that got pushed aside for larger vendors. And on one hand, they can't bring you 15,000 hotspots, but they damn sure can generate some of the resources, right? And circulate it in our community.
Can I just ask something in regard to the wording at the very end where it says the superintendent is going to adopt this plan and it has 1 through 7. Number 1 is missing after the word families, the CBOs that are going to do these learning hubs. I have a feeling they're going to be the experts overall, because if distance learning, after distance learning, if there's some way to bring in 14 children in a classroom, guess who's doing 14 already? Spanish Speaking Citizens Foundation, Peralta Hacienda. They've already figured it out for months to serve our kids in small pods. And so we're not asking for input from those people who already are doing it. That's a little bit odd to me. So I was wondering if we could add that. And then under facilities capacity, I'm not really sure what that little blurb is, number 5, like facilities capacity, what? Facilities capacity to bring back students in an equitable way. I just wasn't sure what that little piece is. I get facilities capacity. If nothing had ever happened, we'd have our kids in our schools. But for this distance learning, aren't we trying to put kids in with the most need when it's time to put some kids back? So wouldn't it be facilities capacity on an equitable basis with highest needs? I just feel like there was some wording missing there. Maybe I misunderstood it. Director Harris, Director Hinton Hodge, could you help me understand that part?
Well, it's connected to the clause before the colon. The superintendent shall consider facilities capacity as she develops a master plan. So if she's going to do hybrid learning, if she's going to use and leverage facilities in a different way, that's all it's saying.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't have an issue with consulting CBOs. It's not named explicitly, but yeah, absolutely. I think it should be consistent with everything else we've been seeing and hearing tonight about CBOs. I know they're feeding families. I know Andrew Park's nonprofit, they've been feeding millions of meals probably by now. Ebasi is going to be working hopefully soon with a school, much like Peralta, much like Spanish Speaking Citizens Foundation, informally, hopefully formally. So I just feel like we have to be consistent. That's all.
So President London, I'm not usually one to try and close debate, but it's 10 o'clock and we need to get to the budget closing of the books presentation. Director Ng moved that we close debate. So I suggest that we close debate. And as you suggested, bring this back after there's been time for, I would suggest consultation with staff, but certainly to incorporate the different things that board members are raising.
Director Harris, can you work with that? I hear your frustration. I realize this was the input that you wanted 2 weeks ago, but thank you. We'll bring this back on the 23rd, and we'll try to see if we can bring it back on the consent agenda so that we don't need to take up. That's a very busy agenda on the 23rd. Thank you. We'll move on now. Our next item. We're now into new business. First, before we do this, I need a motion to extend the meeting.
I will move to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Madam President, before you proceed with that, can we have a formal motion to postpone, because you had a pending motion on the floor?
Sure. I will make a motion. I will make a motion to postpone item 201597 until the 23rd of September. It's been seconded. Can you call the roll, please? Second by Vice President Gonzalez.
On the motion to postpone the item as stated, Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Abstain.
Director Harris?
Yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
Yes.
The motion's adopted.
Thank you. We're going to go now. Now we have the motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. It was moved by Director Gonzalez. Is there a second? I'm not going to second because I think we need to go till midnight personally.
Second.
Seconded by Director Torres. Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to extend the meeting, I think it was to 10:30?
11:30.
11:30?
You're getting wishful there, Mr. Rakestraw.
I'm also tired.
We all are. It's been a long, weird day with that light.
Okay, Student Director Ramos?
Yes.
All right, Director Harris? Director Harris?
with us?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Yee?
Yes.
Director Ng?
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge?
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez?
Yes.
And President London?
No.
The meeting time is extended to 11:30. It's
All
adopted.
right, let's see if we get that. We're going to go now to item T1. This is the annual statement closing of the books, I guess, for the last fiscal year. We welcome to the stage our Chief Business Officer, Ms. Grant Dawson. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening to Superintendent Johnson Trammell, to President London, and to all of the directors and community and staff that are still with us and watching on what, yes, was a very weird day today. So I'm going to do my best to help with the 11:30 timeline by getting into the presentation for this evening. So let me to my screen. All right, there it is. So again, thank you once again for staying and waiting for the second most exciting part.
Ms. Grant Dawson, excuse me, I believe I need a motion to accept this report.
I will move that we accept the closing of the books report.
Second.
Can we call, okay, it's been moved and seconded. Now we can go ahead.
Thank you. So we'll get right into it. A lot of content in this report, and I want to also share that as we are closing out this fiscal year, at the same time, we're moving towards a new fiscal year. There's a lot of information from the 1920 fiscal year that will continue to inform what we do and what we recommend in the 2021 year. And so we will go over a lot of the elements of the highlights of this report and then talk about some of the next steps at the end. So this slide is just merely showing you where we are. We continue to have this framework about all of the financial reports that we provide in the course of a year. And as we continue to move forward, not only in this venue, but in budget and finance, we'll begin to step into what actually is included in what is a very lengthy report with a lot of reports and documentation to share on a static basis. So this is a summary of, if you never look at the actual financial report, what the unaudited actual results were. And it simply is showing you what we would call profit and loss, revenues minus expenses, and then in government accounting, what your ending fund balance is. And so, as we look at our revenues, where we ended with $398 million for unrestricted and a coinciding $186 million, I am rounding, for restricted revenues. When we look at the comparisons as we move forward, one of the key things that you're doing at the unaudited actuals period is determining, well, how close or far were you from estimated actuals? Functionally, you're comparing it to, well, how well did you budget at the beginning of the year? How close or far? Understanding that many things change throughout the course of a year, to include the expenditures, where we saw less expenditures. We commonly do in school districts. Our financial reports, first interim, second interim budget, is always budgeted that all of our revenues will equal our expenditures. And we realize that that doesn't actualize in the way in which oftentimes people believe that it will, because we often, A, may not be able to hire all the staff that we plan to have, or B, have additional costs or projects that may be delayed and or we are in phases of implementation. So we budgeted the entire amount that we may have allocated, but it really will, the activity will occur over multiple years. And so being able to, throughout the year, highlighting those different strategies is important, so that when at the end of the year, something is unspent, it was already known and or understood, in addition to the fact that we're looking at the entire operation and projecting based on prior years and or what we're anticipating we're going to do. What we will also say as we move down and forward is that our net increase or decrease, that line E, which is right here in the fund balance, shows that we were $1 million different from ultimately, our profit and loss. If you take the revenues minus the expenditures, and then you're looking at the other financing sources and uses, this is where the general fund is supporting other funds and or other resources. And this year, the general fund did not have to make a contribution to another fund, which we'll talk about in a later slide, but does continue to support those funds that it's required to. Routine restricted maintenance, also known as ongoing major maintenance, as well as special education that again does not get fully funded. And so the general fund therefore has a requirement to continue to support those programs. When you compare that to the beginning fund balance of $34 million, this 1 million is netted against the 34 million. So it means we spent 1 million more than what we earned in that current year for revenue, and therefore taking our ending balance to 33 million. And so when we're looking at that ending balance and after we make various adjustments, we were only 16% off from the 28 million that we projected at estimated actuals. So the estimated actuals, we anticipated we have less of a fund balance. 16% is very reasonable in an average of, if you're looking at budgets and you're estimating, am I somewhere between 5, 10, and depending on the size of the budget, 15% of a threshold. I call that a very good projection. And looking at prior years where there's been concerns about the swing that we call the swing, the difference between what we thought and what happened. And so when we look at that swing, being this tight with a 16% threshold, again, was a good show by the team. And so what's nice about this moment is I get to present this news, but ultimately I wasn't here to prepare for all of the things that occurred to get the district to this place. So definitely big kudos to Luz Caceres, as well as the other team members that supported from consulting support perspective, as well as the district staff who ultimately closed this year without any additional external support, which had not been the case in prior years. So we are moving in a trajectory of being able to own this work and this responsibility, but a lot of that had to do with a lot of the training and support that occurred. Thank you to Mr. Nguyen for his leadership in this area as well. He too also returning to the district within a 8 to 9 month span to be able to close the book successfully. Our restricted programs, again, also, now we budget, again, our restricted programs to spend all of the revenue that is going to be received, but the restricted programs also have revenue that is a multi-year allocation depending on the funding stream. So with that being said, with our restricted programs, our adjusted ending fund balance was $40 million. But then you netted against the 6 million that we spent more of. The fund balance has resources that we didn't spend from the previous year for many different programs. So you'll hear commonly carryover from Title I, carryover from other resources that are sitting in the fund balance and then end up getting spent in a second year. So with that being said, our ending fund balance was $37 million, a net 9% change, again, still falling within that 10 to 15% window, just on the other side. And so we still call that a good measure of swing between what we estimated and the ending fund balance. So moving right along, when we're looking at the net changes in unaudited actuals, again, comparing it to estimated actuals. For our revenues, as we just talked about on that first slide, we did and are projecting and then closing with a lower LCFF allocation. There was a reduced amount of property taxes received, which we anticipated. Now, of course, when we're calculating our local control funding formula, we're anticipating that what we don't get in property taxes, the state will make up. Oftentimes, once the books are closed, and then we do our final annual attendance, we'll see a true up from the state of any amount that may be owed to us. So with that being said, there was $2.3 million that was not realized in LCFF. However, we saw upside with a $500,000 liability that we had booked from a prior year audit for mandated costs. And so we learned this year that that amount we would not have to repay. And so we were able to recognize that as revenue once again. So it offsets the local control formula funding formula allocation that we did not realize. For our restricted programs, when we're looking at $5 million lower from projection in revenue, for title programs, that is being measured based on what's spent. So we may get a $30 million allocation that we can spend over 2 years. If we only spend 15 of it, then we're only going to report 15 million in revenue. The rest of it will be carried over. So again, this does not mean that we did not earn in the sense of our eligibility to earn all of the Title I and Title II funding. It means that we did not spend all of it. And so therefore we will have those resources in the future year. Our after school program, also we saw $500,000 less in revenues, which ultimately is a function again of the amount that we spent in restricted programs. For expenditures, these are areas again that we're looking at, and you'll see in a later slide where we're talking about there's a component and a strategy that often, if I'm coming into a district, especially at the end of a year, doing a post-mortem is really important because there are things that occurred that we're not understanding completely why they occurred. And so we'll need to, once we completed this report, start really analyzing as we were going through and seeing where we saw changes in our projection, going back to the why. That why informs how we manage the budget going forward, as well as other cash flow components that I'll get into. So our certificated salaries are $2.5 million lower than we projected. So we spent less in actual teacher salary spending, but we did see an increase in substitute teacher salaries. What will be important in analyzing that? When did we see those increases? What were those drivers to increases? And do we anticipate that we're going to see the same or similar trends this year? There is a tendency, or will be a tendency due to the pandemic, that most of the changes that we're seeing are due to the pandemic, which is not accurate. So what I do know in looking at these areas is that it did occur over the year. The question is why, and either when we adopted the budget or as we were adjusting the budget, which included a lot of changes. We reduced the number of accounts. We had a plethora of accounts that we had in play that the team was able to lean out on, meaning where you have several amounts of budget that's bucketed, but again, we're not utilizing that account as appropriately. So in the new year budget, consolidating and collapsing accounts became very critical and very important. So we want to understand that dynamic so we can anticipate that. The reduced teacher salary spending includes multiple teaching types. So it's classroom teachers as well as STIP subs and other areas. So we'll be looking at those particular areas to see why that spending adjusted. We were able to use, there was a $1 million amount available in Measure G to continue to offset and support certificated salaries as appropriate. Understanding also that Measure G is also a call out and a follow-up that we will also address about how we've used our Measure G funds and whether or not we've utilized them and really met, or what I'm gleaning from the committee and the community, have we really met the yield for this parcel tax and its purpose? We've not heard that. That's the community and board concern. So we'll come back to that and how we're utilizing Measure G, but definitely did take note of how we've used it and what we're doing during this process of closing this year. Classified salaries were really tight, $150,000 net swing between projection. So again, that's very tight What we do see though is classified support salaries were $900,000 below projection. So that would mean there were positions or vacancies or potentially other areas of support salary spending that we did not realize. But in overtime, it was over our projection. So again, when did that happen? Why did it happen is going to be important and critical to understand. Was it a one-off, an ongoing, or something we also need to look at and adjust in the 2021 budget? For our unrestricted expenditures, continued benefits. Benefits does not look like it normally will, where it just coincides directly with salary. So if salaries are lower, then you would anticipate that the benefits would be lower. But for this year, we did and did have the opportunity, and again, thank you to Mr. Nguyen for continuing to work with Ms. Caceres as well as other team members last year to address some of the audit findings that we had. One, to include the way we were not accounting properly in Fund 67. And so that led to a $4.1 million expense that we needed to take out of Fund 67 and properly book it into Fund 01. So not only were we able to do that, it also meant that the general fund was able to, due to the reductions in spending or cost avoidance, to absorb this expense as we properly needed to do to be able to move forward with our revised plan to not record self-insured health and non-self-insured health insurance expenditures in Fund 67 and do it properly into Fund 76. So that adjustment was made. So it made the benefits higher because of that one-time expense increase. However, we did see a $2 million reduction again in classified benefits. So that's something that when we look above, when we saw salaries that were below $900,000 in salaries, does not coincide to $2 million in reduced spending and benefits. So we need to analyze that and see, why did that happen? Why did we anticipate that we were going to spend more in benefits? It could mean that, we expect an average of employees to take or accept benefits. And so that could be a causal. Another causal could be, again, based on the number of positions we anticipated we would fill, which we did reduce salaries throughout the year. And perhaps there was a coinciding benefit allocation that didn't get adjusted throughout the year. Those are just examples of what it could be. It's what we need to dig into the postmortem to understand that and correlate that to, did we make those corrections when we built the 2021 budget? Which again, I know we spent a lot of robust time aligning things more properly. Books and supplies is $1.7 million below projection, both in textbooks and office supplies. Again, cannot correlate that reduction in spending to the pandemic. So between March 15th and the end of June. So we'll be looking at what that allocation and the spending pattern was to be able to return to that conversation. In addition to that, services and operating expenditures, we saw reductions in consultant and professional services and other fees. So with that, we'll continue to address. So is it just that we thought that we would be able to or need to utilize these services and we did not have the need or the yield? But then how does that translate again to where we are now with 2020, 21? With telephone, we can definitely see that that was a root cause of the pandemic, where we have reduced costs in our telephone expenses as well as other expenses due to, for 2 months. If you look at the average that we spent in those particular areas, and then to see a reduction in activity in our buildings and our use of other utilities, you do see that decrease happening due to the pandemic. The majority of that was caused by that. When we're looking at contributions, we did see a decrease from our projection in contributions. What are contributions? Again, it's where the general fund has to support other resources and or funds and make them whole. That is the obligation of the general fund. There's the other word that we use called encroachment. We use encroachment when we did not plan to contribute, and it's a much more aggressive word. We did not plan to give you an additional allowance, fund A, B, C. And so when we do, we use the word encroachment commonly. But in this case, we did not have to contribute to other funds this year. That includes student nutrition. So word up to Fund 13 and all of the team members that support that particular fund. But we did see an increase in special ed contribution, 1.3 million, which again, we need to analyze the where and the why, as we are also migrating into this year with additional expenditure needs to support our special education students. And so we want to be able to be proactive about that and really be able to prepare the unrestricted general fund for those increases properly, as well as communicating them in advance why it's happening and not during or after. We did also receive $2.7 million in community redevelopment proceeds. So that offset that increase in special education, therefore providing some upside for our contributions in that area. Our restricted expenditures saw very similar changes that we saw in the unrestricted, where certificated salaries were lower than projected. The difference is what object codes we saw the swings in. This area was teacher and pupil support salaries. So want to definitely investigate that to kind of see what the whys were there. Saw a large dip down in administrator and supervisor salaries for classified salaries. So definitely need to have a better understanding of what that is. Again, that is commonly, we have positions that were vacant, we did not fill, and or positions that were vacated potentially during the year and we did not fill them. And so we need to understand that better. And again, what's happening for 2021 and how do we budget that? This is another area where benefits looks goofy. There is a requirement, a GASB 68 requirement, that we make a STRS on behalf entry. What is that? It's where we are acknowledging what the state's contribution for STRS was. And so that contribution was $4.9 million. And that is where you see the district making that entry as appropriate. So it does not correlate directly to our salaries above our certificated salaries, especially because it STRS. And so with that, you don't kind of see that coinciding. If salaries are lower, then benefits are lower because there's a mandatory adjustment that we had to make that makes that transition look different. So that's, again, another area where our benefits doesn't look as aligned as we would think with the reduction in salary spending. Books and supplies, again, another area where we were below our projections. For Title IIA, we had no expenditures in this area, so we'll be working with the team to understand what we had planned that did not materialize there. But we anticipate that it will carry over, and therefore we'll spend it in 2021, and therefore can highlight that plan at first interim. Our services and operating expenditures, again, still seeing reduction in consultant conferences and professional services as we did in the unrestricted general fund budget. So that gives us the opportunity to not only look at that, we also implemented, right, the $21 million in reductions, as well as other areas. Are there other areas that, again, we are not going to realize the same types of spending? What's important about that is in 1920, again, even during the pandemic, the district still compensated not only its employees through the end of the year, but also other services and support. So therefore, we really need to look at those areas to just see what we just over budget and anticipated that we were going to need additional services and we didn't. And again, how does that translate into the budget that we just adopted? The ancillary funds, which is a grouping word for all funds, not general fund. This is a summary of what the ending fund balance is for each of those funds. So again, want to celebrate that these funds are independently and self-sufficient. They're not requiring a contribution from the general fund. The typical funds that, except deferred maintenance, which is funded by the unrestricted general fund. But that plan also last year, the district developed a plan for deferred maintenance, which is important to be able to align how do we spend $4.6 million. And so the areas of adult ed, child development, and the cafeteria fund or common areas where school districts may have to make a contribution. So we're in a season where that is not the case. And as long as we continue to budget well and manage our funds well, we'll continue to see that trend move forward. So our next steps are to submit the unaudited actuals to the county by September 15th. The unaudited actuals also goes to several other stakeholders. And why do they want to see it? This is a snapshot at the end of the fiscal year of where the district is anticipating that its financials are finalized. And unless there's any audit adjustments, this indicates, is the district in a healthy financial position, a declining financial position, or what's its status? So our creditors, our bond reporting agencies, our financial advisors also want to see this document. So they also receive this document, and any post conversations with the district occur in addition to the county office. And then this is where we're talking about the postmortem, that we're looking at all of the areas that did not land as we anticipated. How that impacts the 2020-21 budget is very critical for us to evaluate and to assess. And then also, what about the cash flow report, which we're going to talk about tomorrow, and some of the other areas at the Budget and Finance meeting that we need to look at. Your cash flow is commonly built on what your expenditure trend was from the previous year, which for us in 2021, which would be 1920. There were things that occurred that were one-time adjustments, whether it was negotiated agreement and a one-time payment or an increase in the salary schedule that impact that. But also, what did we plan as far as salaries, consultants and other areas? And do we anticipate, because we budget to expend 100% of the resources, that we'll still see that same trend in the new year? So that postmortem, when do you hear about that again? As we're moving forward to first interim, then we're able to articulate more about what happened last year and what we see as recommendations and or adjustments to the budget that we may need to make or not. And so we'll be back with first interim as we move forward in December of 2020. We are continuing with our audit prep work. And as you heard earlier, we're continuing with our learning loss an attendance plan, spending plan, and the execution of that plan. As we heard many times, we have a tremendous amount of resources that we are to expend by December. If we don't expend it by December, we have to give it back to the state, and we are committed to not give Mr. Thurman a penny back in support of the students of Oakland Unified School District. At this time, there's no fall revision that is projected. And so with that, we won't have a more formal report before the first interim, but again, we'll continue to move forward with all of these different activities and iterations that we need to continue to move forward to close this. Want to also point out there is, and hopefully you saw my screen change, there is it is late. There is a executive summary that is also provided that provides more detail and analysis to all of the areas that we just summarized in the PowerPoint presentation. And so with that, we continue to use this as a tool to help the community to understand, as well as the board, what's happening. We provided the list of the components of the ending fund balance, so you can see the detail between we started with 33 million, but then you have to work through, well, what do we have as a signed designation to include the reserve for economic uncertainty of 2% plus the additional 1%. And then that we have, as of the end of the year, approximately $8 million in unrestricted funds that are unaccounted for. Want to point out that we talked about at the last Budget and Finance meeting, what is the cost of 1 month's payroll in Oakland Unified, and it's about 40 million. So to have a $33 million unrestricted fund balance means we could not pay 1 month's salary for our employees out of the unrestricted general fund. Of course, the restricted general fund has 34 million and salaries that coincide with that. But again, it would be for those specific salaries. So when we say that we have a healthy fund balance, we do. It's not as healthy, though, as we would like it to be, because we would be 1 month away from being, without any additional resources based on the amount of revenue that we earn. So I want to continue to put those and other areas into context for the community when it looks like, for us personally, that's a lot of money. But ultimately for a school district of this size, and as you saw, the mass amount of millions of dollars that the general fund takes, this is only 10% of the general fund. So it's not a lot of resources for us to be able to utilize. This also, we wanted to provide you a list, which is included in the financial statement of the restricted general fund balances. So this 34 million, these resources tell you where all of those resources that have an ending fund balance are. So you can see those resources as appropriate and how we manage those resources therein. Those that include carryover will be carried over, and we'll be communicating with school sites and departments that are recipients of this carryover, how much they will have available in 2021. Another area that you commonly see swing up from budget to first interim are the carryover dollars that are allocated as of the end of the year. Once we close, then we're able to allocate those resources accordingly. And so please take a review of this. If you never open the actual financial reports, that summary is there to provide you with ability and access to get a summarized version of what occurred in the 2019-20 year and what we're looking forward to and at in the current year that we're currently managing. So I will pause there, President London, and turn it back over to you for now, looking at time, and then we will proceed from there at your direction.
Thank you, Ms. Grant Dawson. I really appreciate the way you've presented the information. Colleagues, we actually need to approve this item. When we moved to accept it, that was incorrect. We will be approving this. Do you have any questions for Ms. Grant Dawson before we hear from the community and vote on approving this report? Director Hinton Hodge, let's go 2 minutes, please.
Okay. I wanted to acknowledge the number of times you said analysis. And so I just want to appreciate analysis. That is a new mindset and a really important one. So thank you for that report. And then also for me, in terms of, and this might just be my value a little bit, is, it was always very disturbing to me that we would do a carryover of Title I dollars, because that to me is reflective, at least in my particular community and my schools, Title I dollars are a big golden, right? Of the active families that I know, even in, in my neighborhood, they understand something about Title I dollars. And so the practice to do this kind of hold back for whatever academic reason it was or what have you, for me, again, I never saw the benefit of that, or so something that would carry over. And I know people manipulate, and manipulation is an okay thing, right? Like that's what we have to do when we're managing things. And so so I think for me, it's just, again, a value on that and like the continued transparency around that. So for me, I don't want to see carryover Title I dollars, because that feels like, to me, there's a kid that didn't get something. And if you have 4 out of 10 kids reading, somebody didn't get something, right? So that's a value piece. And I heard it's shifting, but I don't know why. And then this is like, I think sometimes the elephant in the room or the hornet's nest, and it's just the stir stuff and like pensions and things like that. And I've been going through a little bit of training, around finance, and it just nationally, no one ever really wants to touch this stuff. So I'm leaving in 4 months, but I guess I will just kind of continue to say, do we think that there's something that we can do differently around these kind of contributions? Because I don't even know if teachers and employees know that they may not be being served as well, even though we're spending a lot of money. So I'll continue more on that. But I feel like if that's a space where you have a greater knowledge, but it's it's the hornet's nest for you. I just like to hear at some point, like, what would it look like if we actually didn't do that, and maybe policy or systems change work would help us be better in those areas. So thank you for the work, and thank you for the analysis.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director Ng. Director Ng.
Sorry, here we go. Thank you. Thanks so much. I just want to actually, first of all, just acknowledge just such detailed explanations. And Ms. Grant Dawson got a whole host of compliments at our Budget and Finance Committee, last Budget and Finance Committee, from both community members and from board around how thorough she is in her details as she walks through the presentation. So this presentation was just the same. So I appreciate all of the details. I do have a number of questions. I don't know if we'll get to all of them, but I will just read them off, and maybe we can address some of them tomorrow night, if not tonight. I know that in one of our last presentations from last year, we were going through the process for the stale dated warrants, or is that what it's called? The stale dated, and so I just was curious. I wanted to know if we were able to realize any of that as revenue yet. I also wanted to better understand, I didn't remember hearing about the audit finding from Fund 67, the $4 million in the audit presentation. So I wasn't sure what that was. It sounded like it was something that came up with self-insurance fund. So I wanted to understand that. The postmortem, I'm really pleased that we are going, that there's additional analysis. I was hoping that that could come back to the Budget and Finance Committee just to have some more details once that's done, to just better understand. Especially on the special education increase, it looked like it was an additional contribution of 1 million last year, but I know that there was some additional increases and a deeper dive that Ms. Casares had done in the beginning of last fall, and I think it was an additional 6 million in special ed. So I wanted to better understand the total contributions from last year, and what we learned through the process as we dug deeper, and what that means for this following year. Maybe that's its own budget item in Budget and Finance in the future months, because I know that I remember seeing incremental increases a couple of times during the year, and I know that we also have an increase in population, so just wanted to better understand what's below that. With the reserve, I don't expect answers on this right now. I'm just going to go through my list. With the reserve, I just wanted to point out, because I saw in the executive summary, I know that because we spent so much time trying to even maintain the 3% reserve, and just wanted to remind us that we do have a reserve policy 3100.1, which sets a higher bar than the 3%. 3% is really the floor, not necessarily the target for the reserve. And what was supposed to be a companion towards that, and maybe this is something we can work towards in the next year, was supposed to be a long-term, like a plan towards how we will over time begin to build up the reserve. So I think it's great to have 1%. I think that the unallocated proportion, what the policy says is that reverts to the board unless there's like specific proposals by the superintendent around what that would be allocated for. And I think that what we had discussed in budget finance also was that, just given the future uncertainties and potential challenges ahead, the desire to want to see the reserve, a more robust reserve going into next year. And my last question was just around, I know that it had come up that we can potentially use some CARE Act funding from last spring. So it wasn't clear to me if we utilized any of the CARE Act funding as we closed, if we ended up using any of the CARE Act funding for that purpose or not. So those are my questions. I know that was a lot and my time is up, but maybe we can adjust some of them. Yep.
Right. In the interest of time, what I'd like to do is, if it's okay with you, Ms. Grant Dawson, if we could have everyone ask their questions and then have you respond, is that great? Anybody else? Director Gonzalez, Vice President Gonzalez.
Thank you. So I also just want to echo your sentiments about the contributions that Ms. Casares made and that Ryan, Mr. Nguyen is making in his role. It's really amazing after 3 years, really, of just like really heavy reliance on outside consultants and on the county's support. It's really remarkable that we have made a lot of progress in just the last year. So I want to commend you, your team. That's really good to hear. I do have a question about not doing monthly budget updates like we've been doing the last 2 years. I assume that our state trustee, Mr. Learned, signed off on that. But if you could just speak to that, that would be important because that has been a really important support for the board to just be able to have much more consistent update and grasp on the numbers. So I really want to hear more about that. And then I just have a question. How are we going to project enrollment for next year? Because I know that projection is a lot of how we do our multi-year projections for the coming year. And so if you can just speak to like, how are we going to get any handle at all on what's going to happen with enrollment for next year? So that's a question. And then thank you for providing the components of the reserve ending fund balance. I also am used to seeing the components of the unrestricted ending fund balance. So it'd be great in the next presentation if we can see the components of both the restricted and the unrestricted ending fund balances. And then the last thing I would just say, just off by way of feedback, is I really appreciated the narrative portion. So not just presenting, row after table, table after table of numbers, but, presenting some narrative that kind of adds some additional context. And I just wonder if you could add a slide that would provide some additional context in terms of the potential implications for the ending fund balance. For the multi-year projection. So things the board should be sort of paying attention to if we want to understand what the trends are that we should expect to see when it comes to next year's budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. Anybody else? Okay, I just had
quickly.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to also piggyback on that, pointing out that we didn't have to look outside for the expertise to finally bring things to a better place as you came aboard. And I guess I've been reviewing a few more areas in regard to expenditures going up and down, and basically the net effect, I guess, not really making a big difference. For instance, for closing out last year, it talks about, because of distance learning, we had less expenditures in some areas, but then more expenditures, say, in substitute teachers and then various other things regarding certificated versus classified. My concern, I guess, is because of your experience with difficult situations. I know you came from Stockton. The budget was an issue in Stockton as well. And so you have a lot of experience dealing with this. Do you have any things that you anticipate because of COVID and the state of the bigger picture for the state? Because the other thing I see in this is like reduced taxes on local property, reduced other areas where we had reduced money coming to LCFF for various reasons. So are you anticipating there's going to be a pretty big shift in what we can expect, and how could we prevent? I'm just wondering what your thoughts are, not trying to be doom and gloom, but as far as what we should expect if we wanted to play out the worst case scenario and plan for it.
Thank you. Anybody else? I just have a couple of comments. One, I appreciate that the special ed contribution was offset by the community redevelopment funds, but those are really two completely different funds. Community redevelopment supports our facilities program. Special ed is an instructional program, and the funds aren't really interminglable. You can't really intermingle those funds. I had a question that I believe Director Hinton Hodge also has around, or rather it's an enthusiasm on my part around looking at Measure G and re-examining how those funds are spent and what they're spent on. I think that is a very valuable exercise, and would appreciate learning more about how you're going to do that going forward. You don't have to tell us right now. I also want to really appreciate the funding for deferred maintenance, and you didn't name the routine maintenance, the RRMA, but I think that's also extremely important, right? I think we spend more of our bond money on repairs than we would if we could just operate with fidelity around these master plans that we put in place for the deferred maintenance and so on. And I will leave it at that. If there are no further questions from the board, I'd like to go to public comment. So let's do that. Ms. Floyd, do we have any speakers?
Checking. Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Claude Crudup.
Hi, folks. I'm still with y'all because I probably won't be back for a while, but I really appreciate the presentation. It was great. And, I just want to say, I appreciate the conversation about encroachment because, again, we've been talking about these issues for 2-3 years now. Special education has been a problem. Early childhood education has been a problem. All these things have been issues. So, I'm not going to beat you guys up about this. What I would say to the sister is what would really be helpful to parents is, and this is a national conversation right now, is some understanding of what happened to revenue between March 15th and the end of the school year. We know there was a lot of resources, like you just said, that weren't used over that time period. And so what we all are in question about is what happened to that money? Do we recoup that money? Is there some way for us, what exactly is happening? And then there's also the question about, obviously, the foreseeable future. But a lot of us have questions about what happened to the money over this period where we didn't have as many expenditures as we thought we would have, and what the result is for that for our communities. So any reports you can give about that, any information that the board can get to people about that, I think will be helpful to all of us and helpful in the national discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Thank you. I just want to expound on something I found interesting in the report. And it was the part of the report that reflected the spending of the Charter School Fund Program, which is a total of over $591 million. And within the breakdown of how they spent their money, there was no money spent for child development, no money spent for adult education, no money spent for migrant education, no money spent for opportunity schools, no money spent by charter school fund programs for alternative schools, very little on pre-K, $4,114, and no money spent on community services. So here is an opportunity for you to understand, board, that charter schools fall very short in a total opportunity to provide for the totality of what our children need. And I am very glad to have this document to support another reason why we don't need charter schools, because they don't fully support the total needs of all of our children. I just identified all the money they don't spend on various aspects of services and needs of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I just want to actually provide a little different context than what we just heard. There has still been not one community engagement around the budget in almost 3 years. The current school year's budget was approved on June 24th with no first reading and approved in one night. And we were told that there would be a discussion and an adjustment to the budget in the fall when we came back. And the same thing happened then. With no discussion and no engagement, the budget for this year was approved. And now we finally have the numbers to close the books from last year. And beyond the questions and beyond the need for a full forensic audit, we see that we ended the year with a roughly $6.5 million yearly deficit. But because we had built up large reserves from the 2 previous years, we have plenty of money in our reserve. And we've been told for the last 4 years that we needed to make sure that we had 2, maybe 3% in our reserve so we wouldn't be taken over by the state again. And now we hear a conversation talking about 10%. For 4 years in a row, this is the 4th year that per pupil spending has been cut in the district. And now we see on this document that above the 3% in the reserve, there's almost $8 million unassigned. Why isn't that money automatically being voted and approved back to our students to restore the cuts that this board has made over 4 years? And why are we practicing austerity measures where we're putting money in the reserve instead of spending it on our students who are in need? These are the misappropriations and the mismanagement of this board. We demand an audit, we demand engagement, and we demand a reprioritization of the $80 million that this board spent last year on police, consultants, and outside contracts. I am so glad we get a new board really soon. Thank you.
Ms. Grant Dawson, I just want to verify something with you. The state adopted its budget in June. It was somewhat of a tentative budget, and I believe that there were some items in the state budget that were contingent on the federal government passing some legislation. And if that didn't happen, then some cuts would come down to school districts. Can you explain that a little bit and the timing of all that and how that could impact our budget this year? Is that, or am I making sense?
Sure. So yes, the state adopted the budget 3 days after the district adopted it, but the details were not known until July. So when we received the state budget adjustment, that's why, one, we did not have the major deficit that we were anticipating when we adopted the budget at using the May revised projections. And essentially, the word used is held harmless, and essentially we're able to retain what our 1920 revenue projections would be in 2021. In addition to that, many of the other reductions to other categorical programs were not made. The cash flow, so one of the questions, if I can answer it in this from Director Torres, was about what are the things that I'm concerned about. It's cash flow, because the state doesn't have the resources to support the district without those federal funds and the next wave of federal funding. We did receive a large amount back to the Learning Loss Mitigation Funds and CARES Act. But again, we have an obligation to spend it very swiftly to try to recoup. So with that, all of that's been happening within the same window of time since we adopted the budget. So within the last 35 to 40 days, we've been making those adjustments. So with that, the state has not yet said, now that we've received the property taxes from July, for instance, this is how it's going to impact your district in 2021. We don't have that information yet. So what we talked about before was perhaps if the property tax projections and the state's finances improve, we would not see a caller called earlier. Yes, when we adopted the budget, we were anticipating that we would have cash deferrals in April, May, and June. Now it's February through June that we will see partial cash deferrals. So hopefully that puts in context the chunky things that have happened in the last 40 days. But yes, we did get the state adoption after the budget. We did a 45-day revise. to re-snap what those projections are. And now we're here closing 1920.
Great. I think, is there more public comment, Ms. Floyd? I thought that was supposed to be a brief question, and I'm sorry, I just distracted us.
Yes, we have some additional speakers. Carol Delton.
Good evening again, board members. I wanted to focus on the relatively large cash, not necessarily cash, but even though within categories, some items went up and some items went down, and they evened out from perspective of the public, it seems like the district didn't predict very well where, for example, teacher salaries would be and sub salaries would be and overtime would be. These are always items that come up when the board looks at budgeting and especially looks at budget reductions for the coming year. So it seems to me that they need to be made with better predictability. I'm hoping that Ms. Grant Dawson's analysis will yield some information about operationally what happened and that caused these swings, and whether these are likely to be repeated or whether some of this was a function of needing to change categories very quickly toward the end of the year. The second thing I'd like to call the board's attention to is an item that has been sitting in the balance, which is effectively a reserve. It says it's designated for charter school repairs. Actually, it is a source for that money is part of the charter school fees, and it's at something like 2.4 million, where your cost has never been above 600,000 and averages 350,000. I would like to see the majority of those funds released to benefit students. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Hey, Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. What happened to the 1840 in since you closed the books? Is that still being held in a special type of reserve? And refresh my memory, how much that money is that was supposed to be to help us reduce the quote structural deficit. Then in the governor's budget, there was the rainy day reserve. Was all of it used up, or is that going away, and expecting that you won't get as much money as you did this last school year, the next school year? Can you comment on the rainy day? Retirement is a hornet's nest. That would be a neo-liberal type of statement, whether there's a consciousness of what you're using. Why is it a hornet's nest to have working people have retirement and a living wage? Should we all be accepting not retirement? Should we do away with Social Security? Measure G, how much is, the review. I support that. That's a good idea. And paying attention and properly funding repairs. I join with Jody London and elevating that to consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have one additional speaker, Ben Tapscott.
Mr. Tapscott?
I wonder why we continue to spend large sums of money on charter schools. They continue to have a financial drain on our budget. They don't accept all the students. They serve a certain population, primarily the haves, not the have-nots. The fact that they don't service many, many special needs students. And we continue over and over again to look at inequities in our high schools. If you look at the Tech, you look at Skyline, you look at Oakland High, they have most of the things that they need. When you look at Fremont, Castlemont, and McClymonds, their curriculums don't compare with the super schools. The super schools curriculum have an average of 80 classes, taking out the foreign language. And if you look at the have-nots, Mac, Fremont, and Castlemont, their average number of courses are around 40. Castlemont used to have a robust curriculum. I'm sure Fremont needs more additional courses over there. So when you look at the inequities that we have and you look at the funding, you talk about remodeling and redoing things over in charter schools. Go look at Mac's building and look at the inequities those kids have every year when they decide to go to McClymonds High School compared to some of the other schools that have been renovated. I fought for 5 years to get a football field at Fremont because all the other schools had a football field, but Fremont did not. I actually measured the site and made sure that they had enough space over there. So we need to address the inequities as we look at the budget. And we need to do something about the discrimination that continues to go.
Thank you, Mr. Tapscott. I just want to note that the new Fremont High School, the rebuild, has a regulation-sized football field with bleachers. Miss Grant Dawson, we do need to move on, but I just wanted to give you a chance to very briefly, if you could respond to anything you'd like to respond to. There's been a lot of information.
Yes, and I think I could follow up with a memo on some of the other responses and we can figure out how to communicate them. So one, I want to go back to Director Ng's question. Yes, we actually realized $1 million in upside from the stale data warrant. So again, thank you to Mr. Nguyen and team to do all the proper procedures for us to post and list. And so therefore there's only $800,000 that's still listed on the reserves. And so once those stale data warrants clear, then we'll be able to recoup that. Did respond to Director Torres. What are we concerned about? Cash flow. And we'll talk about that as we move forward. I think another big question. Okay, let me get a community question in. One of the questions was about the swing each year. We'll definitely talk more in depth about this, but let me say that the very root and nature of the way that that's happening in this district is a combination of things, but we definitely need to talk about, and I've asked Chair and Director to bring this forth for a Budget and Finance meeting about the board's policy. The very nature of the autonomy of school-based budgeting is a significant factor as to why you see that swing. In a district where that effort as far as the flow and how not only resources are allocated, staffing decisions with community input and with community partnership is done, you don't see the same level of adjustment and swing. So also how we as business partners and the support team members work with schools and what the climate has been as far as that autonomy, it's not a bad thing, but there definitely needs to be a better balance. So that is a significant reason why we see those particular areas, because again, we're reflecting this unaudited actual as a rolled up, which it is, district report, but there are multiple areas of which these activities are occurring and therefore creating those causals. So you will hear us continue to talk about that and what our recommendations for change and improvement are. This again was not something that was not lost to me upon coming onto the district, but it is one of the areas that I definitely wanted to touch upon. And I think, again, Director London, Trustee President London, I will come back with many of the other questions, which I think I took really good notes on writing down some of the areas of which there were questions. One last thing, Director Gonzalez, the components of ending fund balance for unrestricted was shared. It was actually the chart before the components of ending fund balance for restricted. And so that in the executive summary is on page 4, but you can connect with me if you aren't able to see it, but it's at the top of page, what will be 4 of the executive summary. So President Linda, I'll turn it back over to you.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we call the roll, please? This is on to approve the closing of the books.
Yes. On the roll call for the approval of the closing of the books. Student Director Ramos. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Director Hinton Hodge.
Yes.
Director Harris. Director Harris. Director Torres.
Yes.
Director Yee. Director Yee. Unmute, please. Thank you. Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London.
Yes.
Closing of the books is approved.
Great. The next item, T2201777. This is a question, colleagues, of a request by some of us to prioritize certain expenditures from within our discretionary budgets for this fiscal year. We each have and I'm not exactly sure how to tee this up. We have a cover memo from the General Counsel. I'm wondering if he is available to tee up the issue for us, please.
Thank you, Madam President. So for this item, just to get a little bit of context, there is a small amount of money set aside in the annual budget. It has gone down recently, but there's still a sum for board members to support in their constituent outreach and their professional development, basically to do their job as a board member. And there is a request from a couple of board members to use some of that discretionary funds to support the activities identified in the memo. Due to Brown Act considerations, it would be impossible to get a sense about whether the board wants to pursue either or both of these activities without it coming before the board for discussion. And so in order to comply with the Brown Act and get a sense of where each board member is at, and then once there is a sense of the board, then staff can move forward and pursue whatever contracts are needed and as appropriate given the outcome of the conversation. It is not an action item. It would be any subsequent contract would come back as action items. But there is today it is simply discussion to get a sense of each board member in order to comply with the Brown Act.
Okay, and the two activities, as I understand it, are one is a very extensive training for the new board members who will be joining the board. And then the other is, wait, I had the memo open a minute ago. The other is training around racial bias and implicit bias. So those are the two activities. And I guess the question is first, I guess there's two parts to this. Does the board want to participate in these activities? And then are board members willing to devote some of their personal, they're not their personal, but their their board development budgets toward this? Those are I believe, the two questions that we have before us. Is that accurate? Yes,
Correct.
Director Ng.
I had several clarification questions. I don't know who to direct these to, but it was not clear to me on the memo. So for example, are these either or? I didn't see the budgets attached, so it wasn't clear to me. Would this be in addition? Would we be able to pursue both, or is the challenge that we would have to prioritize with the budget?
So there's, as I understand it, there's a few components to it. These are not exclusive activities. And there may be different ways to deliver some of the trainings. The question is, first of all, the budget allocation for each board member is for this fiscal year. 4 of the board members are only here for half the year. So there's a question of how much in the budget will they leave for the next board director. There's never been a policy around that, and it doesn't happen that often, so it doesn't really come up that often. But I do not believe that these are exclusive activities, that they could both occur.
Okay.
Did you want to add anything?
My other question that's similar is that, because I was going to bring up that also about the transitions, because I know coming in as a new board member, it was helpful to have some funding available, particularly for some of the CSBA work and other types of development activities and constituent activities, particularly in the first year. My other question was, I know there was a discussion last year around board carryover, board fund carryover, which is already in our bylaws. And I don't think that was realized, but is the assumption that we will not have any board carryover funds into this year, that 7,000 per board member is what we're working with?
I requested that unspent funds be carried over, and I don't know the status of that, but I had some very explicit email exchanges with the chief business officer about that, and I was told that that would happen, but I don't know the amounts that are available.
Okay, so that would be helpful clarification in terms of the funding budget allocation that would be available, because I know last year it was supposed to happen and it did not. So it would be helpful to understand. Is there anybody, Mr. Rakestraw, or anybody else that could?
Well, given that you've just approved the closing of the books, Mrs. Grant Dawson can then formally answer the question pursuant to the board policy that allows carryover. I mean, she may not give the answer tonight, but she can do it within the next several, I suppose, days.
Okay. All right, thank you. Those were my 2 clarifying questions. So it sounds like we will find out whether or not there would be additional funds available to be able to support some of the funds that would have been carried over from last year.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the superintendent if she could get board members an update on the status of their board member budgets, as well as any carryover funds.
Need to do so.
Thank you. Vice President Gonzalez.
Yeah, so colleagues, I realize it's getting late, so I don't want to belabor this. But, we adopted a board work plan for this year that calls for a robust orientation plan for the new board members. The reason for the budget allocation is that we don't know who's going to get elected and how much foundational trust there will be among the people who are elected. And so having outside facilitation seems really important. The way that I've worked with Jody Talkington, Ms. Talkington, to develop the contract that we'll hopefully approve is to have an amount up to. We may not need facilitation for every session. We'll have to do the first few and then see how it goes. And if it feels like people are able to get along and work together, we may not need facilitation for every single session, in which case we could end up spending a lot less than the entire amount the contract would allow. So it is our hope that we will only need facilitation for 2 or 3 sessions, but it is important to have the resources authorized in case we do need longer facilitation. This is a facilitator we worked with on the 7-Eleven process by the name of Milton Reynolds. He really works well with our community members. And I think he would be excellent to lead the board facilitation for the orientation process. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. I want to give Director Hinton Hodge an opportunity to describe the work that she envisions as well.
Yeah, the plan that Director Gonzalez obviously stated, is directly related to the work plan and the orientation piece, and which I think is like incredibly sound, work. And Director London and I were talking about, like, we never really had it. So I think the evolution of the board and its growth to do that kind of work is really important. What I what I actually propose really is coming out of all of the energy of this board to defund the police and create the George Floyd resolution. And the one amendment that I was successful in getting in was it spoke very directly to this board, making a commitment to going through implicit bias training. If anything to the rhetoric around being an anti-racist school district, the work around implicit bias is just it's an ongoing thing, and so while I see Director Gonzalez's pieces, definitely about orientation, and that's what we kind of talked about. As I was looking at the plan, I mean, what is powerful about it is that it kind of pulls out all these content areas. And so my proposal and overlay, I have a couple, is simply that when we talk about content areas, for example, around LCAP, right, that there's these deeper kind of dive conversations that look at issues of, disaggregating data. Like, do we really do that on a regular basis? I talked earlier about how are the children, like, how do we get ourselves to be student, focused around these things? Facilities brought up tonight, board policy 7115. Are we effective at really actually distributing and, allowing for opportunities, right? For small local businesses, minorities, we don't really say, or women, we don't really say, but how well do we do that equity work across the board? So those are two examples, and those are two pieces out of Director Gonzalez's like orientation and kind of calendar. And so some of my proposal would be that like there would be this on the front end, probably a separate day or time. And so that this orientation would find itself kind of running throughout anyone's year and probably always being repeated in some kind of way. The second piece is that we pretty much underutilize, and I think there's reasons why. Council of Great City Schools. It's a very superintendent, even though it's a partnership between school board members and superintendents, it's very superintendent heavy. No offense, Dr. Trammell, at all, but like they get a lot of love, the superintendents in that organization. Board members do as well. There is an attempt to have balance around it. But they also do like very excellent, co-working spaces. So, so the directors of communications get together across the country in urban school districts. The CBOs get together in that type of way. And obviously board members have those opportunities as well, right? Looking at policy, looking at also professional development. And so one of the things, and in the 12 years that I've been on the council, I've always kind of pushed that there was better like KPI work and better measure, looking at the role of board members. And so there's actually because we spend a few $1,000s every year to be a part of that membership. I'd like to propose, and this is where I to Director Ng, I'm not sure of all the costs. Some of it is actually kind of free based on the fact that we're a member. But to really kind of dig into helping them do things to help us organize ourselves towards more student outcomes and student achievement. So they do things like audits of our board meetings, right? They would look at this board meeting tonight and say, how many decisions did you make that were really actually focused on students? How often did you even talk about student outcomes? How was that the focal point at all in your work? And then also just really, again, understanding governance and, how we do that work as governors alongside of a superintendent. And so I think that, and they do that work obviously around the nation with other urban school districts. So while I hear this local contractor, probably would support. I don't really know him. I hear the reference to him being really good with community. I don't really know the background and that. So I don't think that that's the judgment right now around who particularly, and we can get into that later. So anyway, so those are the recommendations that I have, is that the race equity work be embedded into the orientation work that Gonzalez was speaking to. And then the second thing is, I think, to really utilize the Council of Great City Schools as a platform for doing better work that really pushes us to be focused more on student achievement than some of the adult stuff that we go through back and forth on. So it's a bigger proposal. Definitely support the work that she put out there, but just want to add to it.
Okay, so I think we just need to get a sense of the board at this point. I think the questions are, do you support, both of these trainings? And then if you do, and I'm getting reminded by Mr. Rakestraw that we're going to need to extend this meeting shortly.
I can make a motion for extension, 30 minutes.
Yes, please.
11:50.
No, 12
p.m. 10 a.m. And can I do another minute? And this would be another level of debate or conversation, because I think, again, maybe my 12 years in the evolution, and I think with Director Gonzalez's piece, Vice President Gonzalez's piece, right, and ever since the day she, I think, entered the board, right, was like, where's our development? Where's our support? Like, we don't have staff. How is it that we can do our work more effectively? So I actually would like to, while we've closed books, but as we think about, or again, it's a new board, to really think about a larger budget, frankly. That you know what I mean, like 7, I think you guys cut us down to 8. I don't know if I voted on that or not, but we spend money on paper and constituents and all these other kinds of things in our own development. And so I actually don't think it's enough to help us do our work better. Because we always balance that with, am I going to get a consultant so it can help me do my newsletter? I mean, I don't know. I just think that this is a under-resourced position by so many means, and it's a privilege and an honor to do the work by all means. I don't mind the sacrifice, but I do think that as we look at these budgets, and maybe it's soft dollars, I don't know. So anyway, that's a conversation about increasing board budget in general.
So again, I think it would just be, and maybe we can just do this through a show of hands rather than having big, long discussions given the time.
Can I ask a question? I was going to try to ask a question. So
go ahead.
In regard to it being half of a year's budget, but technically with the fact that we're in COVID, we're not necessarily taking planes and going to conferences and whatnot. Right. All of the ones that I would normally be attending coming up in October, and that I was part of as former vice president of Latino School Board for the state, everything is just on Zoom. So almost our entire budget, well, for the most part, almost our entire budget is going to be sitting idle. I'm wondering if there's a way to agree first on how much, right? Maybe we want to use a portion of our budget to contribute to, I know for me, I keep thinking about the holidays being very hard on our students, and people that I know who have teenagers know that there's a lot of depression already because they're isolated from their friends, and teenagers are more likely to be out with their friends after school and have sports and activities, and they have a car maybe or a driver's license. Yes, the little ones are also struggling, but the older kids I'm worried about. So I might want to use part of my budget. I wonder if we could come up with a goal as to a percentage that we would want to put, and then what can you accomplish with that amount of money? So there's 7 of us. If it's 5,000 of our budget, that's 35,000. And then what can you really do to be effective? Because I do think that with 4 people coming, there's going to be a need to quickly have people acclimate to being on the board, to also understand the challenges of COVID and the distance learning, which will probably go through June of 2021, could go beyond because of stubbornness in the United States. So I guess I'm just thinking, like, do we want to come up with a budget amount target of each of us? And then you have your dollar amount. And then of the two things identified already by the two board members, what's really the goal? And then it's really for the next 7 people starting in January. It feels by the time we get to the whole decision making and so on and so forth, it's not for us, right? We're outgoing. It's for the next group. And what would make sense for 4 brand new board members? What would really make sense?
So Director Torres, that was one of the places where I went originally with this. Was I don't feel comfortable committing. I'm comfortable working with half of the amount that's in the budget that for this year, because I'm here for half the year. And what I had originally wanted to suggest to you all, and so I'm going to suggest it now, is that we would each, my suggestion was we would each agree that we would contribute $2,000 from our personal budgets towards this purpose. And then that would give us each a little bit of money. Those of us who are leaving the board, that would give us a little bit of money for additional things. If we wanted to go that route, that would be one option. But I think the threshold is first, do we want to participate in the 2 activities? So, good Director, you go ahead.
Well, since I'm one of the ones that is going to be here as the beneficiary, I think the way that Vice President Gonzalez described it, along with Director Hinton Hodge, sounds very appropriate to me. When you first presented it, it sounded like orientation for new board members. But I think the way you two have described it, it's really about crafting the culture of the board, the 3 veteran board members and the 4 board members coming in. And that's very different to me than creating a technical orientation of the new board members. And so do I actually have it right, Vice President Gonzalez, that's what you're leaning towards, something like that?
Yeah, it's absolutely about building trusting relationships. They do need to understand what is our process around introducing the new legislative matter, stuff like that. But it's absolutely about building functioning relationships so that we can work together as a team.
Right, because otherwise, if it's for the new board members, then it sounded like, okay, the 4 board members go somewhere and they get training. But I think this is really more about building a culture, both among the 7 of us and the 7 of us with the staff and the 7 of us with the superintendent general counsel. So in that spirit, I'm fully supportive of an investment of my share, up to and including what is it, 3,500 is half.
Yeah, and I'll just add that I am not opposed to adding a session where we dive into implicit bias or whatever feels most urgent to you, Director Hinton Hodge. So I'm fine with adding to that, incorporating it.
And I think that describes both the internal culture of implicit bias that we may be exhibiting ourselves as board members, in our unconscious work on Wednesday nights. And I like the idea of the focus on academic achievement and putting that at the center. So those kinds of things that Director Hinton Hodge described, I would fully support in building out, building that into what Vice President Gonzalez is offering. So that's why I think both are super.
I am reminded by Mr. Rakestraw that we needed a more formal motion. So Director Hinton Hodge moved to extend the meeting to midnight. I will second. Mr. Rakestraw, is that sufficient, or do you need to call the roll?
We will call the roll.
Thank you.
Student Director Ramos.
Present.
She needs to go to bed.
No, it's whether you agree to extend to midnight.
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. All right, Director Hinton Hodge.
I'll say no for you. No.
You made the motion.
Director Harris.
No, sir.
Director Torres.
I'm going to keep the trend. No.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez,
Yes.
President London.
Yes,
Motion's extended, meetings extended to midnight.
that was a squeaker. So to move us along, has everyone had an opportunity to weigh in on this, Director Harris? I don't think we've heard from you yet.
In short, this is a strange ask. I feel like it's my responsibility to leave some money in the pot for whoever comes next, and I just gotta say, I've watched this group go through so many facilitated sessions on this topic with some improvement, but I saw us resist a lot of those sessions in some very interesting ways. So, you know, I think we're looking at this with some very rose-colored lenses right now. I'm not quite clear on how this is supposed to work and why I'm making this decision. I think it's up to the new board to decide whether or not they want to go to this. And, you know, I mean, if you want to force them to indoctrinate in this way, you know, I think we fundraised for all that, right? We never asked the board for a dime when we called the National Equity Project. We raised $10,000 or $15,000, and that paid for it. I think you can do the same thing. There are a number of our partners that want to help the school board, but you know me. Every year I've been on the board, I spend my money on schools, and you know, I'll spend $1,000 on this.
Okay. Has anyone not had an opportunity to weigh in on this? I'm not sure where we've landed here in this conversation. I didn't hear total unanimity.
Madam President, if I may.
Please.
So I believe I've heard from you, Madam President, the Vice President, Director Harris just spoke, Director Yee just spoke. I'm not clear from Director Hinhaj, Director Ng, and Director Torres whether they're comfortable with using any of their discretionary funds. And again, without committing anyone to anything, the contracts that we would then enter into with the sources of funding being the discretionary funds would be in an amount that is consistent with the amounts that each board member chooses to spend. And that's frankly what's necessary to do in public session versus behind the scenes, which would violate the Brown Act. So if Director Hinhaj, Director Ng, and Director Torres could just weigh in briefly, and then we can end the item and move forward.
And to be really clear, like to be super, super transparent, maybe to Director Harris's piece or whatever, like I came at this because, again, this board was gun-ho on doing a George Floyd resolution. And the one amendment that I could get in was that we would do implicit bias training, and I was speaking about us, and I wasn't speaking about a new board or anything like that. That if we took that serious action, that there was something behind that, right? And so I think Vice President Gonzalez and I actually had the same idea about money. I think not being spent because of COVID. I can't really speak for it fully, but whatever. She was like, can we use those resources? And I was like, hey, can we use those resources to get to the implicit bias training? So that's where I was. I've also tried to knock on doors and raise money. And for you, General Counsel, you could take all the money.
I'm a little confused. So I'm fine. I heard $2,000 as a proposal for my discretionary budget. I was a little confused, Director Hinhaj, because I know that you had also lifted up the idea of more robust trainings with Dante King, and so, or excuse me, with a facilitator. So I'm not sure how the great city schools, how that all fits with the.
Well, I got inspired by Vice President Gonzalez's orientation, and my feeling was orientation, like this should be ongoing work possibly, and we have a resource that we underutilize. So it was more about building off of her proposal.
Oh, okay, got it. So this would be in setup. This is not in addition to that.
Okay. So my ask was originally, can we use would people be willing to donate into so that we could do the Dante King implicit bias training now, right? But President London was engaging with Vice President Gonzalez around the exact same kind of conversation. So general counsel, right? And
Got it. Okay,
I think that's what I heard. Like, no, either one of y'all can have it, and we got to talk about it.
So I'm fine with the $2,000. Thanks for that context. I just wanted to I know that this was a priority for you. I just wanted to make sure that we're addressing it, and so that's great. I'm on board.
Okay.
Dr. Torres?
President London, just to be clear, we were clear that this was going to be part of our work plan for this year. So I thought that this would just be budgeted for. I was surprised to find out that it had not been budgeted for, and that it was President London's idea that this would be the source of funding for this. So just to be clear, like, it was never my hope that we were going to kind of try and seize everyone's budget. It happened to work out that we're not really going anywhere this year because of the pandemic. But I didn't want to be competing with anybody for these funds. I thought this would be budgeted for because we were extremely clear that this was part of our work for the year.
Which I think Vice President Gonzalez, that's my point too. Like, where would it have been budgeted for? Where was the discussion about, board development, orientation, how much does it cost? Like, we never quite do that for ourselves. So again, I don't know if we'll ever talk about it again while I'm around, but I would think that we should be looking at either if it's raising, to Harris's point, find some other sources. But I do think that there needs to be resources available for us so we can do our jobs better.
So I think I was being called out as far as my decision or my opinion. And when Josh started to mention my name a minute ago, ultimately, I think, my reason for putting the George Floyd resolution forward was because it was finally time. When I got on the board, I started working with Bob and
I called that out. He didn't call that out. I called it out, to be clear.
No, I heard Josh say, Director Torres, what do you think? Because I was the last one to not speak. So when Josh said that, Shanti spoke. So I'm just responding to Josh, who asked me to give my opinion as far as when nobody else had heard from me and Aang and so on. And so we started to weigh in about putting our money. So I want to put my money in. And I also feel like if we are putting forward something that passed, because everything in our country has been coming to the fold to deal with racial issues, the board could start the work this year as the 7, but the work is really heavily weighted on the next 7 coming in January with 4 years. So I think that having a vision of what can be accomplished in such a short time, to be realistic about what it means to defund the police, what it means to call out the inherent bias, the racism in classrooms, teachers that are not exactly friendly, welcoming to immigrants, non-English speakers, whatnot, right? They're everywhere in OUSD. I happened to just meet a teacher, young Black woman who quit on Sunday at a school in East Oakland in District 4, that she said, I wanted to stay, but the culture was devastatingly bad for my health. And so she quit. And she's a young Black woman and she just wanted to teach in her hometown. So why is that teacher quitting? And I've had many Latino teachers tell me the same thing. I really wanted to be here. I had to quit for my own sanity. So I think we could start the work. I think we can hand it off. And it's not much time. And so I don't think it's about a kumbaya moment. I think it's more about how does the board make sure that the staff really understands the changes and the cultural dissonance that happens, that is what leads to kids not showing up in August, that leads to families choosing charter, that leads to families leaving Oakland. So people choose their home based on schools, and Oakland's not being chosen for its public schools. Even though we saw 3 awards to these outstanding teachers, 3 teachers aren't going to save us. All of our teachers have to be excellent. So it's, I think it's worth trying something from just that very small standpoint of, as this district needs to face its history of not addressing racial injustice, how is this district going to do that? And that means everybody inside central office, so on and so forth, serving schools. And we're starting it, but it's really very limited with us because we're out of here in 3 months. So, and Christmas time in December means we only have one meeting. So I really think it's just creating a long-term goal, but we only come in at the front end and then it's handed off. So that's the only thing I think that would make sense.
Okay, great. I think that we have what we need here. So why don't we move on in the agenda? So we're going to go now to item T3 201643. Do I have a motion to approve? This is a variable term waiver.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Gonzalez, second by Director Torres. Is there any public comment on this item?
Hey, President Lund, I just want to make sure we didn't skip public comment on the board discretionary budgets item.
Oh my gosh, you're right. We did. I was so eager to move on. Is there public comment? I'm sorry. Let me just finish this item. Can we call the roll on T3 and then we'll go back and do public comment on T2? I'm sorry, Mr. Rakestraw. Late.
Director Hinton Hodge.
We're finishing this item, yes.
Will we do public comment on this item?
There was no public comment on the variable term waiver, but when there might be public comment on the board member budget, so we have to go back to that.
Okay.
Let's finish calling the roll, please, on T3.
Yes, right. Director Harris.
Yeah.
Director Torres.
Yes.
Okay. Director Yee.
Yes.
Director Ng.
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez.
Yes.
And President London. And I did not call the student member because it's a personal member.
Okay, let's go back to item T2. Was there any public comment, Ms. Floyd? If you wanted to offer comment on this discussion about board member training and budgets and so on, now would be the time to raise your hand. Ms. Floyd, do we have any public comment? And we're going to be limiting comments to 1 minute at this point.
Yes, we did.
Can you call them, please?
Our first speaker is Asada Olabala.
I'd just like to say that bias exists in two forms: implicit bias and explicit bias. Implicit bias is you're unconsciously aware of your biased behavior. Explicit bias means that you are consciously aware of your biased behavior. There's a tendency to only deal with implicit bias. Dr. Jennifer Everhart said the reason why she only used implicit bias in looking at the police department's racial profiling issue is because of buy-in. If she would identify explicit bias, buy-in would be difficult. People do not want to deal with racism. They look for shortcuts for dealing with racism. That's why you never hear the term explicit bias, because people don't really want to deal with the issue of racism. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we do. Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Thank you.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. The discussion evolved around the numbers. There'll be 4 new board members coming in. And I think you have to be aware of the fact that you're lame ducks. And as lame ducks, you have to be respectful that what's going to evolve as to the new board has to be whoever gets elected interacting with the carryover board. And they're going to have to work that out in the future. And you have to be very careful that you don't start structuring things that leave a message that, oh, you guys are coming in, you're ignorant, and we're going to tell you what to do. And so now we're getting into bias. It's not a racial bias.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai.
the new
Th- th-
people and the old
Thank you,
people.
Mr. Mordecai. Your time has expired. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you. Mike Hutchinson, a candidate for school board in District 5. I think it's really interesting that first thing that was left out of the discussion was the item about this current board engaging in a training around implicit bias, something that's long overdue. And obviously, this current board wanted no part of that proposal. Otherwise, you could have approved it right now and made it happen. I do appreciate Director Harris's comments. Not only is there no way for this board to compel a future board to do anything, let alone sit through weeks and weeks of trainings, it is a little presumptuous to assume that they'd need training. And also, like Director Harris pointed out, all you have to do is watch the discussion that just happened. Like, this current board doesn't trust each other, doesn't lift up each other, doesn't treat each other with respect. So why would you think you need to train us? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more comments, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, we have one last comment, Ben Tapscott.
Mr. Tapscott?
Mr. Tapscott, you may need to do *6 to unmute yourself.
I'm a little confused as to why Josh is talking about budget items and not our superintendent. If Black lives really matter, all of our children's lives should matter. We need to look at our total district. 48% of our students are Latino, they're underserved. 24% of our students are underserved. It seems that we cater to other nationalities in charter schools. We need to look at the inequities that exist in our high schools and try to improve their curriculum so parents will not have to travel to go to other schools. And as a candidate for District 7, I think we have a lot of inequities that we need to look at. And the fact that our first 3 years in our schools needs to be improved with emphasis on reading and stop the fact that the literacy, once you're in the 12th grade, doesn't happen. So I'm looking forward to some new ideas and some new thinking as we move forward, whoever gets the candidacy for this school board.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker, President London.
Thank you. We will go now to item B, adoption of the pupil discipline consent report.
Move adoption of pupil discipline.
Sorry, there is none. Excuse me, there is none tonight. We now go to item W, which is regular board members' reports. Colleagues, does anybody have a report?
I'll just share, President London, we have a facilities committee meeting this Friday at 8 a.m. Budget and finance tomorrow at 6. Hopefully folks will join us for some interesting conversations.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we're going to go now to item X, which is introduction of new legislative matters. The first item is X1, which is an amendment to Board Bylaw 9322. I believe this is being introduced by you, Director Gonzalez.
Yep. So colleagues, I'm proposing some changes to our agenda. The reasons are laid out in the memo. But basically, as tonight happened, we often don't get to our most important, what I consider most important issues until 10 o'clock. We didn't get to our budget report until 10 o'clock tonight. And when I joined the board, I'll just speak from my own experience, you know, not having enough time for questions, not getting to important items until really late, didn't support me as a new board member to really feel like I could, it didn't help me to build trust, rapid trust in the staff or in my board colleagues. And so I'm trying to figure out, how do we have more time for substantive discussions and get to substantive discussions earlier in the agenda? And so I'm proposing some ideas. I've done a little bit of stakeholder engagement. I'm doing some more this Friday with different community partner organizations. Happy to talk to 2 other members of the board about the changes that I'm proposing. So let me know if you want to talk and, see if there's issues that or concerns that you have that we can incorporate into the changes that I'm proposing. So with that, I just leave it there because I know we have to hear from the other two new legislative matters.
Thank you. So I will thank you, Vice President Gonzalez. We'll confer and figure out the best way to bring this forward. We go now to item X2.
Sorry, Madam President, you have to allow for public comment.
Oh, thank you. Okay, let's go to public comment, please, Mr. Rakestraw. Ms. Floyd, again, 1 minute, please.
Okay, our first speaker is Carol Delton.
Good evening again. I'm sorry I don't see a clock. There we go. Good evening again. I'm still not clear there. Okay. In my minute, I would like to address one particular aspect of the draft that I was able to read, and that is limiting public comment to 1 time per meeting with all comments taken at that 1 time. I think if you really want meaningful public comment, it needs to happen around the time of the item. I know that my comments change a lot depending on what I hear, and that there are times I decide not to make a comment because ideas have already been incorporated in the presentation. I think the community will find that hostile. You'll get rid of us early in the evening, but you won't hear more meaningful public engagement. So please consider other means if you want to shorten your meetings. I've already given some alternative suggestions.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Are there other speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai speaking as an individual. So the governor, in order into 2920, still requires some things of the Brown Act. Providing advance notice, provide information by which members of the public may observe and offer public comment. Now, he says observe and offer public comment. So does that mean that after the public comment ends, the rest of the meeting goes on, the public isn't even invited to observe? Now, it's ridiculous. Now, sure, I know people run that way, but that's less democratic. You need to have on each agenda item, if you're going to make a decision, especially on items you're going to make a decision, you need to have public input. This is less democratic, and I would hope that the new board, if you vote this, overturns it.
Thank you, Mr. Mordecai. Are there additional speakers, Ms. Floyd?
Yes, our next speaker is Asada Olabala.
Well, Gonzalez, this is the biggest effort to exclude, and I see it, the city hall is doing it, the city council is doing, excluding the public. And you people know that the reason for your meetings being so long is not because of the public. It's because of your long, lengthy dialogue on different issues. You spend more time engaging in conversation than the public. You have a school district of 33,000 children right now, and you have 5 or 6 people who participate at the school board meetings, and you want to limit those few people that participate. And the reason is you need more time to have dialogue. And you are trying to push the public away from being involved in the system. This is like Hitler. This is Trump-like behavior. And go forward with it if you so desire, but you get no trust or respect from the community.
Thank you. Are there additional speakers?
Yes, we have one last speaker, Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I agree with the previous speakers, and to follow up on their comments, all you have to do is watch your discussion for 30 minutes about how you want to spend a few $1,000s of discretional funds. And then for you to have the nerve to turn around and propose limiting community access to your meetings and community input and engagement even more, especially after the year we've had where this board has engaged in illegal activity after illegal activity, from the police attacking us to the community being locked out from upstairs, to general counsel writing resolutions as you're voting on it, to not having proper notice for things like the $600 million budget. And your solution is to give the new board training and to think you're going to set new rules to limit community access and input. Don't you realize that the community is organizing against you and against these very measures? A new day is coming. We are very close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. Are there additional speakers, Ms. Floyd?
That was our last speaker, President London.
Thank you. We'll go now to item X2, establishment of an ethnic studies adoption committee for K-8 curriculum, coming from Director Torres. If you could briefly introduce this, Director Torres, and then we'll refer it.
Sure. It's something that came about in discussion with a fairly new board member out of Oak Grove in the San Jose area. And Oak Grove is a K-8 district, and using samples of other ethnic studies policies, they passed the first state policy for a K-8 curriculum. And knowing that I have teachers who teach ethnic studies in middle school without a formal policy, and knowing that some of our elementary schools, we have principals that also want to teach ethnic studies or have teachers that are teaching something like ethnic studies, I felt that this similarly is aligned with the work of the George Floyd resolution. Again, defunding the police, calling out racial injustice, and changing the dynamics and culture of this district. And if people are already doing it, much like the 9th grade policy of ethnic studies that we all passed 4 years ago as an A through G requirement, which I have visited many of those classrooms as a guest. I think that K-8 is now what people are really starving for: families, children, teachers. And so the reality of just being a 9th grade class that covers oppressed people almost is an insult. It's an insulting factor. So K through 8, 9th grade, and maybe beyond down the road should be part of the curriculum that we're teaching anyway, when it comes to history or social studies. So that's what this is about. And obviously we know the state is making an effort to make ethnic studies statewide required curriculum, and that's going to happen very soon. So we're just being ahead of the curve here by potentially getting a committee going, and there are already principals and potential teachers that want to be part of a committee to do the planning for this. So that's it.
Great, thank you. We'll refer this. Is there any public comment on this matter?
Yes, President London. Our first speaker is Asada Olabala.
Excuse me, before we start that, we're a few minutes away from our end time, so we're going to need to extend this meeting again. Can I have a motion to extend, please?
I'll move to extend to 12:15.
I'll second.
Can we call the roll, please?
On the motion to extend the meeting to 12:15, Student Director Ramos,
Yes.
Director Hinton Hodge,
Yes.
Director Harris. Director Harris? Okay. Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Yee,
Yes.
Director Ng,
Yes.
Vice President Gonzalez, and President London.
Yes.
Motion's adopted. We're going to 12:15.
If we could call a public comment, please, Ms. Floyd.
Asada Olabala.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but today, this particular day, 1915, Carter G. Woodson started the proposal to implement African, or at that time, Negro studies. And we've been trying ever since then to make it more impactful. And all we've gotten is Black History Month, which doesn't amount to very much. And I hope if we have ethnic studies, it's not romanticizing and hiding truths. I was surprised to find out that Afro Mexicans weren't even recognized until 2015, and some of the bias and prejudice that goes on with Afro Latinos. So don't romanticize it. Teach all the truths if you're going to have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, Labor Day was just recently, and women were taught to lick the brush and put radium on it so you could have watches with dials. And of course, many of them died of the results of the radiation. This is a radioactive issue. I want to go ahead. I want you appointed, but just pay attention. And I hope you agree with me that Palestinians are human beings.
Thank you. Can we call the next speaker, please?
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Torres. We're going to go now to item X3, 201778. This is opportunities and supports for unsheltered students, families, and district workforce. Director Hinton Hodge. If you could just introduce this and then we'll.
It's not my legislation. What?
We're at your new legislative item.
About? I didn't.
Workforce housing, workforce unsheltered.
Oh, you guys
housing.
put it on? Oh.
It's on.
No one told me.
It's on the agenda.
I was waiting for you guys to give me review and feedback. Oh, this is great. Wonderful. This is super dope. Thank you. So this is I guess a year and a half ago, we you directed me to have a task force, time limited, to explore the school district engaging in building housing, workforce housing. The exploration also was around housing for unsheltered youth and also for families. The collaboration was with the JPA housing impact table. And so a lot of research and data happened at that point at the JPA level. And then a forum as a result of JPA happened alongside of Supervisor Nate Miley. And we brought together a diverse collection of stakeholders, folks that were out of social services, finance folks, developers, real estate brokers, I said social services as well, and esteemed colleagues. Director Harris and Director Torres also participated. And I think at that time, Josh Daniels, our general counsel, had been on the job for about 2 weeks, as well as the superintendent participating, and Trish Anderson from our homeless department as well. And so this resolution just actually speaks to us exploring through the superintendent, looking at our assets, and we have a real estate asset manager. And so really kind of fulfilling that person's contract or that group's contract around really looking at assessing where it is the possibility that we might be able to leverage and build housing of different types. And the second component that I would have you all consider and really explore is really the financing side of it. What are the private-public partnerships that we could possibly be engaging in? So that this is my experience around Second Avenue was that we never felt like we had enough money for it, and yet we didn't explore maybe other partnerships. And in the way that we've been talking about the CTE piece this last couple of months, again, was an indication that I think that this is a board that's willing to kind of think outside the box a bit about financing and you know, how we might leverage the resources that we already have. So thank you very much. I didn't hear anything back from anyone, so I just thought it was sitting out in limbo. So excited to explore it more. And I would say underlying all of this, Director Torres talks about it all the time. How do we generate revenue? Like, here's an opportunity that we don't have to cut $21 million all of the time that we could actually be looking at generating revenue and resources based on the assets that we have. So thanks, everyone, for hearing it.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Yes, Mike Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mike Hutchinson. I have to admit, it's a little bit shocking at midnight when we get to X3 and the school board member whose name is on the resolution didn't even know it was on the agenda, which means at least one board member never read through the whole agenda, either beforehand or even during the meeting. And then to hear what the item is, and that this is talking about, again, selling off our public property and these public-private partnerships, which the community has said time and again, we don't want our OUSD property used in that way. And then again at midnight, with a lame duck school board, this is going to be brought up. I hope you guys actually watch back this meeting or any of them. And you are a classic example of projection. You are projecting your own failures on what you think the future board is going to do without realizing that's why there is going to be a future board that's different. Thank you.
Are there any other comments, Ms. Floyd? Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson.
Yes, we have one last speaker, Jim Mordecai.
Jim Mordecai, speaking as an individual, when you get away from your basic mission, you're really in a dangerous territory, and your agreement, previous agreement, finally, where you turn it over to a real estate person who had, who was negotiating for the best price. But that wasn't what the public wanted. They wanted the best use. So you allowed somebody to have two roles. They were not only supposed to find out, but they were going to offer a multi-year investment where they're going to get a percentage of the deal. And you didn't divide it up and then put that out to bid. So you are over your head when you get involved with P.T. Bartlemans, and there's a sucker born every day and two to take them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this?
That is our last speaker on this item.
Thank you. We will.
To the president, I really do appreciate it, and I will admit to Mr. Hutchinson, I did not read all of the new legislative matter that was there. I spent my time on other parts of it, and then also I have a campaign of no gaslighting. This is a conversation that is not about necessarily selling land. It is about developing. It's about utilizing and leveraging our resources. So just to the public who will get to the end of this and hear that, those are not the truth. That's not what is read in the document at all. So this is not about selling off any land. I'm just on no gaslighting 2020.
Thank you, Director Hinton Hodge. At this point, we have really exhausted the agenda. And since it's 12:08, we'll actually be ending 7 minutes early. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all for being here, particularly Director Ramos. You go to bed, young lady.